rumor at the time, you might recall, was that 5,125 years ago, before the how, Earth had experienced flood and was about to do so again. Well, it's not that the story was wrong. The reference for the date was, and the cross-references didn't check out either. For instance, the Bible doesn't tell you that Noah's flood begins in August. It says 17 Heshvan, the date in early November. It doesn't start the flood based on the birth of Saturn or the Eon either.
Oh boy!
That year was November 11th. Julian, if you do the conversion. So if you want precisely 5,125 years later, you look for the sun in the triangular portion of Libra, and that magic day would be tomorrow.
Yay, tomorrow.
The reason I believe the Maya were less than impressed with the end of the 13th Baktun is that the Dresden Codex
Let's rewind that.
14th and provides an astronomical event to update their house cycle.
How you doing?
Just as based on the birth of Saturn or the Eon either. It says 17 Heshvan that year was November 11th, Julian, if you do the conversion. So if you want precisely 5,125 years later, you look for the sun in the triangular portion of Libra, and that magic day would be tomorrow.
I'm sure you already got it, but I'm sure.
The reason I believe the Maya were less than impressed with the end of the 13th Baktun, Dresden Codex refers to the 14th and provides an astronomical event to update their house cycle.
Can't say it tomorrow.
The Druids might use the appearance of the morning star on a winter solstice to update theirs. My main concern was that this year's great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn next month, their illustration you can see at the bottom right. Jupiter is the mountain of three peaks, signifying the three stars of creation now flying through the sky. A lion's claw about to rake our little creation. Saturn is the sign of flood and reversal of the opposing wave. Of interest is the little skull of death in the middle. Note its two eyes of the gathering conjunction of the planet. From our standpoint, Raven, who has already risen to the Big Dipper from Virgo during the last 3 years, suddenly finds himself again at the bottom of the world, while a little red serpent finds itself ascendant. The lifting up of the Son of Man, if you're a Bible fan, Day of Baal, if you're a pagan. The one on high for 3 months as Lord will find himself thrown down, while a beastly god of the north rises up from the west. The big rattlesnake with 3 rattles, if you look at the Oquelo stone.
6.0.
Earth is about to roll violently beneath the 3 stars of creation.
About
the Trinity theologians used to debate about. So if you look at Revelation 12, I think you'll discover a double entendre. In the first case, it refers to the sign of September 23, 2017, beginning our times in half a time, countdown to oblivion. In the second, you have a pretty excellent warning going on of next February's expected pole shift. That said, I believe Daniel may have been anticipating the elusive fire of Aries and Orion a bit early. Let me explain why. But first, allow me to explain our difficulty 8 years ago. Our big confusion was scholarly. Students of the Maya had decided the parallel date for fixing the house cycle was the birth of Saturn, an event we observed back in October 2012, not the winter solstice. The lesson we failed to learn at the time was that our sun's fateful passage into the house of judgment would take place years after even the birth of the sons of God, Jupiter the king and Dionysius the red star, September 23rd, 2017. I believe that it would be the index day for Daniel's 3.5 to 7 years calendar of the end times. I don't believe he was near as concerned about flood as he would be the great fire of the god of war, though I am not sure he pegged that.
I knew it was some kind of holiday.
Amongst Etruscan pottery, the great milestones of humanity living on this planet were tracked on what is called the genocilia plates. Notice that goddess is the ball, or Lucifer, the one predicted to rise on high and about to be thrown down in a reversal, like her earring. Her hairnet shows the mess of space debris we're about to fly through, following her being deposed by husband and consort in February 2021. Her necklace is the Sabiti. Her planets often observed by others, like the Taino or the Sasania, with Aquarius or Virgo, depictions of the goddess. If you and I aren't seeing those planets, it's due to the chemtrails being inflicted upon us by the United Nations.
Cherekov radiation.
We'd be scared out of our wits.
They want you to be
I
scared.
found a number of stones in Mexico indicating the Ram event was associated with a Jupiter sun at the vernal equinox, a truly rare event,
Scared out your wits.
or Jupiter's third scratch of the lion, if you will. The ancients didn't specifically tell us if the galactic wave, supernova, gamma ray burst, or solar flare from hell would come at the first eye event in February, the right eye of that Columbia River lioness next to Orion.
Pretty much.
Whether it would come at the second eye in 2022 on that Columbia River mammoth to the right, or whether it would come some other time between the two sparring gods, Blue Star and Red Star, duking it out with this stone, Mississippian.
Come right
Whenever
after
the
whichever
great
one.
light arrives in the next 20 years, it
2022, I think.
spells conflagration. My suspicion is that it is seen as related to a flood event, but it's not obvious whether it should be the Teleusis Antiterminum or something else. In Revelation 12, we learned that the dragon of Nibiru Marduk will draw down a third part of the stars of heaven. So according to the Bible, we don't have 4 90-degree Philpot events in heaven or swastika events on earth. Rather, we can expect 3 turns of about 120 degrees. So I went looking for a Jupiter sun event of the god Jesus
I've reached
throwing
the bottom.
down bull of heaven on the heel of 3 pole shifts. And I believe I found it in the signs of minus 4431 Julian to minus 4416 Julian, a quarter precession ago. Of course, I got into a real jam trying to do the same today, because there isn't a Jupiter sun vernal equinox following the third eye event. So you might see Jupiter's arrival as any time between
This is what I was working on yesterday. Fucking
someone smarter than I, like Dr. Paul
been on the phone all
is
day.
going to have to investigate whether the next galactic wave or GRB or super flare is supposed to arrive. Best I could do was give you a range and accept the word of a guy in the Bible who suggested God is cutting our trouble short this time.
Maybe.
You might want to note that the ancient battle of El and Baal is about to pick up some new symbols. Orion versus Bull of Heaven will cut it for the next go round. Maybe the god of war slays Leviathan, the creature from the deep. I don't know. So here's my best reconstruction of the precession. I've divided it up into 4 based on my new date for the third ram. The Lamb of God slain to the left is from the 3 Rivers area of New Mexico. You can vaguely see our sun is slain once by the whale Blue Star in the liver, once by the serpent in the heart, and once from the great light of Aries in front. Understanding that, then you can realize that the whale and the serpent hit the sun from the direction of the Aquarius. The concern is that snout on
Age of Aquarius.
Amaru, or whatever you call the great serpent about to devour humanity there on the right. The 3 stars of creation, our present season, is when the great light of Aries was expected. There are other signs of the apocalypse gracing the planet right now if you're looking for them. Unfortunately, you can't expect the news media to treat them as such. Folks might panic and stop paying taxes, for God's sake.
Maybe.
I think at some time I told folks they would see what is here and what is coming between October 23rd and November 6th. So guess what someone caught on film over at Truth Hunters on November 6th? You guessed it, the blue star and the red. So I'm not going to be here after the flood or the great flare to tell you told you so. It just doesn't work that way. But I'm going to warn you that our demise is absolutely here, whether you think we're going to get slammed from behind by the Telusis ante terminum tomorrow, whether you think it's going to be flood in February, whether you think it's going to be California's biggest earthquake ever, Yellowstone exploding, the return of the COVID-19 boogeyman, and conflagration of the vernal equinox.
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
It's time you make your peace with God and your fellow human beings.
Today.
I don't know how else to say it. I'm not suggesting this should be a subject for despair. Rather, it should be a time of calm optimism. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. But rather than it being some new and grand electoral false advertising, it's more like the gates of heaven are being shown to us after 25,000 years of tribulation on earth.
Yep.
I don't know what else to tell you. I could warn you of terrible prophecies, religious and pagan, but I would prefer to think that the way out and the way forward are the same way.
Unification.
May the Trinity grant us all peace. Love one another. It's all there is.
Like that guy. Probably listen to that again. I want to dig up where we're at. Over here in our lost books.
With action from sunup to sundown, this Sunday is like no other. And oh yeah, back here with you. Don't worry, y'all.
And Canada responds with a 4-3. Mama stopped induction. Ooh, big slowdown. Big slowdown. At least the last 20 minutes. She's still inducing, but I mean, she was really hot. Yeah, you can see she's cooling down. Still, we might have another big pop here real soon. Well then, I want to listen to that again and see exactly what he's talking about tomorrow. I have a feeling we're going to start seeing some more significant breaking. He said something about slapping you in the ass or something. I don't know. But I was busy setting up shop. Wasn't listening very well. Besides, I figured y'all would want to hear it. Mr. McClellan's work is fucking pretty top notch. Although he is a bit of a doomer. But not bad. He keeps optimistic. What's happening, brother? How you doing? I hear tell Eric Briggs is running around the internet picking on people again. If so, I want to know, and I want links. I haven't either, but I've heard from people that he's on their page fucking with them today. What's up, Loki? We'll try not to. You got rid of Loki? We try to help Loki over here. What what you been doing over there at Homebrews, man, that you made him fucking block you? You better be nice over here. You might get yourself blocked real fast. This is my workplace. I don't allow stupidity over here. Loki's been here before. Oh, another Loki? Okay. I was gonna say this one here has been here. They seem to behave pretty good. Don't be pissing off my homebrewed Loki. He's a celebrity now. Yeah, everybody over here behaves pretty well. I think it's understood that this is my workspace and I just ain't gonna fight with people here. So far we don't have anybody on the block, just a couple of teenagers. And a gamer guy. That Loki Link, yeah, that prick face. That's a different Loki. For sure. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. He got the right attitude. Everybody gonna die. Not really everybody. Yeah, he was trying to feel rotate. Give him something to rotate on. Hi, Dana. Sorry about your mistaken identity, Loki. Welcome back. So how you doing today, John? I've been on the phone most of the day. I gotta get some work done. I ain't even sure what I want to make. Don't matter yet. The kilns ain't hot. I'm gonna smoke some pot. Get high. I ain't smoked pot hardly all day. I've been on the phone. Fucking can't talk on the phone and smoke pot at the same time, man. It just doesn't work right. You're not very good. Why is your toe thumping on you? Or hopefully that's the worst of your problems. Oh fuck no. That's worse than toe pain any day, dude. Get yourself a tooth pulled. Just pull it. What's up, Whizzle Tits? Welcome back. Thursday, huh? Smart move, dude. Yeah, get it pulled. Don't let them talk you into fixing it. Grounded helped your toe. Good, man. That, dang, John. That's just ugly. Just ugly. That's so ugly it hurt me. I was like, damn. Good. I hope your tooth feels better too. Oh, that got worse as you started grounding. Put your head on the ground, beat it into the dirt. Ah, my head, my fucking tooth. Oh man, yeah, that ain't no peroxide, dude. Gargle with that shit. Just wash around in there. It'll hurt. Then wash it out. Do that for about an hour. I usually take like the Listerine mint shit and hydrogen peroxide and switch back and forth and scrub that shit till it stops hurting. Sometimes it takes days. I hate toothache. Try and think about your toe. It'll take your mind off your tooth. Oh God. Hi, Sonka. What'd you try? You tried to take a painkiller and it got stuck. Now you got heartburn. I got a sore toe, sore tooth, and fucking heartburn going on. That's not good. Oh, antibiotic. Yeah, that'll help more than anything, probably. Eat blueberries. Get a pill. Bit into that motherfucker. Just chewed on that man. Yeah, it usually works. Hi, Becca. A vitamin pill stuck in your throat. Fuck. Y'all have problems with pills. If they can get stuck in your throat, that's nasty. Like, oh God. Yeah, well, yeah, it's infected. It's why it's sore. He's gonna go have it pulled. But yeah, it doesn't help today, huh? Fucking God, I sympathize with you too. It sucks. On the on a lighter note, though, how's it feel to be a celebrity, homebrew? Mentioned in the big time there, buddy. They played one of your videos on the big time. Hi, Heather. Yeah, you got a fan out there. He said he'd been watching the moon for 2 days, and that motherfucker ain't doing right. And what I loved about him, John, he's very strong in his knowledge. Morfugal even tried to get him away from the conversation. He came back at it. He came back at it twice as strong. He's like, "Yeah, motherfucker, doing cartwheels." I love that shit. I was like, get him. He's from Oklahoma. He's fucking love that shit. On Morfugal, yeah, Morfugal. Last night, about 1:48 or so into the program, towards the end there. Didn't get mentioned. The guy called in and had one of John's moon videos on cue. He played it on Morfugal. Yeah, I liked it because the chat went. Bzzz. as soon as they started mentioning it, people had noticed and stuff like that, and I'm I'm happy for that. People were talking about it. People ain't been talking about it for too long. Now people are conversing about it, and they're watching their moon, and they're going to tell somebody else. It's how this grows. It's beautiful. I thought it was awesome. 24,000 people had seen it by the time the fucking show was almost over. What, after half hour after the show. Oh, I didn't even go back and check today. Yeah, John, that's yep. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. About time. According to have you heard have you heard the latest? Well, one, like I said, they're gonna fuckery the thing, and somehow they're gonna get Trump back in there because they don't play the Trump card twice. Pennsylvania, everybody's starting to renege on their fucking votes. They're like, let's renegotiate this stuff. Let's see here. We're watching the highest fuckery I ever seen in my life. So have you heard what's his name, Mr. McKellen's latest work, John? We're fixing to. I heard it once, and I want to listen to it again to see exactly what he's talking about tomorrow, because I think he's talking about magnetic braking, and we've begun the process. He did. I missed the first part of it, and then he mentioned 3 events, and I was like, "Well, what you talking about tomorrow?" Because I'm just wondering, is this going to be the revealing that he's talking about? I don't know. Because that's going to be our next event, and I'm not sure where it is. Hmm. It's getting pretty diverse, Heather. We just had a 6.0, I think, in Tonga somewhere down there by New Zealand, Australia. Not a big surprise. It was quiet for a while because Mom, did you see her? She was fucking hot, and she's been hot for like almost 2 days, and then all of a sudden, for the last hour, she's been cooling down. Like, and last time I looked, she was cooling down too. I expect, like I said, another big one. Yeah, that's I know. The least likely place to fucking shake. But there you are. What the fuck is that? Y'all need to settle down. Ken McClellan. Here's a link to his channel. He's the only guy I've found that actually parallels what I've found, and he came on a parallel path to get here. I very uncanny. I mean, same dates and everything that I'm coming up with out of the cuneiform that we're getting out of the listening to this cuneiform shit. It's same dates, same length of time, same beginning events, not dates. Same beginning events, same length of time. I misspeak shit, and then all of a sudden people want to throw me throw a date at him. You're welcome. YouTube won't let you. I don't know what to tell you. His name is Ken McClellan. That's not a link. That's actually a URL. That's a URL. His name is Ken McClellan. Ken McClellan. Just check Libra's triangle. So give me some enlightenment. What's he talking about for tomorrow, John? I missed that part. I was setting up shop and shit. I'm going to listen to it again. I caught like he's talking about the flood in February and shit, all this. But I'm thinking flood comes first. Not sure. Maybe he's talking about just the revealing, because the revealing doesn't necessarily mean flood. I'm just wondering what he's saying. So I think the revealing's coming right before the flood. Personally. Oh, you see the picture. Shit. We got stuff to look at. Hang on a second. This battery's dying. Okay, so what's that circled? Is that our sun? Is that our sun in Libra's triangle there? Because it looks like it's in there. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So we're not seeing that, of course. Libra. Right? It's not right. Libra shouldn't be that close to fucking sun. Let's spin out. What that means, you don't know. You just, okay. You're a bona fide geekster. Awesome, Johnny Cash. What's happening? I love your tune. Yeah, kids are brilliant. What up, Hillbilly? Yeah, Moon's in Virgo. Good. I hope it gets addicted. We need to laugh a little more. Mostly at ourselves. How fooled we were. It Ken McClellan. I that's it. That's let me hang on a second. That's who's I'm pretty sure that's the name of his channel. Ken McClellan. Exactly what I said 5 times. Ken McClellan. McClellen. He's I don't know what the hell he is. I guess he's just a researcher. It seems like an archaeologist almost. Um, pretty good researcher.
What's up, Sandy? How you doing? I don't know how easy his page is going to be able to find though. I had a link. It's the best I could do for you. Huh? Sorry. I hope you find it. Yeah, he works for government. I work for government too. There's human beings that work for the government. The state capitol police chief of North Carolina was a human being. I don't know if he is now or not. He's he might be a different person. That guy might have left. What's up, Glenn? How you doing? A weird world right now, you think? Who's president, Glenn? How's Pennsylvania feel about it? What? They reversing state decisions in the what? And they already named it in the what? Yeah. Who told you? They're gonna give it they don't play the Trump card twice. I said they can play all the fuckery they want, but they're gonna end up with Trump. Told you I don't know what it's gonna look like. Well, this is some funny shit. Because I'm looking at some fucking funny shit. And I'm all like, oh, look. They're going to give back Trump just like I said they would. You heard it right here, damn it. Oh, yeah. Pennsylvania revoked it or renegotiating its decision. I'm like, what? Yep. They called it reneging. They said, we're going to renegotiate this thing. And it looks like we might just go with Trump. I'm not kidding. Renegotiate. It's not even a political option. I'm like, what is going on? Because voter fraud or some shit. I don't know what the fuck. I haven't been paying attention. I'm just over here laughing. I'm just giving you what I know. They're saying we're taking it and we're going to change our minds, I think. State of Pennsylvania. Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. I told you. Yeah, I think it's absolutely pretty ludicrous myself. But I expected it. I said it's got to be better than the last one. Well, it's the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. All of this, everything. When we get invaded, it's not them invading us. They've already sold us out. It's part of the script. Surely, it was written in the script by the Crown Vatican, the very fucking people who make sure that script comes true through declarations like Balfour. Did extensive research and exposure on that. How the Israel was formed with Jews that are not Jews, and how and why. The electoral, and they tell you every time the damn vote comes around, the electoral doesn't have to vote with the popular vote. That's right. They never tell you who gives the fucking electoral college the marching orders unless you follow the electoral college right down to the fucking beginning. 1817, treaty against GHENT Sweden. After we invaded Canada, Canada didn't want to be liberated. They burned down the White House. We went to Sweden, signed over a treaty that dictated our borders, where we can place troops inside those borders. Um, Also, the finance. It laid out finance throughout failed banking attempts up to the Civil War when they were going to implement the DC Organic Act, the second one, because they had one in, I believe, can't remember where the first one. It was right around the 1800s, right there, early 1800s. And then they had the second one in 1871, right after the Civil War, that incorporated us with the Crown Vatican as the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. We've ruled over 180 nations, and those to this day. And every place we've gone to spread freedom, it's for a UK central bank. This includes Russia, China, and all these people are supposed to be our fucking enemies. They're not. They're all ruled by the Protestants or the fucking house of the black house of the Pope, the Jesuits. They all got their little houses out of Catholicism. And the Pope goes around talking about how the Imams are angels of mercy. Duh. They produce both books. So and the Hindu ain't no different. No religion on this planet is any different. It's all got the same mark. Everything. It's all twisted truth. There's truth in every one of them, but they want us divided by them. Nobody else has any truth, and that's how this is sold to us. So we don't look. Nobody ever cross references it. Now, I like going to source. Like I said, I went to Bible Canon. I started making sense of it. That's why we listen to it here on this channel, because it helps fucking get the picture of where we're at. It explains we've got more than our little son. We don't live on no fucking frisbee. And these people knew it way before the fucking Bible was written. If that's all you get out of this, hey, fucking benefit. But there's a reason our fucking moon started doing cartwheels. It freaked me out. I moved out of California. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. So I started fucking watching it. And I was like, oh my God. I don't live in Sydney. And all I know is that meant that we were fucking on our side somehow. I didn't even know how at that point. But I knew one thing. Fresno fucking California wasn't far enough from the fucking ocean for me. Do the math. We're going this way. We start slow fucking down. That water's coming in on me. I had to get me and my kid out of California. And that's all I've been warning people is just look it up. I don't even tell you where to move. You know that. I don't give a fuck. As long as you know. I don't give a fuck. As long as you know what time it is. Because it's that time. It's fucking crazy. Look at your surroundings. Look where we're at today. These fucking people are insane. They're doing this whole play. How could they do that? I sat there in the offices and watched these fucking people play each other and cooperate. Play us and cooperate across lines to make things happen and then get each other popular back in their fucking districts by gerrymandering their own votes. They're a happy family. And there's no fucking fixing a system like that. And we are, unfortunately, the heavy hand of their system, because without us, there would be no enforcing their fucking stupid shit. These are laws against humanity they're passing, and we have people taking paychecks that are okay with that. I wasn't. So that led me to be fucking because at this point that is sorely obvious. Something's changed. I got 2 foot fucking dead corn from Denver to Dallas. No one can even harvest it. That's not significant. I think the plants, and it's the GMO. It's the GMO plants that failed. I already asked around. It's the GMOs that failed, not the fucking people corn, the cow corns. That's what fucking failed. The corn syrup. That shit's gonna go up. They are out of control, and they're out of control because we allow it, and our sons and daughters and mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles carry guns and enforce orders for a paycheck. It's us. If we laid down the fucking guns globally and say, you know, we're done playing this fucking game. Our fucking sky is fucking flipping, and not one of you fucking leaders on the globe is warning us. Not one of them. If that alone doesn't get through your fucking head, the red and blue is only to divide you, not them, because they're sure as hell cooperating in this, and it's a pretty big fucking issue. I think we should be able to come together as a humanity and realize that we've been manipulated. I certainly hope so. What are they going to do? Is Trump coming out of the fucking White House or Biden? I don't give a fuck who's in it. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Pope going to come out with a fucking rocket launcher and kill everybody? No, it ain't going to happen. We're the ones doing things for them, and it needs to stop right now. Give your people something they can look at with their own eyes, that they can't shut their fucking computer down. They can't close it like a book, and they can never look away from it. And every time they look at it from henceforth, it'll be on a different angle and it'll stick in their mind eventually. Not like we got a whole lot of time. That's all we got is truth. Tomorrow's going to be a big event. I think so too. I'm not sure what he's talking about. I think we're fixing to see the blue sun. I'm glad, Desert. I'm glad. Glad you're out there looking. You can see a whole hell of a lot more than just a freaking moon doing cartwheels now. If you look out there looking, as you well know, you can see these bodies behind us in the dark. They have big circumferences, but they're very clearly visible if you just look. That's a little more eye-opening than the moon. That's why I start with the moon. You're going to have a little layer of shit on your fucking pants when you look at these fucking circumferences in the night sky. It's like, holy crap! That's where my stars went. I mean, Bobby got a picture of him. I figure, you know, Bobby goes out there. I can see him. He's seeing his camera can see him. My camera can't see that shit. His camera got one. A little moon. These big ones, he wouldn't be able to fit in his screen. So, shit. I did. Oh, I think I pooped a little. But once you see these things, that makes you a little bit stronger in your knowledge because you don't believe me. And I've never asked anybody to believe me. Just go out and look. Holy fucking fuckballs. Somebody forgot to tell us something. Simple as that. And I thank the creator for showing me that so you could see it, so you could help wake up your mom and the rest of your family. Because I know you were torn back about it. And that goes for hundreds and thousands now. I know that's been your biggest problem in your life. You couldn't show them how weird things were getting. Well, it seems to work with the moon. Thank Creator, thank God. AD. So, he's the one that gave us that sign. Did I finish my coffee? Oh, no, I didn't. I just put it closer to home. You know. But see, that's my donate button right there. That makes me happy as fuck. That you ain't going through that shit. They ain't going through that shit. Because, I mean, imagine them looking at their kid being like, man, this motherfucker's nuts. They were going through pain too. Hell, I don't know. Who said that, Becca? I never said that. Don't ask me questions about stuff other people say. Because I'll ask you questions back. I don't say things like that. Good. See, that's fucking beautiful. That's beautiful. It should be a happy time. We just relearned who we are biologically, how we were created, and why we have body parts that look like the magnet signature of this fucking sun back here. Everybody's talking about your penile gland, like some kind of mystery, and why does it look like rock? Well, it's because we were originally on that sun when we were designed and formed, just like Earth. That's why everything was big before the Cretaceous boundary and it's teeny before and after the Cretaceous boundary, from the molecules to the fucking mollusks to everything. We lost energy flowing through matter. More energy, more matter. It's duh. We can see what happened now that we have a context for it and understand how it happened. And know that she's trying very hard to avoid that right now because she's fucking awake. I'm kind of pissed off about what's happened. I don't blame her. We need to relearn who we are. The reason that shit's there is because we need to learn who we are. It's not because I was looking for fucking what was causing the sun or causing all this fuckery that we're moon flip. It was because this is the time we need this information. How can you be meek if you don't know we have a creator? Belief and faith aren't going to kill. They're going to kill you. They aren't going to get you through this because you can't have a fucking clear direction to put your intent in your heart if you don't know that creator is in each and every atom in existence, to the point that it's like silly that you're afraid of anything. And I don't think it's coincidence that we actually got the proof of that. Now, I didn't. It ain't my fault. I just found it. Welcome to my nightmare. It's quite the dream. Mm-hmm. It's better than bottled water. We're all going to die. We're actually designed for this specific purpose. Come to find out, scalar physics demands that magnets stack at resonant frequency. They inherit each other's strengths. There's no weakening of the strong. There is no weak link in a magnet chain. And I'll be damned if I ain't got a magnet in my chest that has an actual neural net around it bigger than the one in my fucking brain pan that I didn't know about until last year. Doctors knew, but people that know how to fucking and what properties of magnetism don't know this stuff because I didn't. I was an electronic technician. I was trained in magnet frequency transmission. I know all of this stuff. And I mean, Now with the ferrocell, we also know every magnet has 4 poles, not 2. I mean, we know so much more about magnets just in the last 2 years than we ever knew. And none of that's coincidence. I can't chalk any of it up to coincidence. I'm not smarter than fucking Albert Einstein or Tesla, but it seems like sitting right there on that fucking channel, we've actually outdone both of them. And I mean, like I said, I would have never had the exact frequency if John hadn't brought me that metal plate. Like, what the fuck is that, dude? It takes a fucking village to do shit like this. Nah, you leave them alone. If they're not bothering you, leave them alone. Please don't stir the hornet's nest. You see them rolling around, I want to know where. I'm collecting data still. Yeah, all this glory goes to the Creator and first creation, Mother Earth. You put it on your heart, desert. You don't need it on your rest. Put it in your heart. It becomes you. It's humanity. It's human nature. All of the stuff that it's all human nature. It's human nature. The 1748 hertz. You get goosebumps and excited about something. Your body starts resonating hair follicle at 1748 hertz. The very same frequency every magnet in existence exhibits. The full torrid of 1748 hertz on a fucking metal plate. Your body has an electron magnet going through it. Your body has unique fingerprints like every other magnet signature in the world or in the universe. They're all unique. None of these things are coincidence. We're literally connected to each and every atom in existence through the Creator's field. Is that the Creator? No, that's a law of physics. The Creator is outside the law of physics, but it definitely points to a fucking design beyond me. And it's so simple. It comes with safety mechanisms and governor switches and all kinds of shit at that frequency. You can't attain this kind of power without meek. You can't attain meek without a pure intent of your heart. You can't attain fucking pure intent of your heart without the knowledge that required. There's all kinds of different fucking safety switches to this shit. There ain't no way we scared our Creator with the power that He gave us with the very safety switch on it. That if we lose meekness to that Creator, we can't attain that power. How the fuck does that even make sense? It was these little gods that came down here and started manipulating the truth about what we are and who we are and trying to hide us from ourselves that we scared. It wasn't our Creator. That's for damn sure. They divided us with language and spoken word. We literally speak from our magnets instantaneously to one or all on the magnet with pure intent of your heart. You can't lie to each other. That's the basis of cooperation. And that's what scared the fuck out of them. And the problem is they're the same as us in that aspect. And they lost that knowledge about themselves a long time ago. We looked scary, dangerous to them, and they needed to control us. And they said that they couldn't separate us from that which gives us power, because that which gives us power gives us life. That's very much the truth, because that's our spark of life. It's our soul, that magnet. We shall inherit the entire Earth's magnetosphere and help her put shields up. It's actually beautiful. And we were told in these words what we were supposed to do, but we had no reference for it. Now we do. It is so simple. Nature's always simple, but it seems complicated sometimes. And once you finally crack that, it's like, oh, wow. Now we're all of a sudden pretty awesome creatures, and we can have perpetual energy. We don't need fuel. We can run our cars on magnets that fucking propel their own electron magnet and make it stronger and fucking faster. We can make helicopters that go well beyond what they can do now, because the fuel mixes, etc. So you don't need any of that. You just fucking boop, and off goes your rotor. I've got working models that just stand alone without all this mayhem and awakening that's fixing to come. We should be able to change the fucking entire face of the planet as far as food production, everything, electricity. Everybody should have a little box that lights their home, and it doesn't have a moving part in it. And these people want to talk about where hell Tycho crater is. It's such a big old bag of cock. This is way bigger. This is going to happen with or without. Like it or not, we're in a time zone where we ain't on my schedule. I'll tell you anything. Give me no dates. I'll tell you what, keep my eyes open every day. Get ready to hit the deck. They're 6 foot long. I give hugs still. And I still shake hands. There's some real people out there still. Brave souls. They do. They use the magnetic field. But see, UFOs shouldn't be trusted. Any of them. None of them, Shunka. We interstellar travel through love circles, God seats, Lazarus seats, whatever you want to call them. Group circles. And when we arrive in a planet at a various mist, our bodies are acclimatized to that frequency. Therefore, we don't have the lack of shooting frequency and go mad, die. That's why the Anunnaki die here early. That's why we go over there and die early. We don't do it right. You don't do it mechanically. You do it through a straight heart, through creation. You're welcome anywhere in creation. We could interstellar travel. That's how you all folks got here. It's the Lakoida suit, right? Because that's how they tell me, your elders told me you guys got here. In a green mist, white mist. I can't remember which colored mist it was. I know you know this. I'm just saying, anybody in these, because a lot of people think like, well, the Palladians are coming to save us. Well, if the Palladians come in ships, I'm not putting too much faith in them. That's all I'm trying to say. Saying that you got here right. You know what I mean? You're of a straight heart. You're welcome here. You acclimatized to the planet from the one you came from. Apparently, it's one planet, one tribe. Everybody's all the same on these planets, except for ours, which is kind of odd. Yes, my faith is in the Creator too, and I didn't know we had one until years ago. And I think that well, I don't think I know what Mom told me, and I have no choice but to even logically believe it that they shouldn't be trusted. That's for damn sure because they're not doing it right, and they're fully capable. Every one of us is fully capable of doing the same thing. I mean, like universally, not planet Earth, but I mean the entire fucking universe of beings like us, the healers, are capable of doing these things. And the big problem is the Anunnaki completely fucking killed that out of themselves over there. I don't know when or how, but it was obviously long before they got here because it was to the point that their atmosphere trying to fucking their own planet is rejecting. And that's a bad sign. And they spread their disease here. Well, I proved it, Shunka. And I talked to your elder. One of the best conversations I had was with one of y'all's elders out there um, about that. That's how I know. Because I was telling them about how we can interstellar travel, and they started telling me. And that's how we got here. Who's talking about the wisdom? Well, yeah, like I said, that's very discouraging. I'm finding an awful lot of division in all the tribes. I don't even know. Just keep going. Keep shining that truth. Oh, what? People think you're crazy because the moon's doing cartwheels? That's killing everyone. Well, they don't send them to the hospital. The treatments kill them. Put them on these pure oxygen tubes down into your bronchioles, and that's chemical burn. You're cooking these people. You have to give it in a URL that I'm not even sure if it'll let you. And if it doesn't, you can put it in chat down below the feed. Well, I don't go to the hospital. I don't give a shit. They gotta drag me out of there almost dead. That's just my best advice. Don't go unless you need to, unless you're dying. But I am Mainly subs. Well, he still probably knows the stars pretty well. Hmm. I've always said I had fun in the Navy. I did. Um, I was underway. I was young and dumb, didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, those family ties, good stories can recruit kids. You're right on it. Oh yeah, no complaints there. Always ate pretty good. Hmm. Always had pretty decent food. I know mid-watch was a good late at night because they kept that galley open most of the 24 hours. On the ship we had like 900 people. But during the day it was fucking crowded in there and shit. But at night, man, you can go in there and get the good food. Well, I was an ET. Hi, Jacqueline. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, a bit wore out. She lived a nice long life, Amber. At 90, 98. They do that to us. I was an ET, and they made me polish brass. And when I went on to Texas, I was on temporary assigned duty, so I wasn't in my rate. I was just wherever they needed me. I signed on with the deck, and I had the best time of my fucking career right there. That was some good shit. Everybody looked down on deck, and I was like, I'm gonna know how to fucking do this shit. I want to get down here with the sea hands, and that's where I learned how to navigate, drive the ship, all that shit. That's where I got qualified for all those things. Oh God! Usually I require you to speak English. Princesses are going to be stuck to Earth soon. Yeah, I don't make any sense. Blue, yellow, red. Oh, you're talking about the three sons. Another legend that I'm not aware of. I was like, speak English. What princesses? Princess. I get it. Yeah, because the king is dead. Look at Gina. I need to bust out some glass. Get some sleep tonight, 'cause I'm gonna be on the road all day tomorrow. My kiln's almost hot, Doug. You probably turned it up. Touch my bricks. Yeah, they're warm. They're getting there. Friday, Saturday, I'm gonna take a little time off. Well, circumstances allowing. Evolving the earth in dark frequencies. Oh, those, Kelly, those words don't even go together. I would say devolve. Um, they've stolen our heritage from us, and we've got it back. Yeah, this isn't anything. Ever go to the Blue Oyster? Get the fuck out of here, Luz. No, I haven't. I have eaten a few, but I haven't been to the Blue Oyster. Everything's inverted. Everything got inverted when we switched polarity. Yeah, no, I don't. ain't no, ain't no guessing about that. Oh my God, they'd lock down the base if I got anywhere within a mile of any of them. Jake, show me it. Oh shit. Where are you learning all this stuff, Kelly? Because it sounds like some repeated bullshit. I'm just curious. It's serious. It's dead serious. I'm just, it's all the only way I can say that. Everything you've said so far is just completely. I'm wondering what you're doing. Have you even noticed the moon's cartwheeling? The Big Bang is an expanding consciousness. It's it's definitely a design. It's a consciousness of one creator. It's a result of a frequency moving through matter. There's real matter. This is not a hologram. This is real. People that bleed, people that hurt will always be subject to the real pain in the blood. A lot of people want to think this is some kind of hologram. It's just not. It's a co-creation, and it goes on eternally. And that's because we help grow it with what we learn on different dimensions of creation. This one happens to be based at 1748 hertz. We call it the third dimension. As because in space, we have three axis points to turn on at any point. Matter is real. It's coalesced of atoms, which are magnets. And there are other realities that vibrate, I am certain, on different frequencies. Like there might be 1749 hertz reality. Now, as far as this one goes, because this is the one we're in, what has happened is we've been kidnapped off of our sun and put onto a different sun. And we've lost our energy, we've lost our everything that matters. And we're about to get it back. We've already got our mother, we've got our creator. And if we're looking at the actual bang, like the beginning, you could look at it, I suppose, as an expansion of consciousness because see, that's just a stretch. It is the conscious creation of a being, I suppose, but it was designed this way, very specifically this way, for us to exist here on this plane and learn about it before we could go on to another. The first show was simple. Mine was let's see. I have a few witty comebacks for that, but I think I'll just go with Triumph of Bad Company. Oh, dear. Well, I didn't believe in a creator until I actually solved the unified field. I mean, I'm pretty sure you haven't watched any of my videos over there. Just guessing. The dragon is a red sun represented as a red dragon. And that is talking about the nova event, solar event that is coming after perihelion. I served. I've got it. Trump and who? Biden? Oh, Triumph. My bad. It was a good show. There was even lasers. I thought you were saying Trump. I was like, what the fuck about Trump? I had to read that again. Shit, we got so many shots in boot camp back here that we didn't even know what we was getting. I can't sleep past 4 or 5 hours a night. They trained us to kill, and then they never turned it off. And we had to find ways to adjust. And a lot of us come home with the fucking knowledge that mom paid for every bullet shot at us. And then watch mom go in and vote for the same fucking guy that made it happen. Get told by people, if you don't like it, move to China. Because their guy's in office doing the same thing. PTSD is not a sickness in the soldier. It is a sickness in the society the soldier comes back to. Yeah, and that's the whole expansion thing, Kelly. And we're interactive at a distance, at the faster speed of light, instantaneously, because everything in existence is that magnet, and it rides on that field. That's the omnipresence and the unified field. Funny enough, it proved both. I was like, holy fuck balls! But like I said, the Big Bang, I'm not a big fan of that in the first place. I haven't seen real good evidence for it personally. It's just, I think it's a constructive man trying to make sense out of something they can't understand. To be basically blunt about it, um, I think I get the feeling this is way bigger than what. Well, not the feeling. I know it's way bigger than I've ever been allowed to even think about. I didn't realize all those little points of light that we're looking at are actual, like, little living beings out there. They're very big, and they've got living beings around them that have living beings on them. And I had a hard time just understanding what mother was as first creation, let alone that she has a brother and an aunt and a dad. It's a pretty grand creation that we're part of. I'm pretty excited. Uh, I had no idea how great. Yeah, I had no idea, Kelly. When I met her, I thought she was a rock, and she scared me for about 6 months. Uh, she gave me too much. I wasn't ready for what happened. Maybe I was. I just didn't know I was. I proved to myself I wasn't fucking crazy. I made a bunch of fucking videos about it. Yep, and the key here is to get back inside, because that's where we're needed during the solar event. Because there's 7 cities that are waiting on us in a haulback array for us to stack our magnets in a haulback array and multiply all of our fucking magnets times 1,000, whatever. I don't know how powerful a creation haulback is. I would not even want to do the math on it. Haulback arrays is for those folks that don't know what a haulback is. That is what runs all electric motors. Say you have some magnets that equal 5 Gauss altogether. There's 5 of them. You can lay them in different manners, and they call back array. And the magnet field is bent and twisted. So in here, instead of 5 Gauss, it's worth 5,000 Gauss. Therefore, crank your engine around. They make these things for all kinds of high powered operations. But there's one inside Mother's actual womb. In her continents, wide, egg shape around her torrid field, just like you would expect to see in physics. I've shown you the working model of what happens when you freeze a magnet in water. It's a big egg hollow spot right there. And then if you turn water in a microgravity with tea leaves and shit, boom, there's Earth with a hollow core. So, I mean, if I could see the working model, I'm like, okay, it's not a fucking frisbee. I've never thought it was. I'm just saying, I didn't think it was hollow either. But actually, evidence points to the fact that she very much is. Yeah, well, it was shown to me, Becca. Like I keep saying, this isn't my brilliance. It's just I'm giving it as I find it. It has to be pure because I didn't make this shit up. Fucking crazy. If you listen to anything I said, and I proved it. I proved it. I was like, fuck. Okay, I'm not crazy. This is just weirder than life was ever allowed to be. Hi, Sandy. Well, eventually, yeah, but he has to take POTUS again. After the Chinese and Russians, though, they're going off to Israel. They've sold us out, and they're going off to Israel. That's the plan. And basically, they're see at some point. Ah, dear, it's in the script. I believe fucking Hunter is Marduk's great great grandson. Put it down. And I think the power exchange is fixing to come. And we're fixing to have some land. They're going to come down depicting our gods of old. This is the changing of the guard that we're fucking. They need to know how to heal their planet because it's not us. They're never going to heal it. They're going to die real soon if they don't get back there and get it. I don't even know what to say. This is just getting so fucking weird. We'll see what it looks like. No, haven't. Never. Sounds messing up, Shunka. Sorry. My fucking they fuck with my stuff. I have to completely fuck with my microphone all the time. Well, don't let it get creepy. Just know the plan. Their plan isn't going to work very well. Stay calm in your magnet, pure in your intent, strong in your knowledge. You know, Sonia, if I had studied any of this, or I'm sorry, it's Shunka. You both got wrenches. I can't tell who's talking. If I had studied any of this, Egyptology or any of this, it would have made it less weird, I think, for me. Um, I think it had to be that I did. I feel like I'm deficient in knowledge because I've only seen a few pictures of Egypt compared to what there are out there to see in Egypt on these temples. I'm not. I have to understand that I'm not, because if I was meant to be, I'd be there right now, and I'm not. None of this is coincidence. Sometimes it's hard to accept, like, oh wow, I came into this late. No, we haven't. You haven't come into this late. You're right on time for creation's plan. Because anything they got laid out, they're dealing with a creator that is actually in control of each and every atom in existence. So that's what they're up against. I would go and make the right choice for my planet and the rest of creation. Be like, all right, we got caught. Let's go heal our planet. Simple as that. Right now, that offer is not going to be on the table all the time. I ain't the one taking it off, dude. I promise you. Well, the funny thing is, we've got friends in Egypt, Kelly. Um, Tell them I'll be over there to pierce their wall of Walaka soon. I've been piercing walls over here. I started getting the original Hopi tribe prophecy from Giza when the Hopi spelled their name Hoepie or some shit like that. They were one of the so-called lost tribes. They've never been lost. Actually, they know who they are. Well, as above is below, and it works. And that's why creation is like that. That's why the whole magnet thing fits right in. It's like, holy crap. We mean you can make black holes with big magnets, and then the reason the big black hole is there because it's all the magnets around the big black hole in the center. And it is everything starts to make sense. And Lazarus seats and people harnessing meekness and Earth's entire Earth, and very exciting. 3 days of darkness will come when we roll out of this, and it's going to come more than once, but it's our orbit after we get out of this hole for a while. It describes a 6-day orbit around a pretty big planet that is Mother's brother named Hoth. He is the staff of Ra, and he has begun to roll around to catch Mother when she gets bounced out of here pretty soon. That might take, I don't know how long. Ra's big. So he's begun in his orbit and kind of left his moons here. It's one of the weirdest things it's not the way they say things work, okay? But we're seeing it in our skies every night. And every day in this wall with closed field lines, positioning these planets that we can see. We're going to be immune to her brother for a while. And 3 days of darkness is because we're on the dark side of who? We don't have a moon. We don't have a second metal ball. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you really need to go look at my working model of the solar system, because if you roll a handful of metal balls at interwoven magnets in pairs of two, they will lock into a void and orbit around that magnet. They're not going to touch the magnet. They'll be that far away from the fucking magnet. But you move that magnet, they're going to orbit. They're going to fucking move with the magnet. That's how Earth got trapped in that void in the cuneiform. And we, whoop, 1,000 mile an hour, reverse spin, Cretaceous boundary, lost energy, everything got smaller. Here we are today, we're going back. At this point, we don't have a moon to lock us in once we leave this one, because we're leaving this one. This one was drugged here by two brothers named Enlil and Enki, according to all the Dogons and everybody else across the fucking world, in their own writings too. In the cuneiform, and they actually talk about how they brought the moon here, and it will be forever ours, and fucking complete the circuit, blah 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 blah. They tell us how they did it. Everybody's worried about the asteroids. Let me tell you, we've got 3 suns, huge planets, millions of asteroids, space dust to go through, plasmatic, and a huge nova event. Expect asteroids, expect comets, expect impacts, and don't expect your government to tell you about the one that's going to get you. Well, see, the whole secret here is we're made for this exact moment. We can see in the dark. That's what that eye is for. That's why it's shaped like Ra, because we were formed on that energy, on that magnetic signature, and we see in the infrared with that eye. It ain't nothing esoteric. It helps you see UV in the right frequency when it's flowing through properly. That's why it's shaped like that. We've all been scientifically, right? Seen how energy moves through matter, right? That's why we have body parts that look just like that magnetic signature. We're from that motherfucker. We were designed to be on that sun. Well, I'll tell you this much. We're going to see Ra this year, 2020. Perfect vision. Oh, geez. Oh, we'll be long gone. Apophis is a grassy knoll. 66 something. We're going to be on a different sun here by the end of like 2023 at the latest. We might be on the different sun at the end of this year, for all I know. We have to be behind the blue sun before they perihelion, or planet Earth is fried. I don't give a fuck how many fucking shields we got up. You don't want to be in between a plasmatic fucking perihelion event. We cannot drive in caboose first, which we are. We're the caboose. We're the first in line. We have to roll behind the blue sun before perihelion. It has to happen, or we won't know anything happened. None of that shit that they wrote about, none of this fucking nothing. We just bop, gone, dust. Mother too. Little piece of coal. That's not the plan. We're going to see this sun this year. It's already being seen. I've got footage of it. My 16-year-old took beautiful footage of it. The guy in front of us driving down the road damn near fucking tossed his van because he's seen it too. And so did everybody else around us. And then that footage just came out the other day because Blue Sun and McClellan just showed some of it. One of the it's here. We're going behind it, and that is the day the sky will roll back. And I'm telling you, if you want to do yourself a favor right now, it's dark. Go outside your light dome and start looking at your sky and find where there's no stars. Now look really a little bit harder. That easy to see. And everybody's thinking, oh yeah, I saw Jupiter brighter. No, you're not looking for bright. You're looking for the dark spot because they're hiding in the shadows. And they've been there for about a year. They get closer and closer and closer and closer, and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now they're inside lunar orbit. And you can see them massive in your sky at night, not in the day. Well, Amber, you need to go start learning your magnet. This isn't supposed to be a scary event. I've got a 16-year-old that I've raised since day 4. He's right upstairs. This is not a scary event. Earth has an electron magnet. You have an electron magnet. You have more neuron ganglia in your chest than you do your brain pan. We've been lied to. We have been divided and weakened and separated from each other. You have a tool in your chest that neuroganglia can manipulate the frequency of your electron magnet. That frequency being meek, meaning you can't fake. It comes from pure intent of your heart. You have to know you have a creator. You can't believe you have a creator. Belief will not get you intent of purity in the heart. You have to know the creator exists in each and every atom. Not proving it. You have to know Mother Earth is a living being, wiser than I am. And you have to know that your magnet, she understands better than you do because she's first creation. And you should give her your power and meekness. And all of a sudden, you're going to inherit the entire Earth magnetosphere. So if we got a 10 Gauss magnet around the planet that we call the magnetosphere, it's worth 10 Gauss. That's a measuring unit in magnet. Your magnet's worth 1. Mine is worth 1. If I get on here and I start loving everybody and be all like, "Mama, just use me," and you do, and then it's like, "Oh, thank God for Mama, thank you God, thank her for her eternal loving," and then all of a sudden there's 12 gals because you see now I've inherited Mom, her 10, there's 11, we're both 11. Now we both inherited yours. Now there's 3 12s. Extra shielding anybody? Protect all of life? Steward? Starting to make sense? We didn't have the fucking context in which to look at this shit. Well, I knew how a magnet worked. All you got to do is bring them to a resonant frequency. You see these fingerprints right here? That's where your electromagnet exchanges through your body. Everything. You ever prostrate yourself before God? That's a good thing to do. Give it up with pure intent of your heart, and you're gonna notice a little bit of a different shock. It's our old language of creation. They had to divide us from it. We never had spoken word. Spoken word, you can lie and spell each other to sleep. Beautiful words. That's why I say fuck a lot, because it physically causes a reaction in your body. It breaks spells. I know secrets at the 33rd degrees. Never had. And that's because our Creator knew we needed, because we have children. Your salvation lies in the tool in your chest and you knowing who you are, who your Creator is, and who Mother Earth is. That's all you need. And I've covered it extensively in about 400 videos on the Angry Catfish page connected to my homepage here. And all I got for you is I would start at the third one, work your way back here. Seems that I have no security threats currently. Yeah, well, I don't trust no crafts. You seen 3 light sources too. Well, we've got 3. Look, when you're looking at a double rainbow out of one prism, something's wrong. You got 2 light sources. Here's another key to that. Both those rainbows look different. That's called light spectrum. That's science. That's 2 different. that's 2. And then there's a third that'll come in on the side sometimes in a pastel, like almost an Easter color fucking rainbow. That's the blue Kachina. That's 3. Yes, Earth is very alive. And you're directly connected to it. And that's, stop thinking it, feel it. That's the key. All these gurus have you trying to self-improve and think it, concentrate. Stop that shit. Feel it. Feel mom's pain. You know what she wants you to know? She wants you to know 300,000 years of fucking what they've done and what we've helped them do. So we can learn from this. That takes some reality and some solidarity. Solo. Try to do it alone. So you can spend some quality time with mom. It changes things. It becomes easier. It becomes more human because you start understanding. Really, it becomes real. It's like, shit. How in the hell did I not know this was going on? 50, I learned at 50, 50, all this. Not all of it. I'm still learning. I say the wrong things. It didn't mean I learned all of this. I'm still learning it, just like everybody else. But I've got a pretty fucking good handle. And once you get your knowledge on your truth, you're pretty armored up for war. You ready for battle against lies, and they're easy to find. They're easy to see once you have the truth. Holy crap, that's a lie. That's what I did with fucking the whole quantum theory. I looked at quantum theory for about a minute, and I was like, that's scalar physics to describe it. And if every atom in existence is showing that it's a magnet, why would they have to make a new fucking set of rules for it? We've already got one. That's how they confuse us, man. I think they knew all that shit. And how can the scientists not? Are they that? I mean, they're working with magnets. They got to understand the properties of fucking magnets. What are they talking about? The fucking theory. It's big coffee. That's the spirit. No fear. What do you have to fear? Our Creator is in charge of each and every atom in existence at a very specific 1748 hertz. And that's been made known to us over the last year and a half for a reason. Use it, you'll learn it, understand it, make it part of you. We give to Mother. She can't live without us. You can give your own coronavax. Vibration. Shake that fucker apart. All right, damn it. Talk my coffee cold. Don't distract me and try to drink my coffee. I like drinking it before it gets cold. Tastes like frog's ass. Cold. Unless it's like whipped up with a whole bunch of whipped cream and sugar, like a frappe or something. That's all right. I like a little bit of chocolate in my coffee, a little bit of whole milk, and plenty of hot stuff. I think I only got like one more cup. And we're going to have to get down to serious business with making bill money here. Because I have a prospective client to meet tomorrow. Good night, Kelly. Keep your magnet humming. And a lot of pot. Yeah, I can't wait. I got a handful of seeds. Bring it! I don't know how it's going to work with the light cycle of 3 days, 3 on, 3 on, 3 off. It's going to be interesting. We might, well, we got, we got free access to Mama's Torrid once we straight a heart. So, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure I can pass the test. Somebody's ringing my bell recently. I don't know if you guys heard or not. Very interesting 2 days, actually, for me. So apparently the white brother guy says he's right, white brother. He's got the same information I do, verified some stuff that not everybody would know, and right down to the fucking detail of a little side mission that I don't talk about. And I don't know what this means. I'm just letting you know something's going on. New. They found me because of a little breadcrumb I left on a web page, as I do, with a little link. been an interesting couple of days. I was on the phone with him all day. Great talk. It just I know his message and everything, but he talks so oh yeah scripture, and he interprets the scriptures like I. But to hear him all the time just it does something to me. And I'm always afraid he's going to come at me from a religious stance because he's using the scriptures. So that's my only thing about him that I'm on a personal level. I have not decided how to deal with yet. Scripture speak a lot of it, but he interprets it properly. As he's throwing them at me, I'm all like, and then he'll explain what he means, and I'm all like, or what he sees in that, and I'm like, okay. Every time he talks, I'm all like, okay, if you're seeing it that way, but I just don't like these. It makes me cringe. I'm waiting for the shoe to hit, and it just hasn't, is what I'm saying. It's been a very deeply Muslim experience. I've told you I tried to read the Quran too, and I have, and they're all like all religions hold a truth, but it's not the truth. It's some twisted truth, and he realizes the same thing. And but he still wants to name people and talk about angels and stuff. I'm just not comfortable with it. I don't want to name my dad. That's why I keep saying it. I think I don't want to name my dad. All that has to go. And he agrees. But he does throw a lot of scripture in his talk. And he'll throw it down in writing. Tell you what he thinks about what it means. And I'm like, well, actually, yeah, I agree. But it does because I'm me and I know where the scripture came from. It just hits me. And then I hear his words. And I'm like, yeah, that's how I look at it too. But then I'm just, it's like, I don't know. I'll get used to it. The more I understand them, the better, the easier. I had a really awesome conversation for hours. What I'm saying. The more we spoke, no, I mean devout Muslim. The more we spoke, the more I understood his angle is the same exact thing I'm saying. He's he's kind of like Ken. He's telling the legend of, and just like I would. You read the words. I'm deciphering them differently than the first 50 times I read them. He's deciphering them the same way I would now, and just seeing them all. I'd rather talk to him like we are now, but it doesn't seem to be possible. And I'm not one to change anybody, especially if they're on the right track. I've been listening to it all day, and not one time did he make me want to cringe. What I'm saying, he's got the same fucking information I do, and none of these people coming along that have come at me claiming to be somebody or anything ever had all the information. What I'm trying to say in a long, drawn out way to let you know it's been an uncomfortable process just because I am me, Mr. Paranoia, and I've been feeling them out, and I keep coming up with, you know, fuck, he's saying these scary words, but he really means them as they were meant to be. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. What it looks like, I don't know. I think there's a little time yet. He's got some things. I've got, hasn't told me to jump yet. She's telling me to pack my bags, though, to give me the tingles. That was another sign yesterday because I didn't want to talk to him. They freaked me out the way they came at me. It had to be that way, though. Freaked me out. I'm like, who the fuck are you? You want to fight? I'm not kidding. Are you challenging me? You threatening me? Come on, let's go. Let's do it right now. I ain't running for fucking nobody. Because he came at me like I was trying to run for something. Or in my head, the way he worded it. And I made my point clear. I was like, look, I need to know right now. You fucking threatening me? We're going to go. I'll find you. I ain't going to run from you. And he came back with, holy motherfucker, no, that ain't what I meant. That started. Are you challenging my authority? You want to fight? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. God, I've been goosebumps for fucking 2 days. uh, and it's been taxing. It's been draining. Just having this conversation because I'm feeling him out, literally, like with my heart, and trying to get his intent. And he hasn't learned how to calm down yet. So I need to give him a little time. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I know he has things to do before he and I run into each other. No more warning shots. It's a good policy. Yeah, Sanjay, because I don't even know what to say about what's been going on the last couple of days. I'm really, I don't know how to even express how how much confirmation I've had that this guy's probably the guy. He seems to know who he is and has accepted it, embraced it. He's been on this path for a while. He's younger than I am. At least 20 years. Definitely is an elder. But he talks, and then I talk in physics, and he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I'm just, I'm explaining in physics what you're explaining." I said, this is the whole. This is what needs to be revealed so people understand." And I don't know what it looks like. That's something I've already rejected the Hopi. They rejected me. So fuck you. I'm going to the Navajo. But yeah, I mean, coming from an America and in the Americas, I was almost expecting like a Christian. I didn't know what to expect with the Great White Brother. I was expecting somebody coming out of the Vatican, And then we met, and I realized, oh yeah, wait a minute, he's the other side of the Vatican, and he's actually where the Hopi come from. He's Muslim. So I was like, all right, so this is really actually starting to make even more sense. Um, yeah, it just sides like things do. uh, well, like I said, safety is an illusion, but there are safer places to be. And if mom's telling you you need to skedaddle, I'd give serious consideration and listen a little closer to what she's telling you. Because I got high. I end a few live streams like that. Now tonight, myself, I had some Alfredo, shrimp Alfredo. I almost finished off all my green butter tonight too. That's going to be the possible happening very soon. I need to make sure I can afford to buy fucking 3 pounds of butter, which includes me putting stuff in this kiln tonight, selling it all tomorrow. Which we're almost ready to start now. I didn't even start heating this thing up till I was down here tonight. Fucking on the phone. I only had one hand. I finally told him, I said, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go to work. So now we're warming up the kiln. Should have started. It's almost ready for making nice thick things. So. You're liking this channel. Well, you should check out my educational side over there at Angry Catfish. It's knowledge you need. And without it, you're going to be shitting pants. A good thing to do would be start going out at night too, checking out your sky, because it's definitely yeah. We're I'm pretty excited. I can't believe I've run into this cat. Everything I've thrown at him has come back to me cold. I'm hoping this peace meeting happens. It could be the difference for a big way. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. Who's that, Becca? PSA? Hmm. What kind of big white ball? Like in the atmosphere, big white ball, or out of the atmosphere, big white ball? Marshmallows, secret to happiness. Yeah, it was lower than the clouds, just a white, bright light. Well, yeah, not a surprise. I've seen these lights, a few different kinds. We have visitors occasionally, and they have domain over the planet. And they lied to us about who we are, what we are, what we're here. They didn't even tell us what the hell we're here for. Everybody's always wanted to know. Now we know what we're here for, this moment in time. That's why. It's still daylight. I don't know. Is there, Sandy? You tell me. I'm in my dungeon. No, because it's still Ra holding his staff. Um, it's still his signature. It's still his tunic. No, it doesn't. It, it's all. It's just reversed. It's a reverse side. Yeah, that stone. Actually, that is the way that one's painted. I know the reverse of that particular stela is a completely different scene. So that's not a see-through thing that I translate. That's the original way it's supposed to be. Yeah, the tapestry can be turned because there's tapestries and shit with the same scene. They, like I said, shit, they put that. That's a very famous one because it's all over Egypt. But yeah, that one is on some kind of stone or some shit. And on the reverse is a completely different scene. What is it? Mountain Wookie. Let's sell glass up there. It's funny. Small world. On the left hand side as you pull into Cannon City. My yard's brown too. In La Junta. Everything's brown here. The corn grew 2 foot tall and died. It's brown. Still in the fucking fields. All the way into Denver. All the way into Trinidad. all the way into Houston, Dallas. As I understand, they ain't harvesting it there either. They're leaving it in the field. My tomatoes died. I think the extra UV and stuff is killing them. They don't have a 12 on, 12 off cycle. You have to grow indoors in a controlled environment. Some things grow okay, but some things aren't. Most things aren't. Pumpkins did good. Here's Ken McClellan.
Welcome
I
back
gotta
to
piss.
Times and Creation. The other day, someone asked me why I thought this year was a big deal as opposed to the confusion of 2012, the Roland Emmerich film commemorating an error. The rumor at the time, you might recall, was that 5,125 years ago, the 4th of How, Earth had experienced flood and was about to do so again. Well, it's not that the story was wrong. The reference for the date was, and the cross references didn't check out either. For instance, the Bible doesn't tell you that Noah's flood begins in August. It says 17 Heshvan, the date in early November. It doesn't start the flood based on the birth of Saturn or the Eon either. It says 17 Heshvan, that year was November 11th, Julian, if you do the conversion. So if you want precisely 5,125 years later, you look for the sun in the triangular portion of Libra, and that magic day would be tomorrow. The reason I believe the Maya were less than impressed with the end of the 13th Baktun is that the Dresden Codex refers to a 14th and provides an astronomical event to update their house cycle, just as the Druids might use the appearance of the morning star on a winter solstice to update theirs. The main concern was that this year's great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn next month, their illustration you can see at the bottom right. Jupiter is the mountain of three peaks, signifying the three stars of creation now flying through the sky, a lion's claw about to rake our little creation. Saturn is the sign of flood and reversal with opposing waves. Of interest is the little skull of death in the middle. Its two eyes of the gathering conjunction of the planet. From our standpoint, Raven, who has already risen to the Big Dipper from Virgo during the last 3 years, suddenly finds himself again at the bottom of the world, while the little red serpent finds itself ascendant. The lifting up of the Son of Man if you're a Bible fan, Day of Baal if you're a pagan. The one on high for 3 months as Lord will find himself thrown down, while a beastly god of the north rises up from the west. The big rattlesnake with 3 rattles, if you look at the Ojuelo stone. Earth is about to roll violently beneath the 3 stars of creation, the Trinity theologians used to debate about. So if you look at Revelation 12, I think you'll discover a double entendre. In the first case, it refers to the sign of September 23, 2017, beginning our times in half a time countdown to oblivion. In the second, you have a pretty excellent warning going on of next February's expected bullshit. That said, I believe Daniel may have been anticipating the elusive fire of Aries and Orion a bit early. Let me explain why.
Tell us why.
But first, allow me to explain our difficulty 8 years ago. Our big confusion was scholarly. Students of the Maya had decided the parallel date for fixing the house cycle was the birth of Saturn, an event we observed back in October 2012, not that year's winter solstice. The lesson we failed to learn at the time was that our sun's fateful passage into the house of judgment, Libra, would take place years after even the birth of the sons of God, Jupiter the King and Dionysius the Red Star, September 23rd, 2017. I believe that it would be the index day for Daniel's 3.5 to 7 years calendar of the end times. I don't believe he was near as concerned about flood as he would be the great fire of the god of war, though I am not sure he pegged that conflagration correctly. Amongst Etruscan pottery, the great milestones of humanity living on this planet were tracked on what is called the genocilia plate. Notice that goddess is the ball, or Lucifer, the one predicted to rise on high and about to be thrown down in a reversal, like her dangling earring. Her hairnet shows the mess of space debris we're about to fly through, following her being deposed by husband and consort in February 2021. Her necklace is the Sabiti, her planets often observed by others, like the Taino or the Sasanians, with Aquarius or Virgo, other depictions of the goddess. If you and I aren't seeing those planets, it's due to the chemtrails being inflicted upon us by the United Nations. Otherwise, we'd be scared out of our wits.
Yeah, Cherenkov radiation more
I found
so.
a number of stones in Mexico indicating the RAM event was
There's the sky
associated
rolling
with
back.
the Jupiter's sun at the vernal equinox,
We don't have
a truly
control of that.
rare event, or Jupiter's third scratch of the lion, if you will. The ancients didn't specifically tell us if the galactic wave, supernova, gamma ray burst, or solar flare from hell would come at the first eye event in February, the right eye of that Columbia River lioness next to Orion, whether it would come at the second eye in 2022 on that Columbia River mammoth to the right, or whether it would come some other time between the two sparring gods, Blue Star and Red Star, pictured duking it out with pit stones by the Mississippians. Whenever the Great Light arrives in the next 4 years, it spells conflagration. My suspicion is that it is seen as related to a flood event, but it's not obvious whether it could be the Elusicante Terminum or something else. In Revelation 12, we learned that the dragon of Marduk will draw down a third part of the stars of heaven. So according to the Bible, we don't have 4 90-degree sulfide events in heaven or swastika events on earth. Rather, we can expect 3 turns of about 120 degrees. So I went looking for a Jupiter sun event of the god Asus throwing down bull of heaven on the heel of the 3 pole ships. And I believe I found it in the signs of minus 4431 Julian to minus 4415 Julian, a quarter perfection ago. Of course, I got into a real jam trying to do the same today, because there isn't a Jupiter sun at vernal equinox following the third eye event. So you might see Jupiter's arrival at any time between 2022 and 2023. Someone smarter than I, like Dr. Paula Viola, is going to have to investigate whether the next galactic wave or GRB or super flare is supposed to arrive. Best I could do was give you a range and accept the word of a guy in the Bible who suggested God is cutting our trouble short this time. You might want to note that the ancient battle of El and Paul is about to take up some new symbol. Orion versus Bull of Heaven won't cut it for the next go-round. Maybe the god of war slays Leviathan to creature from the sea. I don't know. So here's my Dutch reconstruction of the precession. I've divided it up into 4 based on my new dates for the 3rd round. The Lamb of God slain to the left is from the 2 Rivers area of New Mexico. You can vaguely see our sun is slain once by the whale Blue Star in the river, once by the serpent in the heart, and once from the great light of Aries in front. Understanding that, then you can realize that the whale and the serpent hit the sun from the direction it hit Aquarius. The concern is that down on Khan, Amaru, or whatever you call the great serpent about to devour humanity there on the right, the 3 stars of creation, our present season, is when the great light of Aries was expected. There are other signs of the apocalypse gracing the planet right now if you're looking for them. Unfortunately, you can't expect the news media to treat them as such. Folks might panic and stop paying taxes for God's sake. I think at some time I told folks they would see what is here and what is coming between October 23rd and November 6th. So guess what? Someone caught on film over at Truth Hunters on November 6th. You guessed it, the blue star and the red. So I'm not going to be here after the flood or the great flare to tell you told you so. It just doesn't work that way. But I am going to warn you that our demise is absolutely here, whether you think we're going to get slammed from behind by the Telusicante Terminum tomorrow, whether you think it's going to be flood in February, whether you think it's going to be California's biggest earthquake ever, Yellowstone exploding, the return of the COVID-19 boogeyman, and conflagration of the vernal equinox in 2022. It's time to make this peace with God and your fellow human beings. I don't know how else to say it. I'm not suggesting this to be a subject for despair, rather it should be a time of calm optimism. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. But rather than it being some new and grand electoral false advertising, it's more like the gates of heaven are being shown to us after 25,000 years of tribulation on earth. I don't know what else to tell you. I could warn you of terrible prophecies, religious and pagan, but I would prefer to think that the way out and the way forward are the same way. And eternity spent to call peace. Love one another. That's all there is. Earth, a unique planet, ready, dynamic, constant shift, flash, volcanoes erupt. Right here on the Boreal Radio Network. I'm your host, Josh Reed. Thanks for being with us here tonight. Thanks for staying up late with us for the late night edition of the broadcast. We're going to be getting into Lost Little Indy here in this segment of the show tonight.
Good night.
So far, enjoy reading both of them here on the show. I got to go back and this always happens. I don't know what it is. I won't touch the PDF at all. It just automatically sold to another page once I got back where we left off last time. And what we're getting into now is the account of the mutiny of the Agigi. And as we've established on previous readings, the Agigi are the name for the people that were brought to Nibiru, to Earth from Nibiru, and were put in charge of mining the gold, and essentially started to revolt. Because they felt that the labor was too heavy, they couldn't get all the gold from Mars mined. So allegedly, this is why the Anunnaki created mankind as a slave race to mine the gold. So that's what we're going to be getting into now, is this mutiny of the Agigi and these workers basically saying, we're tired of this, no more. Now this is the account of the mutiny of the Agigi. And how Anzu was put to death for stealing the tablet of destiny and was punished. From the Abzu, gold from Earth's veins was carried to the landing place. And they transported them in rocket ships to the way station on Lamu, which of course we have established Lamu is the Mars. So right there, they hit rocket ships. This is 5,000-year-old tech. Openly talking about rocket ships being sent to the way station, also on the 33rd degree parallel, from the transport station on the 33rd degree parallel inside down on Earth, which is modern day Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq. From the planet Mars, the celestial chariots brought the precious metal gold to Nibiru. On Nibiru, the gold was fashioned into the finest dust, and it was employed to protect the atmosphere. Slowly, the breach in the heavens was healing. Slowly, Nibiru was saved. In the Eden, and here, of course, Eden is E-D-I-N. Well, we know to be the same thing as what we know in biblical texts is Eden, E-D-E-N. The origination, again, just puts holes in modern-day Christianity left and right here. In the Eden, the 5 cities were perfected.
Enki Enridu, a sparkling abode made upon the soil and raised it skyward. So he built a large house that was basically a skyscraper. The ziggurats at Ur is what I believe those to be. You ever seen the ziggurats at Ur? That's essentially what that is. Like a mountain, he raised it above the ground and built it in a good place. Damkina, his spouse, dwelt there, and he taught his son Marduk. Enki taught his son Marduk wisdom there. In the Biru Key, in Lil, the bond heaven earth established. The sign it was to see. So he's talking about establishing. In Lil was basically the one in charge of establishing this link with heaven and earth, and establishing the Biru as heaven. What we're told heaven is. In heaven being the Biru is what they claim here, what they claim in these texts. At its center, a heavenward tall pillar was reaching the sky itself. On a platform that cannot be overturned, it was placed. There, with the words of Enlil, all settlements encompassed on Lamu and in the Biru, they were heard. For their beams were raised, the heart of all the land they could search. We're talking about a beam they can shoot on across great distances on any planet and tell if there's life there. Its eyes could scan all the lands, its net unwanted approach impossible made. In its lofty house, a crown-like chamber was the center. To the distant heavens it peered. This is like setting up the Watchers. This is where the term the Watchers came, because they had a beam that look over everything and a tower that was up into the heavens. So this is where the biblical term the Watchers came. This is why they were called. They had a beam. They could scan across the sky, and they could scan every living thing with it. Yeah. So this is where the idea of the all-knowing God came from.
All-seeing eye.
It's an all-knowing God. It's a technology that enables the user to be virtually an all-knowing God. You see? This is where all the mythologies of religion are held within these texts, if we're brave enough to look at them and not just dismiss them as
little planetary monitoring system.
Again, as I talked about earlier, associating real truths with people who are easy to discredit. So then you attempt to use cognitive dissonance to try and negate the information. That's what that Zachariah Sitchin, another case of that. Towards the heavens, the horizon was its gaze. The heavenly zenith was perfected. In its dark, hallowed chamber, 12 emblems was the family of the sun marked. Now that's interesting. 12 emblems. 12 tribes of Israel that allegedly correspond with 12 extraterrestrial races, which can then be communicated using the 12 jewels and the 12 stones of the ephod. Starting to see the pattern here. Ephod being, highly regarded in religious practice, Kabbalistic practice, it's extraterrestrial technology. On Emmys were the secret formulas of the sun and the moon, the Biru and earth, and 8 celestial gods recorded. The tablets of destinies in the chamber, their hues emitted. With him, Enlil saw all comings and all goings on. So Enlil was the one that was put in charge of this all-seeing technology, the real all-seeing eye. That's what the real all-seeing eye represents.
Yeah. Enlil.
The all-seeing eye of Enlil. Representing his, that's why you saw the government group, Total Information Awareness. That's why they use that.
Enlil monitors.
The eye in the sky. You've heard that song, right?
It is the eye in the sky.
Looking at you, there you go. By earthquake orbit, they were disturbed. The elixir, they had only small rations. See, that's another thing. These Anunnaki started noticing when they came to Earth because our orbit is so quick, they age a lot quicker.
They don't have the right frequency.
Which goes
it ain't our orbit.
Why the elite are wanting these portals and stuff to open. Because allegedly they can't break free of the Earth because of the etherical barrier, the nano radiation belt that's placed around our Earth, which won't permit humans to break free from it without massive exposure to radiation. So building these stargates and these different things where they can jump from one planet to another very easily is very important to the elite. Because they want to be able to jump to another planet that has a different orbit and thus slow down their aging cycle. That's undoubtedly what they've been doing. This, of course, this technology goes back. It's admitted that the Anunnaki had this technology. Hell, they admit that they had the technology to shear off the tops of the mountains down there where the Nazca lions are in Peru. Carve the lion, half man, half lion, helmet, face on Mars that we talked about earlier here. They talked about another device that would bring back a dead man to life.
A defibrillator.
In the Eden, the Anunnaki toiled. In the Abzu, the work was more backbreaking.
They just said it differently.
By teams, the Anunnaki were sent back to Nibiru, and new teams were arriving on Earth.
It ain't magic.
The Igigi on the Lamu dwelling were the loudest in complaint. So it was the ones that were on Mars, essentially, I guess, that were complaining the most. When from Lamu to Earth they descend, a rest place, they were demanding a rest place on Earth. With Anu, did Enlil and Enki exchange words, and then they consulted the king. Let the leader come to Earth and with Anzu have discussions. So Anu did say to them. Anzu to Earth from the heavens descended the words of complaints to Enlil and Enki he delivered. Let Anzu of the workings gain understanding. Enki to Enlil was saying, I will the Abzu show him and reveal to him the bond of heaven and earth. To the words of Enki, Enlil consented. Enki to Anzu, the Abzu did show the toil in the mines to him he presented. Enlil invited Anzu to Nibiru and let him enter the hallowed dark chamber. In the innermost sanctuary of the tablets of destiny to Anzu, he explained. What the Anunnaki were doing in the 5 cities was explained and shown to Anzu. To the Igigi who at the landing place were arriving, he promised relief. To discuss the complaints of the Igigi, he then returned to Nibiru. A prince among the princes was Anzu, of royal seed his ancestry could be counted. Evil thoughts filled his heart when to the bond of heaven and earth he returned. He was scheming to take away the tablets of destiny. In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees, D-E-C-R-E-E-S. In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees of heaven and earth. The removal of the Enlilship in his heart he conceived to rule the Igigi and to rule the Anunnaki. That was his aim. Unsuspecting Enlil at the entrance to the sanctuary, Anzu stationed himself there. Unsuspecting Enlil left the sanctuary for a cooling swim and went away. With the purpose of evil, Anzu seized the tablets of destiny. In a sky chamber, he flew away to the mountain of the sky chambers and went there swiftly. There in the landing place, rebellious Igigi were waiting for him. They were preparing to declare Anzu the king of earth and Mars. In the sanctuary of Nibiru, the brilliance petered out, the humming quieted down. Silence prevailed in the place. Suspended were the sacred formula. In Nibiru, Enlil was speechless. He was overwhelmed by the treachery. To Enki, he spoke angry words of the ancestry of Anu to him. He questioned. Now, hey, this isn't our blood doing this, is this? Somebody that's related to us wouldn't do this kind of fucking shit, would they? This isn't one of our bloodlines. We're going to have to kill this motherfucker. In Nibiru, the leaders gathered. The Anunnaki who decreed fates with Anu were consulting. Anzu must be seized. The tablets to the sanctuary must be returned. Thus did decree Anu. Who shall face the rebel? Who shall retrieve the tablets? The leaders asked each other. With the tablets of destiny, in his possession, Anzu is invincible. They were saying to each other. Ninurta, by his mother, encouraged from the assembled, he stepped forward. Enlil's warrior I shall be. Anzu I shall vanquish, Ninurta was saying. That's pretty badass. The woman stepped up. What are the guys? You know what I'm saying? Well, the women stepped up. I'll kill this motherfucker. Fuck it, let's go, let's ride. You know? It wasn't a dude. No. It's the woman that steps up. Let's ride. Let's go fuck this dude up. Come on, let's go do a kick door. Fuck this dude up. I'm ready. I'm the chick. Let's go. Yeah, dudes biting off cocks. I guess the women got to step up and, control some stuff here. To the mountainside, Ninurta said, Ninurta, I'm sorry. I guess Ninurta is a female. So Ninurta said it, of course. I thought they said Ninurta was a female.
Yeah.
I must be getting confused. Okay, apparently Ninurta is.
Prefix, except for those born of
to the mountainside, Ninurta set his course to vanquish the fugitive Anzu he undertook.
Silly.
Ninurta was mocking Anzu from his hideout. You motherfucker, you suck, I'm coming to get the tablets, bitch. Mocking him. The tablets are my protection. I am invincible. Ninurta directed lightning darts at Anzu. But the arrows could not approach Anzu. They turned backwards and fired back away towards him. The battle was still. Ninurta's weapons Anzu did not vanquish. Enki then to Ninurta gave counsel. With your whirlwind, stir up a storm. Let the dust cover Anzu's face. Let the wings of his skybird ruffle. So this is, ruffle the wings of his skybird. Again, they're using the terminology of a skybird as a ship. This is a space battle. And they're using weather warfare weapons and changing the weather and, basically exploiting the territory of Earth as their weapon. Sound familiar? Wonder where these guys in charge got it from. Well, here you go. For his son Enlil, he fashioned a mighty weapon. It was called a Tilu missile. To your stormer weapon, attach it. When wing to wing near an Anzu, shoot it. Thus did Enlil his son Ninurta instruct. When wing to wing were near each other, he let the missile fly as fast as lightning. Again, Ninurta in his whirlwind soared, and Anzu against him in his skybird rose to the challenge. Wing to wing, Anzu in anger shouted, this battle will be your destruction. Ninurta followed the advice of Enki, and with his whirlwind, he created the dust storm. The dust covered Anzu's face, and the pinions of his skybird were exposed. Into their midst, Ninurta let the missile fly loose, a fiery brilliance of his pinions engulfed. Like butterflies, his wings began to flutter to the ground, and Anzu came falling. The earth shook. The skies became dark. Why do you think that is? You got a nuclear weapon at it. The fallen Anzu Ninurta made captive, and he retrieved the tablets of destiny from him. From the mountaintop, the Igigi were watching. When Ninurta came to the landing place, they trembled and kissed his feet. Ninurta, the captive Abigail and Anunnaki, he set free. To Anu and Enlil, his victory, he announced. He then returned to Nibiru, and in its innermost chamber, he reinstalled the tablets. Once again, the brilliance therein returned. The hum of MEs and the tablets were restored. I don't know what this MEs is. It's hum of something with MEs. Figure out what that is. ME. Anybody out there knows? Send me an email. Before the seven who judged Anzu, a judgment was taken. Enlil and Ninlil, his spouse, Enki and his spouse Ninti, the one beforehand as Dentina was known. The sons of Minar and Marduk were there. Ninmah was also in the judgment. Ninurta spoke of the evil deeds that there was no justification for. Let death be the penalty, he said. The Igigi were right by complaining. A rest place on earth they do need. Marduk in counter argued, by his evil deed, All the Anunnaki and Ajiki and Anzu did in danger, the Will said. Inky and Ninmah with the Will agreed. The heathen must be extinguished, they said. To death by execution, the seven judge, Anzu. With a killing ray, a laser beam, Anzu's life was extinguished. Let his body to the vultures be left, Nersa said. Let him be buried on Lamu, Mars. In a cave next to Alalu, let him be laid to rest, Inky was saying. From the same ancestral seed the two of them were. Let Marduk, the body to Lamu, carry. Let Marduk bear as commander stay. So was Inky to the judge's suggestion. Let it so be, Enroll said. Now, and so that's it, there you go. So they judged him and they buried him there on Mars. Where the other one was off. So that's the end of that. And wow, some more interesting stuff there. Even this whole idea of Martin reading this, the whole off of the reading, what it's supposed to be.
Double helix, plasma, open halo, flower alive.
What's so fascinating about it is that it's a free history. It gets into the whole history of the bloodline and the genealogy of the people who came from wherever the Bureau allegedly to Earth to create an account. And supposedly what we see now, the reason for this, why this has been kept away from us, and why Inky felt that mankind needed to know this information, just so that we could truly know who we are, where we came from, and all the basis for all these phony religions and all religions of the world are based on the restriction of this knowledge. So I'm glad that we're reading this and getting into this on air. It really is a good read. What was not conceived of was the unrest by the incoming Anunnaki in the absolute toil. Okay, that's where we left off. Truth be said, Inky, to what was brewing, heed was not given. So they're saying that, you know, the Anunnaki who sent to Earth to mine the gold were getting, you know, they're getting tired and restless. They were mad because, you know, they were essentially given a death sentence coming to Earth. Because the Nibiru had such a long orbit, you know, it was 3,600 years, something like that. So each one of their years, which they refer to as a shar, S-H-A-R, shar, a shar on the Nibiru, one travel around the sun is 3,600 years. So, you know, these people are used to living, you know, well, we go once around the sun every day. So they're coming to Earth and, you know, they're reaching old age at a much faster pace, and it's not allowing them to keep up. So they need something that, you know,
It's the lack of
they
the
basically
human frequency.
are getting ready to revolt because nobody's listening to their ails.
It's not anything to do with orbit.
No, and that's what it's saying here. No, Absu was not paying attention. Of the differences between what is on Earth and what is on Nibiru appeared, and he wished to learn how the maladies of Earth cycles and the atmospheres were caused. He wished to uncover. In the Abzu, by the gushing waters, a wondrous study place he erected. With all manner of tools and equipment, he furnished it. House of Life, he called its place. And to his son, Ningishida, he invited. Sacred formulas, tiny MEs, the secrets of life and death possessing they shaped. Absorbed in Inky was those studies. And it was among the Anunnaki, he noticed the brewing of the unrest. First to notice the trouble was Ninurta, a lessening of gold ores he had discovered. By Enlil, Ninurta was explaining what was going on. Unbearable is the toil, Ninurta was saying. Ninurta said this to his uncle Inky. Let us summon Enlil, Inky said. Enlil arrived in the Abzu, in a house near the excavations he was stationed. Let us unnerve Enlil in his dwelling, the mind-working heroes shouted. Of the heavy work, let him relieve us. Let us proclaim war with hostilities. Let us gain relief, others shouted. The Anunnaki in the excavations, the words of incitement heeded. To their tools they set fire. Fire to their axes they put. They troubled Inugi, chief officer of the mining in the tunnels. They seized him. They held him as they went to the doorway of Enlil's dwelling. It was night and halfway through the watch. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I felt it coming. Enlil's dwelling was surrounded. They had their tools held as torches high in the air. Kalkal, the gateway's guardian, bolted the door and aroused Nusku. Nusku, Enlil's vizier, roused his lord, got him out of bed, and said, "My lord, your house is surrounded by battling Anunnaki." Enlil summoned Enki to his presence. "What do my own eyes see? Is it against me that this thing is done?" Thus was Enlil to them, saying, "Who is of the hostilities? Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Who's the one that is trying to get this going here? Who's responsible for this?" Thus Enlil was saying to them, "Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Every single one of us has these hostilities," the Anunnaki declared.
So learning to
"The
write
toil
inside
is
out and
excessive.
backwards
Our work
helps.
is heavy. The distress
That's
is
on the
great.
inside in there.
The work
Looks like a hieroglyph.
is causing the trouble," Enki to Anu was saying. "The lamentation is
I gotta
heavy.
get
Every
more
day the
silver
complaints we hear. The gold must be obtained," Anu was saying. "The work must continue. Release Anugi for consolations," Enlil to the hostile Anunnaki said. Anugi was released to the leaders, and he said, "Ever since Earth's heat has been rising, the toil is excruciating and unbearable to us. Let the rebels return to Nibiru. Let new ones come in their steed." Their steed is their ship or their chariot or whatever that's their,
In their
that's what
stead.
they refer to as their ship. "Perchance you can fashion new tools," Enlil said to Enki. For the Anunnaki heroes to
You have
avoid
to
the
forgive
tunnels.
him.
"Let us summon my
He
son,"
does
and they
need
make reference to these tunnels,
He's doing good work.
as if they found tunnels that were already existing that were under the ground. See, as if the inner Earth,
Yeah, we had
world was
tunnels,
already there
buddy.
prior to the Anunnaki coming here.
Yes.
That's where they reference
Yes.
that a couple of times,
Yes.
and you don't ever see people really
Yes. Yes.
key in on that. I've noticed this a couple of times as I've been reading this, that they reference
Yes.
when they were digging into the earth to find the gold, they found all these massive tunnel systems under the earth,
Yes.
and they had to find a way around them.
Yes. Because they were afraid.
So I think that goes a
Of what
long way
was in
towards
them
this idea
tunnels.
that the whole inner earth thing was there long before
Yes.
there were humans on the earth.
Yes.
"Let me summon my son Ningashita and take counsel with him." They summoned him to the House of Life. He huddled with Enki and exchanged words with him. Enki said that a solution is possible. "Let us create a Lulu, L-U-L-U, a Lulu. That's a human, a primitive worker. The hardship work they will take over. Let this being carry the
things are
toil of
thick.
the Anunnaki on his back."
I'm getting old. It's hard to cut through
Astounded
this fucking.
were the besieged
That's my
leaders,
silver.
speechless.
That's what I work
Indeed,
with.
they were.
What up, Shu? How you
Who
doing?
ever heard of a being created
Yeah,
fresh?
right on.
A worker who can do the work
Hi,
of the
Shu.
Anunnaki? They summoned Ninma,
Everybody's
one who of
hiding.
healing and succor was much knowing.
Ah.
Enki's words to her they repeated. "Who ever heard of such a thing?" to her they asked.
I'm trying to get some
"The
work done
task
over here.
is unheard of," she said to Enki. "All beings have a seed from which they have descended." So that's an interesting conundrum there, isn't it?
I got.
And that's why at the beginning of
trying
this
to sell
book,
some
they
of this
described the
glasses.
genealogical and historical
Tomorrow.
record of the Anunnaki, the importance of the
Pick
bloodlines
up
to
the
them, and they
honor.
described their entire lineage on the Nibiru, and there was a very interesting sort of capsule thing to look at,
tonight.
because it
Little
tells
bit,
us
anyway.
100% why the importance of the bloodlines is there for the elite running Earth today. And so right here, Ninma says, we can't just create a being out of nothing. It's not right. A being has to have a seed, or it has to have a lineage of something they came from. And as we're going to see from reading this, from what I understand from my research, the problem they had with humans and why they wanted humans to be destroyed, and Lil wanted humans to be destroyed, was the fact that humans started to revolt. Because when they used their own DNA to make this slave worker, as we've read here, these Anunnaki weren't slaves.
Neither were we.
They genetically imbibed into their structure of their bodies. They're not slaves. They were princes. They were kings. And so they overlooked that fact that when they tried to make their slave race out of them, they were inadvertently created a being, us humans, who will never, ever succumb to being enslaved. That's why they've had to result the fluoride in the water and MSG in the food and chemtrails and electromagnetic brain entrainment like HARP and the programming of Madison Avenue and the Edward Bernays and of the school systems. They had to create all of this stuff, folks, to distract us from the fact that we are genetically not inclined to be slaves.
And then some.
And so each and every one of you out there, from now on, in your daily life, when you're doing your slave job, whatever it is, always remember, never forget that you are not designed to be a slave. So your lack of wanting to participate in their system has, people try to tell you, oh, you're just a bum, or you're just lazy, or you're blah, blah, blah. If you don't want to have a job, work in their system, you're a bum, you're lazy. No. You are trying to call me names because you are not hip to the fact that you are not supposed to be a slave. Just because you're comfortable in your slavery doesn't mean me or you or anybody else has to be. We were not meant to be slaves. It was a misjudgment. They made a mistake.
Big one.
They thought they could just, create something on this planet out of some stuff that was existing there and have themselves a slave race and, to do their work, and they'd be done with it. But it was a big time error in judgment on their fact, and we see that from their other history of what we've read. This is why Enki, who was also when y'all wanted. These texts that we're reading, the Lost Book of Enki. For those of you that don't know, these texts are the very core texts that the elite have not wanted us to see for years and years and years, and have wanted us to misinterpret, because these are the texts that he set up the Brotherhood of the Snake with, the Brotherhood of the Serpent. This is the stuff that mankind is supposed to know. And the reason we're supposed to know this is we're supposed to know that our true ancestors made all of the mistakes, nuclear war, they killed their planet, they made all these mistakes with technology, warfare, they wiped out most of their planet with nuclear weapons. And Enki says at the beginning of this that the reason he's having the person scribe this and write it down and put it there for mankind is so that mankind can find out what their forefathers did. And since we are from them and from their DNA, we have a very good chance, and of course, more than a chance, it's here, of going down the same road that they went down. But if you have this information, you are going down the same road these Anunnaki went down allegedly, then their whole system comes crumbling down, doesn't it? This is why the priest class and the Vatican and the Jesuit order, all this stuff were created. To give people bullshit stories and not give them the context about things that could change the whole course of human history just by knowing and understanding. This is our calling here. They are telling us, look, don't go down the same route we did. Don't do what we did to your planet. And this is why people have, tried to downplay this text and try to get you to not look at it and hear it. Well, that's why we're reading it on the air, because no more. You are not supposed to be a slave, and you should never feel bad about not succumbing to someone who wants to enslave you, be it emotionally or financially or anything else. All beings have descended from a seed, one being from another over eons to develop us. No one ever came from nothing. How right you are, my sister, Inky said, smiling. A secret of the Abzu, let me reveal to you all. The being that we need already exists. All that we have to do is put on it the mark of our essence. Thereby, a Lulu, a primitive worker, shall be created. So Inky did say to them, let us hereby make a decision and give blessing to my plan to create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence and fashion him. So that looks like that's the end of chapter number 5. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, this is the synopsis of chapter number 6. Reading some of that here for you. To the incredulous leadership, Inky reveals a secret. In the Abzu, there roams a wild being akin to the Anunnaki. By augmenting its life essence with that of the Anunnaki, it can be upgraded to be an intelligent primitive worker. Now, these parts, now this is the key thing that people need to understand. These parts right here that I'm reading that are in good English, they're synopsis of each tablet. These are the parts that are actually written by Zachariah Sitchin. He's writing basically a little synopsis on what the tablet said. So don't confuse that with the actual translations themselves. Now, you can actually get, ones that have been printed off and stuff like that, Sumerian text, and get code keys for Sumerian language and interpret this stuff for what you can. But because, of Sitchin's supposed connection to the CIA, which we've never seen documentation, but different things like that. In stuff that, he also says that they're coming that the Anunnaki want to come and save us, which runs contrary to Christianity. So he's been demonized for a lot of reasons, and I'm not necessarily saying the guy's right either. But the fact of the matter is, these texts are there, and there has been a massive campaign throughout alternative media, mainstream media, everything else, to keep us from ever looking at this. And they always just say, "Oh, Zachariah Sitchin's a spook," or whatever else. He's a clown. Don't listen to him. And so then people don't ever actually get a chance to understand and read and find out that these are actual real texts. These are 5,000-year-old texts that came from the Sumerian kingdom. It's there. You can do this yourself. So these little synopsises here are what's written by him. But I'm going to skip the synopsis and just get right into the 6th tablet. We will create a primitive worker. We will fashion him by the mark of our essence, Inky said to the leader. The being that we need already exists. Thus did Inky tell them the secret of the Abzu. With astonishment, the other leaders heard Inky's words and were fascinated. There are creatures in the Abzu, Inky was saying. They walk erect on 2 legs. Their 4 legs they use as arms. With hands they are provided. Among the animals of the steppe they live. They do not dress in any garments. They do not wear clothes. They eat plants with their mouths. They drink water from the lake and the ditch. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a lion. With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders to Inky's words were listened to with amazement. No creature like that has ever been seen in the Eden. And Lil said, disbelieving. Eons ago, on Nibiru, our predecessors like that may have been. Nimmo was saying, it is a being. It is a being, not a creature. To behold it must surely be a thrill, Nimmo said. To the house of life Inky led them. there in strong cages were some of the beings.
Oh!
At the sight of Inky and the others, they jumped up with fists on the cage bars they were beating. They were grunting and snorting, making no word. Male and female they are, Inky was saying. Male hoods and female hoods they have. They have hearts. Like us from the Biru coming, they are procreating. Ningashita, my son, their fashioning essence is tested. Akin to ours it is. Like two serpents, it is intertwined. Right there. So the essence, that's why he said that we had to give them add our essence to them. So when they refer to essence, they're talking about DNA. Because he says, just like ours, it is entwined like two serpents. That's why in ancient Sumerian just buildings and stuff and structures that you see that you see the caduceus there for the person. That's what that represents. When their life essence and our life essence is combined, our mark shall be upon them. A primitive worker shall be created. Our commands he will understand. Our tools he will handle. He shall perform the toil in the excavation. The Anunnaki, in the form of the Abdu, relief shall come. So with enthusiasm, he was saying, with the excitement of his words, his will was hesitating. This matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has been abolished long ago. Tools are the slave, not other beings. And see, they're having problems with it because they know slavery's not right. They know they're not slaves. So they're having a moral conflict here of making another being enslaved, which with good reason. You should always.
There he is.
Be against enslaving another being.
Looks like in here. It's all 3D'd out.
A new creature, non-existing, you wish to bring into being. Creation in the hands of the Father of all, beginning alone is heaven. See, they're saying, no, we can't play God. But that's exactly what they did. These fuckers just went around all over the planet, setting up shop, telling the poor people of Earth they were gods.
They did.
And giving them some technology, and all the religions of the world are based on this. So in opposing was saying, in stern in his words, Enki said to his brother, not slaves, but helpers. Is my plan.
Yeah, whatever.
Sounds like New Order speak, doesn't it? Oh no, they're not slaves, they're helpers. It's not a draft, it's a mandatory service. Nice double speaker. Nice to see the double speak goes back, longer than just organization. The double speaking. Machiavellianism is nothing new. It's been around for a very long time. Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image will be made, as he said. With a little change, it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed. So only a drop, only a little bit of our DNA. That's what they thought. That's what they thought. They thought only a little bit, but what they found out is to get what they really want to get a really good one. They had to use the most of their DNA, and what they ended up doing was they ended up using the most of their DNA with the white-skinned people that were found in the Caucasus Mountains region, and those became the Caucasoids, and those were the ones that were made with the most Anunnaki DNA. And since they were white, those are the ones that were put in positions of kingship. And to this day, that's where the whole origins of white power and white supremacy and all that stuff come from, because they believe that because they were made with the most essence of the gods, that's why, the divine right to rule for white people is there. Honestly, that's where it comes from. That's the root of it. A grave matter it is. It is not to my liking, Enlil was saying.
Here.
It is against the rules of planets. By the rules of Earth, coming to it was forbidden. To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the Father of all beginning, it was not. So we came here to get gold. We didn't come here to become God. After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninmah was the one to respond. My brother, Ninmah said to Enlil, with wisdom and understanding has the Father of all beginning endowed to us. To what purpose have we so been perfected? Unless it is to make use of it.
Classic Shylock.
With wisdom and understanding,
Meerschaum pipe.
the Creator of all has filled our essence. So whatever using it we are capable of, is it not that for which we have been destined?
Oh, hot, baby.
With that which in our essence was granted, tools and chariots we have perfected. Mountains with terror weapons we have shattered.
Mountains
Skies
with terror
gold
weapons.
we are healing.
All right, shoot. Break time.
So was Ninurta to his giving birth, mother, saying, let us with wisdom fashion new tools, not create new beings.
And I told you I love my job.
This is some fun stuff.
Let by new equipments the toil be relieved, not by slave beings.
Check on our maps over here, see what's going on. Look.
Where does our understanding lead us? Does it lead us to
oh.
that which we have been destined?
This is
What
essential
knowledge we
listening.
possess,
And I like filling in loudly the pieces that they're missing because we've become very aware of some of this information lately. And yeah, it's honestly, if you haven't heard any of this, this is Josh Reeve reading Zach Sitchin's. Which one is this? This is the Lost Book of Ink that we're listening to. I like the End of Days also. I think it's before the Lost Book, came before the Lost Book, and it's got some older texts in it. And if you listen and you write it down, you can do just what Josh said. Go look these things up and read them for yourself. And they're there, and they say these things. And these are what they based all these religions on and used to divide us now. But yeah, I love this stuff. I've been looking and doing all the tablet searching myself, of course, because I have a really hard time taking anyone's word for anything in general. All talking about mine. Well, it's just because Josh is here. Hey. It's been a good day. Good yesterday. Good. All of them are good as long as we ain't pushing up daisies, right? Yeah, Josh Reeves is a character. He's a little bit vulgar, but you got to understand. This is the first time he's ever read it, even though I've listened to it 5 times. And you don't expect to run into brother sister porn and spaceships and pre-Bible fucking text. It just, hey, what the fuck is this I'm reading? It gets pretty heavy. It's like, holy fuck. When did they write this? These are fucking clay tablets that caught on fire in a nuclear storm and turned to stone, and they couldn't destroy them, and now we found them and started. And they're like, no, don't look at that. Here we are. It's some amazing stuff, amazing information come out in my lifetime, I'll tell you that. But a lot of this started 1800s. They started translating these things in the 1800s and getting the same stories from various different translators, not just Hitch. I sent somebody to the Chariots of the Gods tonight because it'll start you out. The first 10 minutes blow your fucking mind. It gives you how they divide us and walk you right through that shit. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. I want to check my map.
We cannot prevent its use.
See what we're looking at here.
Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end, it has been determined. To them, Enlil was saying, destiny it is, or fate it is.
I like
That,
the whole
to this
audio
planet,
thing. It frees me up to like
we
check
have
my
brought
monitors.
no gold
and
for the
talk to y'all.
waters.
Uh-oh, something's going
To
on in
put
Europe. What
Anunnaki
the
heroes
fuck?
excavating
you
the
doing
toil
over there,
primitive
Boop?
worker created to do its planning. That, my
5.0.
kinfolk, is the question.
Right there,
So they're saying,
between Greece and
how
Italy
is it
again.
destiny or is it fate?
The volcanic
Because
region.
the
That's a
Anunnaki say,
caldera
we
too,
believe that everything that is supposed to happen is going to happen. But how do they know if it's destiny or if it's fate for them to create the slavery?
She's heating back up.
I think it would be very realistic from our perspective right now today to say that it was destiny, wouldn't it?
Boy. Hotter and hotter and hotter.
Is it from the beginning ordained, or is this coming about from us choosing?
That would have been a 6 or 7.
It's a quandary. It's a philosophical quandary.
Maybe it's fucking
Because they're saying,
that's a volcano. No
by
wonder.
us creating this new people, we're going to change the whole face of everything, of the whole universe. For the first time, we're going to create that's why we have so many questions. That's why we don't know where we came from. We haven't been allowed to know where we've come from.
We do now, Josh.
According to the Anunnaki, everything else in the universe, every other creature in the universe knows full well where their species originated from, but we don't. And so they're saying, is that destiny? Is that fate? If we make it happen, then it's fate. It's not destiny. So it's a philosophical quandary. They decided to put the matter before Anu, and they presented the council. The matter before the council, the elders, the savants, the commanders were all consulted. Long and bitter were the discussions. Life, death, fate, and destiny. Can there be another way to obtain the gold? Survival is in danger.
You don't need the gold.
If gold must be obtained, let the being be fashioned.
You don't need
to. The council decided so.
Beautiful.
So it shows you here that, sort of the regular people on the ground of the situation were having, philosophical quandaries about whether or not they should do this genetic manipulation or not. But of course, much of the same way as it is on Earth, they went and took it before, the high council. The high council says, yeah, fuck it, do it. Do whatever you're going to do. We've got to achieve our master plan.
Continuing.
So who gives a fuck if we mess up the natural order? Create a fucking being, get the fucking gold. Let's go. Let's do this right now. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Don't ask questions. Do it. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
I like listening to
forsake the rules
I keep getting more and more information out of it every time I listen. Let Nibiru
be saved from Anu's planet.
Oh yeah, I don't give him a free. I don't give him a free pass. That's for sure.
Let Ninmah be the helper of such matters. She has understanding in this. At Ninmah with a longing, he was gazing. Let it so be, Ninmah was saying. Let it so be, Enlil said.
Right on.
By Inugi was the decision to the Anunnaki and the Abzu announced. Until the being is achieved, to the toil willingly you must return. So they said, hey, that's fine. We'll build you guys a new fucking slave race, but
get your fucking ass back to work.
There and mine that gold till we get this shit done, So we can breed enough of these fuckers to take over. And so they were like, all right, we won't rebel. So there was disappointment, but rebellion there was not. To the toil, the Anunnaki returned.
Okay.
In the House of Life in the Abzu, how to fashion the being Enki to Ninmah was explained. So he starts talking to his sister Ninmah about how they're going to create the slave race and how they're going to do it, the technicalities of it. So, all right, let's get into the Lost Book of Enki for you here tonight. We left off last time. We're going to just read about a sentence back here. They were.
He's got to backtrack.
There was about to be a rebellion, a revolt of the Anunnaki that were mining the gold.
No way.
And they returned to the work in exchange
for
a
rebellion of the heroes.
The agreement for Enki to create a slave race. So he started explaining to Ninmah how he was going to do this. So that's where we're picking up tonight. To a place among the trees, he directed Ninmah. It was a place of cages. In the cages, there were odd creatures, the lights that no one had ever seen in the wild. 4 parts of one kind they had, hidden parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of 2 kinds by their essences combined.
He's just over there playing around, ain't he?
He was showing to her. They returned to the house of life, a clean place, with brightness shining. They led her. In the clean place, Nigashita to Ninma was giving and explaining the secrets of the life essence, the soul. How the essence from, essence now doesn't mean the soul.
Not
I'm sorry,
soul.
DNA and that kind of thing.
DNA.
How the essence from 2 kinds of creatures can be combined, he was showing to her. The creatures in the tree cages are too old. Monstrous they are, Ninma was saying. Indeed so.
Like
Inky
harpies.
responded, to attain perfection, for that you are needed. I need to know how the essences combine. How much of this? How much of that to put together? In which womb is conception to begin? In which womb should the birth be given? Implying that males have the ability to actually give birth, but males or females were designated as
No,
that.
dumbass. Is it going to be an Anunnaki womb
For that,
or a
your
human womb?
succor and healing understanding are needed.
You
The
just don't get
understanding
it,
of
does
one
it?
who gave birth, who is a mother, is required. A smile on the face of Nimba because of the $2 that my Inky she mothered and she well remembered. With Nigashita, she surveyed the sacred formulas that on MEs were secreted. How this and that were done of him, she inquired. The creatures in the tree cages, she examined the 2-legged creatures and contemplated them.
What that?
By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The 2 entwined strands separate and combine an offspring to fashion.
Yeah, they do.
Let a male Anunnaki, a 2-legged female, impregnate.
No.
Let a combination
No.
offspring be born,
Time out.
Nimma
No.
did say.
Time out. No. Time out.
That we
Time out. You telling me they were guessing? Wait. They was guessing? This is shit. It's all this fucking writing on the planet that we found so far. And you tell me they was guessing about the process of fucking genetic manipulation? Thank you. Well, yeah, it's gonna get stronger. The magnets making that happen closer have more effect on us. That's why we're starting to actually see storm systems fucking rotating in the wrong direction, in the wrong hemisphere. It's a new one. You got some rain. I understand you got some recreational legalization down in Arizona way. As my son, I said, we got another month, 2. We can get the fuck out of here. I need to get back down to Tucson and make some fucking money. Woo, baby. Right before Christmas. Yeah, well, we have danced with the Blue Kachina and or been in these tribulations for 10 years, coming up on 10-5. Ooh, yeah, this is like the calm before the storm. It's gonna get kind of crazy. But you just, if you're ready for it, you're ready for it. It's going to happen. We're made for it. Just be receptive and ready, relaxed, calm. Remain your calm in your heart. Keep your human about you. See, you just got to do it. To be able to exist in Mama's Torah, in her womb, you have to be able to produce your own protection for your alpha wave yourself. So learning to do this is going to help you get into the deep kivas. It's conditioning. It's getting ready for what you need to be doing. We can't be seasick and headachy down there when we're stacking magnets and dancing around, getting excited. Because there's no way in hell human frequency is going to penetrate all the way into her womb. That's a trap frequency between her outer magnetics and the ionosphere. Simple as that. We have to grow up. And this is how we do it. And we can either do it the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Funny enough, all that important information to do it the easy way was just given to us a little bit ago in some of my previous videos on my Angry Catfish channel. And I've only seen that one get about 600 views. I'm hoping not putting any more videos up over there brings that sucker over 2,000. And the rest of them that are just invaluable information we lost centuries ago. I put it up there for everybody to see. Nobody's looking. Speaks volumes for 4,000 people. So I got about 4,300 viewers. Don't give up my power. No. Only the mom and dad. That's what Meek's all about. Be the tool. Be useful in creation. That's like, that's what we're created to do. Students, go figure. They told us what we were. We scared them. So I'd scare me too. I swear I need myself a damn GoPro so you guys can see the typical Lulu, the Lulu, or the Lulu. Damn, what are you talking about, Lulu? Or did I miss a conversation over here? Yeah, we the children. See, that's the whole key. No man or woman over another. There is no king over the earth. There is no president or anybody over another. It's spoken from the heart. We have intent, full intent, and we're gonna be talked to by our mother and father, and are currently. And you can listen better the more you do it. It's human nature. We've been trained out of it. Like I said, we've been trained to be poodles. We're not poodles. We're human beings. Yes. We are kings and queens in a cooperative, loving manner of each other, and none of us over another. It's we're princes and princesses, all that good magical stuff, magnetal in creation, and they've separated us from it, and we got to undivide ourselves. That would be the premium. I mean, why would we have to have mom and dad tell us and come back and start punishing people? But we need to enlighten people now, because I know a lot of people that are into the, oh yeah, wait until dad comes back. No, please don't. Give them the moon right now. We're the watch. Wake them up before the watch commander comes back. We got we got things to learn. This ain't easy for me. It ain't been easy for some of you. Some of you come in with a lot of this esoteric shit already. Well, it ain't esoteric, so fuck off. It's magnet. And I love it because now I can join in on the fun and be uh, uh, knowing your heart. That's the only way I know how to put it. All that esoteric stuff I've ignored. I don't even know the damn terms are. Telepathic. There you go. Empathic and all those things. Everybody acts like they're special. I'm an empath. Well, all of us are. Let me show you how. That made it okay. Just believing it isn't going to help you. You have to know this shit. And I thought it was just beautiful that we were writing these kind of things in physics on walls, and everybody's been looking at them for fucking centuries and didn't know what the hell we were trying to tell ourselves. Like, what the fuck are they saying over here? I don't know. Let's put some phonics on it. It's not how we were writing. The fuck, we didn't speak with our lips. And it's because of these motherfuckers we're listening to right now. No, they ain't no more motherfucker than I used to be. They're misdirected also, and creation wants to see them learn from this. At this point in time, there's a peace meeting, hopefully going to be held sometime soon. I certainly hope, pray, because there's other planets at stake in this. Uh, 3 suns worth of fucking planets at stake in this, because there's going to be a very powerful nova, not a micronova this time. It's called a nova sun explosion. And Horus was born as a child. Of all the gods, Horus was born as a baby, and he is destined to grow brilliant, bright, big like his father. Guess what that process entails? A lot of micronovas sucking off of a yellow sun, making it smaller and weaker and smaller and weaker and smaller and weaker every time you go by, popping off a fucking nova, fucking getting your shell, breaking your fucking shell, building your fucking magnet bigger. Holy crap. Guess what we're fixing to see? You bet. A big one. Some planets won't survive this. Look what happened to Mars with its shields down from a micronova. There wouldn't be anything left all the way out to fucking Pluto from this thing. I saw one August 13th, 2014 in Delphi, 6:30 in the morning, pointing at it. And this thing looked like a meteor. It punched our atmosphere and made it boil. That's what it looked like. It was a circle of light. Had hindsight what I was looking at. I didn't know what I was looking at. It looked like a meteor punched the fucking atmosphere and was glowing and getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the sky was boiling. That's what I had going on in my head. It's not what was going on. I didn't find out until 3 days later what I actually witnessed. We stood there, and I say we because both my neighbors were there, and her mom and dad. My buddy Kevin was down there tying his shoes, and he saw the whole world flash like a light bulb. He comes up and says, "What the fuck was that?" And me and his wife, Kenna, were standing there fucking pointing at the damn thing and looking at it. And all, our jaws were on the deck. I'm like, oh man, dude, we got incoming. Look at that, because it kept getting bigger and brighter. It was a new sun being born. Now it's like the second brightest star in the sky. That's the kind of process we're going to look at. A new heaven and earth, and new sun and earth and sun. And you ready for this? That's what we're doing. This is, she wants to go over and hang out with Horace eventually. Because, like I said, we're going to be a moon on her brother. Horace is her son, not original son, but her kid. She burped out a induction furnace at some point. I don't know when that happened. I'm imagining that has something to do with the Pacific Ridge, which is Tamu Massive, because there's a massive hole where something happened. It's there. It's the whole Pacific floor, the whole Pacific Ridge is a volcano, and it's. I've done videos over there that show the whole floor of the Pacific is orange at night between Japan and Alaska, pretty much coming up from Philippines stuff in the air. You're saying there's some odd fucking glowy, odd lights down there, and I'm all like, it's a fucking volcano. I've seen footage for miles and miles and miles and miles. And I started warning people I'd be getting off the Pacific fucking islands. Um, in what book is that? So, I mean, we're listening to the Igigi right now. They're the ones that came down and did this and this and that. I mean, they've destroyed this planet a few times, but she's still alive. Mars is having issues, big ones. Oh, well, Asandia wouldn't see my working model. Remember, you roll the metal balls at the magnet and they catch in pairs. The moon had to be drugged here after we got caught in a trap to lock us in. We're leaving that. We can't lock into the sun. She has to become a moon to her brother Thoth. It takes 6 days to orbit. 3 days of dark, 3 days of light. It's going to happen more than once. It's going to be our new normal. And we'll start rolling backwards and come up with west. That's why I said she wants to lock on to Horus eventually. That we're going to be a moon. We can exchange at that point. She isn't locked into anything. She's free floating. I think it's a better life for a planet besides her brother's pig. Everything's going to change. Eventually, like I said, Horace is going to grow up, be the big boy he was meant to be. She wants to be with him. That's the picture I get. Could trade suns at any point. That kind of gives us flexibility for any of them in age. I mean, I don't know how this works, but I do know they're conscious and they can do that. I don't know what it looks like. It's probably a lot smoother than popping out of the void that we're trapped in. I can only imagine. He got her off of Mars and destroyed it. They've already tried to stop it, and there would be no reason for them to stop it, Kelly, because they've been trying to fix their planet. They're facing utter destruction at this point. Their planet is, not them, their entire planet, down to a little charcoal nub. See, that's the picture we're facing here. This isn't any uh, localized event. This is 3 suns worth of planets that are facing utter annihilation from this explosion coming. Instantaneous, utter annihilation. A nova like this is not a micronova. It is a very, very powerful explosion that would annihilate everything within orbit of any of these suns. The electromagnetic discharge is going to be enough to fry a planet. They have no choice in the matter other than just vanishing from creation altogether. Neither do we. It would behoove them, which I'm sure, because this is information they themselves evidently and self-admittedly didn't have. Now it's here. It's here. It's for everybody. They need to know this just as much as we do. They're brothers and sisters in creation. And I'm telling you, this is what it looks like when our Creator makes a promise to His first creation to right shit. The ball is actually in their court for the moment. I am trying to make it like a loudspeaker so they don't miss it. And then all of a sudden, the last 2 days, it looks like something's beginning in that direction. So, thumbs up. Keep calm. Listen to Mom. Is the only instructions I've really got. The CERN is a magnetic field. It's not the internal field, not CERN itself. That's what a lot of people don't get. There are a lot of man-made magnets that are stronger than Earth's magnetic field. But you can't inherit them in your chest. We're 7 billion Earth magnets. See, we actually can make planets tremble if we work together. Each one of us harnessing that much in each of our chests. Mother has catastrophically destroyed fucking CERN at one point about 3 years ago. I see they've been frantically rebuilding it, but I'm not so sure that they have it on. CERN is a mechanism because in this kind of plasmatic exchange between a nova ing sun and the planets connected to it magnetically on the AEM scale, you can't hide from that shit with a Faraday cage. You have to change your frequency or you will become smoke. They didn't have this information, so they had to do it technically. Like, that's what CERN's about. It changes frequency around them. That's why it's such a powerful magnet. They're fucktards. They've known all this fucking information and they didn't put it together why their planet's sick. So I can say that with confidence. They're fucking fucktards. They had the tech to fucking reverse it, but they couldn't put it together with what was going on around them. We're smarter than, sometimes we're too smart for ourselves. It ain't their fault. They were misguided too. But they need to be made aware of this information. So if you know any gatekeepers or wisdom holders, I'm the guy with the fucking blue swastika. Everybody's been waiting for to read those ancient languages. Can you tell them I'm waiting for audience? I'm the cannon fodder. I'm the one that's going to stand there and you guys can shred before, or they'll have to shred because they'll have to get by me to get to you. And you know I'm mama's child. These guys are afraid of mama's opinions. They're afraid of mom. They're afraid of everything right now. Some of them understand what's going on. They need to have a forgiveness lesson by her emissaries. And I don't know. It's Greg, stop taking down comments, please. I'll smack you. I'm seeing this. Hang on. How do I undo that? Damn it. Stop talking. I can't get the damn thing to register. Greg, undo it. Damn it. Don't hit no wrong buttons. What the hell? Which one got it? Here. Oh. Why can't I? It's just giving me bad options. Stay out of people's options, Greg. Unless there's somebody causing shit, dude. Come on. You didn't hide them, did you? Because I can't reinstate that shit. What'd you do? Okay. Well, you didn't put them on the block list, so that's good. Can't be blocking my shoe. What's hidden? Unhide it. I did it. Yeah, me either. I couldn't find it either. I can't even find these statements at all. Sandy was hidden by Deborah. Come on, guys. You know, all right. Shit. The fuck? What? Seriously. That's gotta stop. Why in the hell is this going on? This is never going on. I just gotta stop. Hi. Fuck. All right. That's it. Hi, guys. Because people are fucking disappearing here. And it's pissing me off. Somebody was just hidden from my channel, not and Shoe was hidden by Deborah. What the fuck are you doing, Deborah? It's not okay at all. It's fucked up. Bam. Save that. No more. You can't be hiding fucking people. The hell? Now how do I unfucking hide shoe? I think I got Sandy back. You hid. Oh my god, dude. Hi, Shoe. Great. Well, Deborah, I couldn't find her either, but she hid Sandy. Sitting here looking at this. By Deborah Norris. Message deleted by Deborah Norris. She hasn't even been in here. I just unpermissioned her. Message deleted. Sandy was hidden from here for a while. I didn't notice. And it's all by Debbie Norris. All of it. Except for Greg down here doing it to Shoe. I don't know if she got hacked or something, but guess what? I don't care. No, that's not the case, Kelly. I can see exactly who did what here. Well, yeah, that's cool, Greg. Just keep your finger off of that shit. uh, I don't know what was going on with Debbie because I didn't see her in chat. All of a sudden, people were disappearing. Or well, uh, Cindy, I guess. I don't know. I just made sure that the permissions changed on my channel real quick. I'm not going to have that bullshit. Hi, Lewis. Yeah, Greg tried to ban you there, Shoe. Asante, that's what I'm just now talking about. What do you mean, why are they? I just said well, they rewind it, catch up. I'm not going to repeat it. Deb Norris did it, and Greg accidentally did somebody else. And I haven't seen Deb Norris. So obviously her account's hacked because I don't think Deb would have done that. I don't know. I haven't seen her tonight, but she blocked somebody on my page. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that fucking wrench, Greg. You might hit somebody in the head. you almost got it took away, but I understand. I know you good enough. It's really weird what just happened here with Debbie Norris, though. And thank you actually for doing that because I would have never noticed. All of a sudden, Sandy was hidden, and I'm all like, "What the fuck is that?" But that's her. I mean, she had permission, but you can read who erased it. It was Sandy. Is Sandi. She was deleting the messages, and then she hid her from the channel. She was deleting individual messages and then hid her from the channel, and I just unhid her. Yeah, I think that's very strange. Somebody probably hacked her fucking account because that didn't sound like her. But I had to take her fucking permission away, or God knows who else she's going to hide or block or do whatever. No, so I don't just go around giving wrenches to people I don't know. But I can't help it if they get hacked. And I'm glad I caught that, and I would have never caught it if Greg hadn't been fucking big old fumble fingers over here anyway. So he kind of did me a favor. Thank you, Greg. That's why you get to keep your wrench. Fucker. I would have never seen it. It would have escaped my attention. I was trying to find how to reinstate shoe. I was like, you can't be blocking my shoe, motherfucker. And then I ran into Sandy, and I'm all like, well, what fucking it? Greg didn't do this. And I started going up the trail, and I'm all like, uh-oh. There's something going on up here that, because I couldn't find her. That's what I was so intent on. I was looking for her name. I was like, I don't remember seeing her at all. I think somebody just got in the account and start being a little shithead with the wrench. I think that's what we just went. Thank you, Greg. I would have missed that. Oh gosh, they're fixing to take it from him, Kelly. You only play the trump card once. Pennsylvania just pulled the election back. They changed their mind. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're going to put them back in there. They're going to put them back in. I told you, the highest fuckery in the world, and then they're going to put them back in there. But that's my educated guess on this one. I'm starting to see tricklings of that's what's going to happen. So, here we are today, laughing about it because I saw this one coming, didn't I? Fucking politics. They never change. They found it works real good. They keep you guys fighting all the time and worried. Oh, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump. They're both the same fucking family line. We already saw him as vice president. He and the president that he was vice president for gave $100 billion to our fucking Saudis, and everybody wants to hang the president and the secretary of defense. But fuck yeah, let's hire Biden again. Trump just gave $400 billion to the same Saudis, used it as a crutch for the American economy, he said, for 6 months on open news. Yeah, I did that. I just did the same thing Obama did, but 4 times. But see, look, you guys love me because I held up the American economy. To this day, we only got $22 million for that $400 billion weapon. Mm-hmm. 6 months of U.S. economy for $22 million and a deficit of 380 billion. But yeah, boy, howdy, we're doing good here. COVID, anybody? Because we're out of food, and they had to take control of the freaking food supply chain so they could blame themselves or anything else for the fact that our grocery stores don't look like they did 6 months ago. Because if everybody on the planet understood what situation we are in, there would be absolutely no controlling us with the 600 people at top. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm throwing gears into their fucking works and trying to give my little homemade videos over there in physics to the powers that be with trigger words on them. Like, I ain't even gonna tell you because you'll get them wrong. They'll construe it as a threat. I raise red flags. I don't get construed as a threat. That means somebody human actually has to look at my content to make sure I'm not making threats. Very tactile. And I know the system. I know what causes red flags. I know all that shit. So I'm pretty good at using their tools against them and getting those informations inside to real human beings every day. That's I'm fucking hitting them all. That's all I'm doing until I'm told to go do something different. Trying to get this information to the right people so this shit stops. Because it's not us, it's not our gold, it's not our control that's going to help them heal their planet. They need to get over there and get their hearts on it. Pretty soon, Sandia. Pretty soon. Yeah. And looking in and looking out. Because if you find yourself in there and understand who you are and what you are as a mechanical operational creation of a machine, and you're a piece that is really required for this, and then you can all of a sudden start seeing the big way easier, and it's like, whoa. It's human nature for us to do that. Of course, this is our biology. It's screaming like, hey, you're going home, kids. Absolutely. The vaccine is engineered to attack the neuroganglia in your chest, which is required for proper harmonics of your magnet. I wouldn't take that mark. It's going to be rolled out like a dingly carrot, and they'll be like, you can't go to work, you can't travel, you can't fucking shop, you can't go into public, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do the other thing unless you get yourself your vaccine. And if we don't stand together, we're fucked. In general, I won't be, because I'm going to continue holding the control over my magnet. I ain't taking it at all. They may want me to take it twice. I ain't taking it at all. That's just, they're tough shit. And I suggest educating people and reminding them how they roll out the mark of the beast and make it flavorful. And you're either going to make a stand or you're not. So give them their moon, give them their heart, give them their neuroganglia in their chest, and tell them, don't take that fucking vaccine. Because one of the side effects seems to be parents losing intense feelings for their children. What happens? What? So, yeah, you're losing your emotion center, which is medically right here. It's not here. Well, that's good. Get your beans and rice on right now because they ain't going to let you shop. Get your peanut butters, get your stock on. I'm telling you right now, we are on the cusp of them rolling the mark out, and the mark is not going to be fucking visible. They gave the descendants of Cain a mark, did they not? What's the mark of the descendants of Cain? Want to hear? Got glass to blow. It's coming up soon. Yeah, in the next few hours. I'll tell you, the mark of the Cain descendants, genetically, it's invisible. Literally. They can't grow hair on their face genetically. Oh, we know people like
They
that.
have tried, and it has resulted in failures. Inky responded to her. There was no conceiving. There was no birth. Now, this is the account of how the primitive worker was created.
They know that.
How Inky and Ninmah,
Everybody
with
knows
Ningish
it now.
Zeta assisting, this is how
They're
the being
loving
was
people
fashioned.
too. That's just who
They
they
tried
are.
another way to obtain the admixture of essences. How the two strands, the double-strand DNA, how to combine another, how to combine the two strands of essences together, another way must be found. That which from the earth is the portion that must not be harmed. To receive our essence in graduations, it must be shaped. So they want to slowly add more and more of their own DNA to these earthbound creatures. From the ME formulas of Nibiru's essence, only bit by bit could be attempted. In a crystal vessel, Ninmah was preparing a mixture. The oval of a female two-legged creature she gently placed. With ME Anunnaki seed, she impregnated the oval. That oval she put back into the womb of the two-legged female. This time there was conceiving. A birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth giving the leaders awaited with anxious hearts, seeking the result. The allotted time arrived and there was no birth giving. In desperation, Ninmah made a cutting. That which was conceived with tongue, she drew out. A living being it was. With glee, Inky shouted, "We obtained." Ningazina with joy cried out. In her hands, Ninmah, so they had to cut the umbilical cord. They didn't know about that. Once they did that, they were like, okay, cool, we got this. With joy, she was not filled. Shaggy with hair all over was the newborn. His foreparts like that of the earth creature. His hind parts like that of the Anunnaki. They let the two-legged female nurse the newborn with her milk for him to suckle. Fast growing was the newborn. What was a day on the Nibiru was a month in the Abzu. Taller the earth child grew in the image of the Anunnaki, he was not. His hands were not suited for tools, and his speech was only a grunting sound. So they basically made a Cro-Magnon man. We must try once more, Ninmah was saying. The mixture needs adjusting.
We were
Let me try this or that, and then let me try this endeavor again, she says. With Inky and Ningazita
And Cro-Magnon had a much larger
the essences
cerebellum.
of the Ninmah carefully
thought
considered.
process than we do.
One bit she took from one
We
bit she
were
took out from another.
that.
Then in the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time, there was birth giving. This one more in the likeness was in the likeness of the Anunnaki. They let his birth mother suckle him. They let the newborn child grow. Appealing he was by his looks. His hands were shapen to hold tools. His senses they tested. They found they're deficient. This earth child could not hear. His eyesight was faltered. Again and again, Ninmah rearranged the mixtures of the ME formula. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet. Another, his semen was dripping.
That's not good.
So his sperm is falling out of this creature. What the hell is that?
The fuck's wrong with you, Nimna?
One had trembling hands. Another had a malfunctioning liver. One had hands too short to reach his mouth. One had lungs that were unsuited for breathing. Enki was disappointed by the results.
Me too.
A primitive worker is not attained to Ninmah, he was saying.
Leave alone already.
What is good or is bad in this being by trials I am discovering.
You made harpies and all kinds of shit now.
Ninmah responded to Enki, to continue for success, my heart prompts me. Once more an admixture she made. Once more the newborn was deficient. Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture, Enki was saying to her. Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself is fashioned of, perhaps this is what is missing.
Yeah, baby.
Not of Nibiru's crystal to use the vessel, of the clay of the earth making. So this is the idea of mankind being created in God's image. Or I'm sorry, the idea of God creating mankind out of clay, these clay vessels.
Yeah.
We have the reptilian statues that were stolen out of the Iraq National Museum that were also made out of clay. So she was putting the oval, the egg, in this crystal vessel that came from Nibiru, and Enki's saying, no, make it from the earth. You're going to make a human creature. It has to come from the earth. The earth has to be involved in it. You can't just put it in the stuff that came from another planet. It's got to come from the earth because you're making it out of the earth. Enki was possessed with great wisdom. Perchance what is Earth's own mixture of gold and copper is required. Thus Enki, who knows things, prompting her to use the clay of the Abzu, made a vessel in the house of life and made it from the Abzu, or Earth's clay. As a purifying bath, that's why they call clay earth. Earth and clay. As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel. Within it to make the mixture. Gently into the clay vessel, the oval of an earth female was placed. The life essence from an Anunnaki's blood she extracted and placed in the vessel. By the ME formulas, the essence was directed, bit by bit, correct bit in the vessel was placed. Thus, the oval fertilized into the womb of the earth female, and she inserted it. There is conception, Ninmah with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time, the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands, Ninmah extracted the newborn. It was a male. In her hand, she held the child. His image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hand, she held up the newborn. Enki and Ningishzida were present. With joyful laughter, the three leaders were seized. Enki and Ningishzida were backslapping. Ninmah Enki embraced Enki and kissed. Your hands have made it, Enki said with a gleaming eye to her. They let the birth-giving mother suckle the newborn. Quicker than a child on the Nibiru, he was growing. From month to month, the newborn progressed. From a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the task were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding, runs and snort for his utterance. Inky pondered this matter. What step should be done next in the mixture, he considered. Of all that we had tried and changed, one thing never altered, he said to Ninmah.
The birth mother.
Into the womb of the earth female, the fertilized ovule was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining obstruction. Thus, Inky was saying, Ninmah gazed with bewilderment at him. What in truth are you saying?
Bend over, baby. I got something to pour in
The
you.
womb I am speaking to, Inky was responding. Of who the fertilized ovule nurtures, who birth-giving carries, in our image and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki womb is required. In the house of life there was silence. Never before heard were the words that Inky was uttering. They gazed at each other about what in each other's minds they were thinking. Wise are your words, my brother, Ninmah at long last was saying. Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now,
Silence.
where is the female among the Anunnaki who will offer her womb? Perchance the perfect primitive worker we will create. Perchance a monster into her belly we will place. Let's see. We don't know what the fuck's gonna come out of here. Might be perfect won't need, might be some fucking monster. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's try it. Roll the dice, right?
Gotta get that gold.
Ninmah said to Inky with a trembling voice, let me of Ninky, my spouse, inquire of that, Inky was saying. Now, let me go talk to my broodmare real quick. I mean, I know I fucked you twice, and you're my own sister, and I got you pregnant, and we had a couple of kids. I still got my broodmare that I married, Ninky. And here's my sister, my hoe on the side. So let me go talk to Ninky, my spouse. She's popped out a few fucking shit rats. Let's go see if she'll pop out another one. Hey, baby, I got a job for you. I need to go open up that pie hole you got down there between your legs. Go squeeze a fucking earth baby out of it. What do you think about that? Let's go.
Let's go.
No, she said to Inky. The admixtures were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine. I shall be the one Anunnaki womb to revive for good or evil, face to face. Inky bowed his head, gently embraced her. So be it to her, he said. In the clay vessel, the admixture was made. The ovule of an earth female with Anunnaki male essence they put together. The fertilized egg Ninmah put into the womb of Ninmah by Inky was inserted. There was conception. The pregnancy by an admixture was conceived. How long will it last? To each other they wondered. Will it be 9 months of Nibiru, or will it be 9 months of Earth? Longer than on Earth, quicker than on Nibiru, travail takes. To a male child, Ninmah was giving birth. Inky, the boy child, held in his hands the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts, and the newborn uttered proper sounds. So that's where we're told that comes from. Is that you don't slap the baby on the ass, they don't start going to speak properly. And that's why they always do that. Now, people are, why do you put the baby on the ass anymore? Oh, it's just a tradition. They can do that. He doesn't know the whole explanation. No. That's the thing here. He handed the newborn to Ninmah and she held it in her hand. My hands have made it victoriously, she shouted. And that's really bad. Drink here. All right. Now this is the account of how Adamu, by his name was called Adamu, being Adam, and the beginning of the Adamic race. And how Tiamat,
Double
Tiamat,
plasma.
and a
Open halo
female
flower.
was fashioned for him. The newborn's visage and limbs were carefully examined by the leader. His ears were in good shape and they were not clogged. His limbs were proper, his hind parts like legs, fore parts were shaped like hands.
Yeah, no reason for. I
Shaggy
didn't
like the
see
wild
it.
ones, he was not. Dark black his head hair was.
I think Debbie might have got
His
hacked.
skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin was. Like dark red blood was its color.
I think that's
Like
more
the
than likely
blade
what
of the
happened.
Abzu was its hue.
Somebody came in and fucking
They
around.
looked at its malehood. Odd was its shape. By a skin was its forepart surrounded. Yeah, he had a foreskin. Unlike that of the Anunnaki malehood, it was a skin from its forepart was hanging. That's supposedly why they do that. That's why the Jews do the circumcision. You know, when you've got the 12 tribes of Israel, 12 tribes of Judah, 12 extraterrestrial races. Supposedly that's why they cut the foreskin off and the rabbis suck the blood out of it and shit. They literally do that. You can look it up. I'm not making that up. There's pictures of it online. You don't fucking believe me, look it up. Rabbis cut the fucking foreskin off and suck the blood out of it off the baby. It's a fact.
Really?
They do that because they are trying to make the offspring of the Anunnaki. It's to take us and basically make us like them.
Very much.
Keeping the foreskin is supposed to make you, actually make you more human, I suppose. Let the earthling from us, the Anunnaki, by this foreskin be distinguished, so Enki was saying. The newborn was beginning to cry. Ninmah held him close to her chest. Her breast she gave him. The breast he began to suckle. And supposedly that's what one of these reptilian clay statues stolen from Iraq depicts. You can see the depiction of it. Supposedly that's what it is. It represents Ninmah suckling the human, the child, the crossbred child they made to her breast. You can see that. Yep. Where did those statues go? Why were they stolen? Yep. Question would be only to ask. Perfection we did attain. Nigazita with elation, he said. Enki was gazing at his sister, a mother, a son, not Ninmah, and a being he was seeing. And what name will you give him? Enki inquired. A being he is, not a creature. Ninmah cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers, his dark red skin, she was caressing. Adamu, I shall call him. One who is like earth's clay. One who is like the earth, the clay of the earth. That will be his name. For the newborn Adamu, they fashioned a crib in the corner of the house of life. They placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki was saying. Now a host of workers like him are needed.
Get busy, girl.
A model he indeed shall be. As for himself, like a firstling he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected. His essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying. By this degree, Ninmah was greatly pleased. From here on out, whose fertilized ovules, whose womb are going to carry the fertilized ovules? Ningishita was asking. The leaders pondered the matter, and Ninmah offered a solution. From her city Shurabat, Ninmah summoned female healers, and she explained the task required to them. To the crib of the Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling, to proceed. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninmah said to them. Your own wish is the decision. Of the female Anunnaki assembled, 7 stepped forward. 7 accepted the task.
7 sisters.
That's an interesting number. Let their names for all time be remembered, Ninmah said to Enki. Their task is heroic. By them, a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 stepped forward, each one on her name was announcing the names Ningishita had recorded. Ninina, Shuziana, Ninmada, Ninbara, Ninmah, Musardu, and Ninguna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish were to be birth mothers on earth. Earthlings they were to conceive and carry in their wombs. Primitive workers they were to create. In 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu they were made. Ninmah placed ovals of the 2-legged females in their wombs. She extracted the life essence of Adamu, and bit by bit she inserted into the vessels. Then in the male part of Adamu, an incision she made, a drop of blood to let out. This is a sign of life being that the flesh and soul have combined. Let it forever proclaim. So the combining represents, okay, they let the drop of blood out when they circumcise them, and it represents the combining of the flesh and the soul, which is exactly what the rosy cross on the Rosicrucian order means. The flower, the rose on top of the cross, represents the soul, the non-material part of the body, being crucified upon the body, the physical being trapped.
Magnet.
So what they're saying here is that when the drop of blood comes out from the circumcision, that is a sign of life and the combination of the flesh and soul. So if a rabbi sucks that blood out, they take the blood of the combination of the flesh and soul into their bodies. I don't know about you, but that sounds like some cannibalistic alien shit right there if I've ever heard it. Ugh.
It is.
She squeezed the male part for blood, 1 drop of blood in each vessel she added to the mixture. In this clay mixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound. In this clay mixture, earthling to the Anunnaki shall be bound, Ninmah was saying. She was pronouncing an incantation. Now that's interesting. You read Masonic historians, people like Manly B. Hall, they talk about the Kabbalistic origins of the creation of life. In the beginning, there was the Word. And that when you master the Kabbalistic system, of which I don't think you can even go into until you're what, in your 40s or something like that. But supposedly, if you really truly master it, you can master the ability to create material life, material being, anything into creation using only the voice. So it's interesting that they do the circumcision, then she starts doing an incantation. Again, you'll see where
Not
the tradition
this
of the
voice.
Jewish rabbis and the Jewish stuff comes from. 12 extraterrestrial races,
Poor God.
12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones, and the divine communication alien device. We're to see the pattern here, folks.
The voice of God, 1748 hertz. If your electromagnetic field.
So Ninmah was saying in incantation, she pronounced, to a unity shall the 2 essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought. That which is of the earth and that which is of the Nibiru shall be forever bonded in a blood kinship. So was Ninmah pronouncing her words, Ninguzita also recorded. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. There was conception, with anticipation was the allotted time counted. I lost my place. Hold on one second. So with Ninmah pronouncing, in the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. All the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines, they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created. Let the procedure be repeated. 7 more to undertake the toil. My son, to him Inky was saying, not even 7 by 7 sufficient shall be. Of heroin healers, too much is required. Forever their task will be this way.
Forever.
Indeed, the task is too demanding. Grow beyond enduring it is. Female ones we have to fashion, Inky was saying, for males to be their counterparts. Let them each know each other as one flesh, the two to become. Let them by themselves procreate on their own, the childbirthing make. To primitive workers by themselves give birth, Anunnakis, females to relieve. The formulas you must change from male to female, make the adjustment. For a counterpart to Adamu is to be fashioned in the womb of an Anunnaki female. Conception is needed. Inca gazed at Ninma directly. Before she could speak, he raised his hand. Let me this time, Nimki, my spouse, summon, with a strong voice, he said. If she is willing, let her be the mold for the female earthling to create. They, to the Abzu, to the house of life, summoned Nimki. They showed her Adamu, and all the matters of this situation were explained to her. Of the task that is required, they gave explanations of successes and danger to her. By the task, Minky was fascinated. Let it be done, she said to them. Yeah, fucking, here you go, I'll open up. Yeah, fucking put that bitch in me, here. I'll shit one out for you. Shit out another fucking gold mining slave for you. There you go, there's another one. Let's keep cranking them out here. Maybe we can get this fucking gold in our atmosphere. They were active here. Come on, let's go. Fucking 9 months from when he seems to be born. I've said that for a long time. It seems that they allowed a population explosion to happen on this planet to get, their agenda achieved. And what they got their agenda achieved, now they started instituting their agenda to get rid of those extra people that they created to get their agenda this far. It's sick, man. That's very much the real reality that's going on in this thing. There was conception in the allotted time. Nikki was in travail. A birth there was not. Nikki counted the month. At the 10th month, the month of evil fates, they began to call. None of the lady who had rooms had opened, who made a cutter inside the incision. Her head was covered. On her hands, she wore protectors. They're doing a cesarean section, huh? A female to birth was given. The newborn's visage and limbs were then carefully examined. Of good shape were her ears. Her eyes were not clogged. Her limbs were proper. Hind parts, like legs, foreparts, for the hands were shaped. Shaggy she was not. Like beet sands was the hue of her hair, blonde. Her skin was smooth. As then the Anunnaki was smooth, just in color it was. Ninma, the girl child, held in her hand, she slept. Her hind parts. Proper sounds were uttered from the newborn. Nimki, the spouse of Inki, then handed the newborn to be suckled, nourished, and raised. A name will you give her, Inki inquired. A being she is, not a creature. In your image she is, after your likeness. Perfectly she was fashioned, the model for female workers you have attained. Nimki cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers she caressed her skin. Tiamat, let her name be, the mother of life. Like the planet of old, which the earth and the moon were fashioned, let her be called. From her womb's life essences of other birth givers shall be molded. To a multitude of primitive workers she shall thereby be giving life. Thus was Nimki saying, the other words of concurring were uttered. So there you go. So there's now bred themselves a perfect male and a perfect female, and are going to go about the business of continuing to see what they can do to use this. Very interesting because you sort of get this idea that there was some care involved, but you can sort of see this hapless idea of, they're just going, they don't know fuck worker, they're just going, try this, do work, trial and error. It's nice to see that trial and error is not something that exists just in our realm, which means that, but this is where the elite get this idea of, experimenting on animals and experimenting on humans, and this mentality comes from the quote-unquote God going to fashion mankind. That's why our rulers are so bloodthirsty and do the kind of things they do. Because it's in their fucking DNA, it's in their blood to do this. it is genetically programmed into the elite to always do nothing but the continuation of the great work and be damned anything that gets in its way. Be damned how many people it kills. The only thing important is their work. And you'll see them saying that here. The only thing that's important is that we mine the gold. The only thing that's important is that we fashion the slavery. Whatever we have to do to get our agenda accomplished is what we have to do. And, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We just got to try this until we get it to work. And you see that sort of same thing happen with countries and governments and everything today, don't you? You guys are like, fuck it, let's just keep trying till we get it right,
It's still here. They're
unbelievable
manipulating
stuff. They're
all
great
that.
stuff out of Lost Book of Inky. We'll pick up more on that tomorrow night. And where just a second here. Yeah, I'm going to have to find where I left off. Yeah, there we go. Now this is the account of the Adamu and the Tiamat in the Eden. So let me try to find what page that is so we can all make sure we pick up on it next time. So I guess it's the end of 143 and the beginning of page 144. So yeah, 144. Let's all try to remember. 144. Okay, that's what we're going to pick up next time. All right, folks. We're going to have the Red Ice Radio interview coming up for you next. A 2-hour interview that I conducted last week to be playing next on the network. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And we're looking forward to the future here. And we continue to push on. Please donate to our work if you can so we can continue here. On funds right now. So you can support. We get BeagleRadio.com is my website. Human banners, only buttons there. Links to listen live. All of my films are all there. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We will see you guys next time for the broadcast. Have a good. Oh, this is the account of the Adamu and the Tiamat in Eden. So I guess I don't have to tell you. I have to tell you where this is going. The Adamu and the Tiamat in Eden, which is Adam and Eve in Eden. But here it's Adamu and Tiamat in the Eden. E-D-I-N. See? But it just smashes the whole idea of, all that's original stuff. That came from the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, right. Long before that, Bubba. Here we go. This is basically the original story of Adam and Eve, I suppose. Here we go. And how they knowing appropriation were given and to the Abzu expelled. The Abzu, I guess, is earth or the land. After Tiamat in the womb of Ninki, she was fashioned. And 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu made Ninmah opals of the 2-legged female. She extracted the life essence of Tiamat, bit by bit, in the vessels she inserted. And the vessels of the clay of the Abzu she made, and formed the admixture, incantations as the procedure befits she was uttering. I think I read this last night. Didn't I read this last night? Or something similar to. Some of this stuff repeats itself. So sometimes I can't remember whether I've read it already or not. But we'll just read it again for the heck of it. Their features were proper. They were uttering good sound. Thus, there were 7 female counterparts for the primitive workers created. 7 male and 7 female did the foreleaders create for them. After the earthlings were thus created, let the males inseminate the females. Let the primitive workers themselves beget offspring. So was Enki saying to the others, after the allotted time, offspring's other offspring will beget. Plentiful will be the primitive workers' numbers. The toil of the Anunnaki they shall bear. Enki and Ninki, Ninmah, and Ningishita were joyful. The fruits, elixirs they were drinking. For the semen and the 7 cages they made, among the trees they placed them. Let them grow up. Malehoods and femalehoods attain. Let the males inseminate the females. Let them by themselves beget offspring. So they were saying to each other, as for Adamu and Tiamat, from the toil of the excavations they shall be protected. Let us to them the heathen bring over to the Anunnaki, therein our handiwork we will display. They want to take, basically they're saying they want to take Adam and Eve and show them to the Anunnaki and say, hey, look what we did. This is our hand. We've got our own slave race here.
Yep.
Aren't you proud of it? To Eridu and the Eden in the city of Enki, Adamu and Tiamat were taken. An abode and an enclosure for them was built, for them to roam where they could. So they built them like a little dome. It was like, that's what Eden was. What they're saying here, it was like a nature preserve, like a habitat. Their little area, they let them frolic in, just like we've always kind of thought it was.
Oh.
The Anunnaki came to the Eden to see them from the landing place they came. And what they refer to as the landing place is described previously here in Lost of the identically to the area in Peru where the Nazca lines are located, where we see evidence that it was a landing strip. They even describe here in the Lost Book of Enki the shearing off of the mountaintops, which are indeed there in Peru where the Nazca lines are. So apparently they come down to the landing place, essentially Peru, Nazca lines, and then they travel in their ships from there over to, Sidonia, the 30-degree parallel.
Pretty much, bud.
Well, later became Samaria, Iraq. And Lil came to see them, and his displeasure was diminished once he saw them. Ninurta came to see them. Ninlil did as well. From the way station on Lamu, which is Mars, Marduk, the son of Enki, also came down to see. It was a sight most astounding. A wonder of wonders it was to behold. Your hands have made it. The Anunnaki were the fashioners. The Agigi, who were between Earth and Lamu, shuttled and were also a god. Primitive workers have been fashioned. Our days of toil now can end, they were all saying. In the Abzu, the newborns were growing. For their maturing, the Anunnaki were anticipating. Enki was the supervisor. Ninma and Ningishita also came. In the excavations, the Anunnaki were grumbling. Patience to impatience gave way. In Nugi, their overseer of Enki was often inquiring. For primitive workers, the outcry he conveyed. The circuits of Earth, the orbits of Earth, rather, grew in number. Maturity of the Earthlings was overdue. No conceiving among the females was observed. There was no birth giving. By the cages among the trees, Ningishita a couch of grass made for himself. Day and night he watched the Earthlings to ascertain their doings. Indeed, he saw them mating. The males were inseminating the females. Conceiving there was not. Birth giving there was not. Enki pondered the matter deeply. The creatures once combined, he contemplated, none of them had offspring, had begotten any offspring. By combining the two kinds, by combining the Anunnaki and the humans, a curse had been created, Enki said to the others. Let us afresh examine the essences of the Adamu and the Tiamat, Ningishita was saying. Their MEs, which we're assuming is their DNA,
I shop without a
will be
mask.
studied bit by bit to ascertain what is wrong. In Shurabak, in the House of Healing, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat were contemplated. With the life essence of the Anunnaki males and the females, they were compared. Listen to this. Like two entwined serpents, Ningishita separated the essences. Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life were the essences. So, wow, 22 branches of the DNA corresponded to the 22 branches on the tree of life. No coincidence there. Their bits were comparable. The images and likeness they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include. Another 2 bits of the essence of the Anunnaki present in Ingazita to the other showed. 1 male, 1 female. Without them, there was no procreate. So they had to add extra, extra little bits of their DNA to that. In the molds of Adamu and Tiamat, they were not included in the combining. Ninma heard this and was distraught, and with frustration she seized Enki. The clamor in the Abzu was great. Mutiny is again in the making. Enki said, primitive workers must be procured lest the gold extraction shall be ceasing. Nigazita in these matters learned a solution was proposed. To his elders Enki and Ninma in the house of healing, he whispered, let all the heroines who Ninma were assisting sin away. They locked the door behind them, the 3 with the 2 earthlings alone remaining. Upon the 4 others, Nigazita, a deep sleep, descended into a deep sleep before he made unfeeling. From the rib of Enki, he extracted the life essence.
Rib.
The rib. Whose rib? The rib of Enki. Into the rib of Adamu, the life essence of Enki he inserted. From the rib of Ninma, aka Isis, the seed of Isis, here we go. The life essence he extracted. Into the rib of Tiamat, the life essence he inserted. Where the incisions were made, the flesh thereon closed up. Then the 4 of them by Nigazita were awakened. It was done, he proudly declared. To their tree of life, 2 branches have been added. With procreating power, their life essences are now intertwined. Let them freely roam, as one flesh, let thorn knots each other, Ninma was saying, and even the orchids to freely roam, Adamu and Tiamat were placed. Of their nakedness, they became aware. Of malehood and femalehood, they were knowing. Tiamat made aprons of leaves, so they would be distinguished from the wild beasts. In the heat of the day, Enlil was strolling in the orchard. He was enjoying the shade there. Without expectation, Adamu and Tiamat he encountered. He noticed the aprons on their lawn. What is the meaning of this? Enlil wondered. He summoned Enki to explain it to him. The matter of procreation Enki explained to Enlil. The 7 and 7 had failed to Enlil, he admitted. Ningazita examined the life essence and noticed that an additional combining was needed. Great was Enlil's anger. Furious his words were.
Oh, he's mad now.
The whole thing was not to my liking. Acting as creators, gods, I had opposed. The being that we need, it already exists. Even you said this, Enki. All we needed to do was put our mark on it. Thereby we would fashion primitive workers. Healing heroines put them at risk. Ninma and Ninki were in danger. To no avail it was all. Your handiwork was a failure.
Failure, Enki.
Now the last bits of our essence to these creatures you have given. To be like us in procreation, knowing, perchance our life cycles on them you will bestow.
No. Didn't do it.
He's saying, yeah, this is where you get into the moral conflict between the brothers and Lil and Enki. Because on the one hand, they both were in agreement that they needed to fashion a primitive worker race. But Enlil's idea was to basically make a non-conscious animal essentially that would do the work. And when they couldn't get that to happen, that was when Enki and the whole clan decided, hey, we've got to put some of our DNA inside of them to make them be able to make what we need. And Lil here is saying that perchance our life cycles will be, he's having a problem because they're saying, you're going to bestow our life cycles onto them. And that right there explains why humans have we should live for a lot longer than we do. And the Anunnaki they orbit around the sun once every 3,600 years. So 1 year, which is a shar on the Nibiru, is 1 year for them. But they started noticing when they came to Earth, that's why they had to build the slavers, that they were growing old and aging and dying rapidly here on Earth. And so, in Lil's problem with this was that, you were going to create, by using their DNA, a species that would have a relatively short life because of the rapid orbit of the Earth around the sun. So he was concerned with that. And then we'll find out later, this is why, of course, Enlil ordered the great flood and ordered mankind to be wiped out. But because Enki had love and compassion and saw the primitive workers as, his creations, this is where he allegedly created the ark, the spaceship, and, kept the DNA essences inside of them so that they could, continue to thrive. And that's what this whole book of Enki is supposedly about. This is his account that he attempted to use to set up the Brotherhood of the Serpents, in order to teach mankind in secret the history of the Anunnaki, so that we would not repeat those same mistakes ourselves. And of course, they just relegate this up to the fringe and act like it has no historical context, when in fact very much does. So, thus Enlil did speak angry words to Enki, Nimrod, and Nicodemus were summoned to pacify Enlil with words. My lord Enlil, Nicodemus was saying, knowing for procreation they were given. The branch of long living to their essence tree was not. Nimrod then spoke up to her brother. So they're again, admitting right there that they could add, more essence to the DNA, which would make them live longer, but they didn't do that. So maybe that's what we should be looking for. How can we add stuff to our DNA to make us live longer?
Goosebumps.
Obviously, it can be done. There's proof right there. Why is it science on that? They know. They're aware of that. Hey, Kissinger and Rockefeller in the fucking 90s, and they're in better shape than some of us are. Nimba then spoke up to her brother Enlil. She said, what choice, my brother, did we have? Just to let it all end in failure and let Nibiru face its doom? Or try by procreation to let these earthlings undertake the toil? Then let them be where they are needed, Enlil said with anger. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. There we go. There's the explanation of Adam and Eve from Eden, throwing them out there. Get them out of paradise, throw them out there into the fucking gold mines, eat them, get their asses out there mining this fucking gold for us, if that's what you want them to do.
Oil and trouble
in paradise, so they can make them free. Get them out there and make sure they know they're fucking enslaved.
Pain and childbirth.
Sound familiar? Yeah, that's what it's just great stuff right there, isn't it? That's what all your religions are based on right there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so we're moving into the seventh tablet now. We're moving right on through this book. The seventh tablet. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. So did Enlil command the decree from the Eden to the Abzu, and the Adamu and Tiamat were expelled. In an enclosure among the trees, Enki placed it. He left them to get to know each other. With joy, Enki did see what Nigazita had come to be. Tiamat was now with child and frolicking. Ninma came to the birth giving to watch. A son and a daughter, twins, to the earth beings were born. With wonderment, Enki and Ninma watched the newborns. They watched how they grew and developed, and it was a marvel to them. Days were as months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreated. Before one shar of the Nibiru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. With understanding were the primitive workers endowed, of commandments they were comprehending. To be with the Anunnaki they were eager, for food rations they toiled well. Of heat and dust they did not complain, of backbreaking they did not grumble. Of the hardships of the work of the Anunnaki, the Abzu were relieved. The vital gold was now coming to Nibiru, and Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. The Earth mission was proceeding with satisfaction to all. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki from sisters and half-sisters from healing heroines took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Here we go. The watchers, they were watching Adam and Eve grow, watching their progression. And now what are these watchers doing? They're procreating with these earth beings that have now been born and having children by them. Uh-oh. This is going to be problems. This is going to be trouble. So by the life cycles of Nibiru, they were endowed. By earth cycles, they were quickened. When on Nibiru, they would still be in diapers. On earth, they became a child. When who on Nibiru began to crawl, they on earth were running around. Special joy there was when to Nanar and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son they were, Iana and Utu by Ningal they were named. With them, a third generation of Anunnaki on earth were present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated. Some olden chores were divided easier among the offspring. They were made from the olden chores, new tasks were added. Upon the earth, the warmth was rising, vegetation floated, wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier, rivers were gushing. Abodes, houses were in need of repair. Upon the earth, the heat was increasing. The snow-white parts with water were melting. That's it, global warming. When the cars running around back then, but the earth started getting hotter, right? When the ocean started to rise. No SUVs running around doing that back then, right, guys? The bars of the seas of the oceans were not containing. In the depths of the earth, volcanoes and fire and brimstone were belching. The grounds were trembling each time the earth was shaking. In the lower world, the snow-white hued place, the earth was grumbling. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki made him a place for observing. So the earth's undergoing catastrophic changes. The watchers have now mated with their creations. In other words, they created this, this slave race, and then themselves, had children with them.
Not what they said.
And this is where you start to see the beginning of the separation of the bloodline.
They married women,
And
half-sisters that came from Nibiru.
These cataclysmic changes happening on Earth, the judging of the creatures, the fighting between Enlil and Enki. It's getting interesting. So, page 152, remember that, page 152, we'll pick up next time. We left off last time, page 152.
Josh is
the
just
earth
a
is starting
confused.
to tremble and shake. Our children of the sun began to wake. No, that's a different song. Sorry, never mind. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. The grounds were trembling, and each time the earth was shaking, hey, maybe that's what doesn't does that good fun. Most of this stuff comes from, a lot of the lyrics came from occultic stuff. And Dustin Rice, the June Page, a fucking warlock. To his son Nergal and his spouse Ereshkigal, he therefore instructed command to them. A thing unknown, an untoward thing thereunder is brewing. Nigal to his father Enki said, in the Nibiru Key, the place of the bond of heaven and earth, Enlil was watching the heavenly orbits go by. By the enemies of the tablet of destiny, celestial motion as he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens, Enlil said to his brother Enki. From the planet Laranu, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki, his father, was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing us, and annoying dust storms they are raising on earth. From Marduk to his brother Enki was seizing his word. In the hammered bracelet, turmoil are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstone, the skies were falling. Pitless demons, havoc causing violently, they approach the earth. Now, what's interesting is this being caused because of the orbit of the Nibiru coming close to the earth and the cataclysm effect that it's said to have on our planet when it gets closer? That's what I think it is. That's what I think it's referring to. I could be wrong about that. In the flaming fires in the sky that were bursting, in clear day darkness, they were causing storms and evil winds that raged around. Like stony missiles to the earth they were attacking. Well, the hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt. So I guess the asteroid belt is the Earth asteroid. Kingu, Earth, Moon, and Lamu, which is Mars, was too affected by the asteroid. The faces of all three were covered with countless scars. Enlil and Enki, to honor the king, were beating urgent words. They alerted the Nibiru savant. The Earth and the Moon and Lamu, Mars, are facing an unknown calamity. From the Nibiru, the savants were responding, and their words from the leaders' hearts were not common. In the heavens, the family of the sun were taking station. The celestials, of whom Earth is the seventh in a row, were choosing places. This isn't even 5,000 years old, folks. In the heavens, the Nibiru was approaching. The sun's abode was near. By the 7 in a row arranged was Nibiru distracted. The path through the hammered bracelet, it was missing. From the bracelet, bits and pieces, it had been displaced. So Nibiru is passing close to Earth in its orbit around the sun. It's displacing pieces of the asteroid belt.
Okay.
And those start hammering Earth and the Moon and Mars.
I mean, nutty bars won't last.
Lamu with Mumu near the sun were crouching.
I'm almost done tonight.
In the heavens, Lamu was abandoning her glorious dwelling place.
I got a long drive tomorrow.
Toward Nibiru, she was attracted to the heavenly queen, a queen of heaven she wished to be. To quell her, Nibiru made a monstrous demon appear from the celestial deep. A monster once playing host to Tiamat by the celestial battlefield fashion. From this celestial deep made its way by Nibiru and was from its slumber awakened. From the horizon to the midst of heaven, like a flaming dragon, it was stretched.
Comet.
1 league was its head, 50 leagues was its length, awesome was its tail.
Comet.
By day, the skies of earth it darkened.
Comet.
By night, upon the face of the moon, a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers, the celestials, Lamu was calling for help. Who will obstruct the dragon?
Oh, dear.
Who will stop and kill it? She was asking. Only valiant Kingu, once Tiamat's protector, stepped forward to respond. To intercept the dragon in its path, Kingu was making haste. Fierce was the encounter. A tempest of clouds upon Kingu was raised. By its foundations, Kingu was shaken from the impact, and the moon quaked and shaked. Then the heavenly havoc was calm. Nibiru was returning to its distant abode in the deep, meaning it was going back to its normal orbit. Lamu did not abandon its place of dwelling. The stony missiles upon the earth in Lamu ceased their raining. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Enlil gathered. They undertook a surveying of the havoc on earth. The foundations of the earth Enki surveyed. and examined what had befallen of its platform. The depths of the ocean he measured, and earth's far corners, the mountains of gold and copper he seen. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, as he was saying. In the Eden, the Nerta was the surveyor. The mountains trembled and valleys shook. In his skyship, he soared and journeyed. You know, 5,000 year old people openly talk about who's flying around with a skyship. No big deal. Now, again, ask yourself why. I think this is the first thing they did when they invaded Iraq National Museum in 2003. Why is this the first thing they did was go and get, text like this? So we can't do it anymore. I mean, duh, hello? The landing platform was intact in the valleys of the north. The first fiery liquids before it. So the Nerta was telling his father in Lil about the deceitful spirit myths and busyness that he was discussing. On Mars, the atmosphere was damaged. Dust storms were interfering with life and work. So Marduk said to Enki, I wish to return to Earth. He was close to his father, and Lil
Here comes trouble.
plans to kick himself. What cities and their tasks he planned he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established, he raised the king, and he wants a random pad in the Eden. He doesn't want to have to land over with the national line for 3 or 5 over there. Now he wants front row service. The olden designs of Leo and the crystal tablet he showed to them. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward the view of the Earth, we must be able to do. In Lil was saying to them. From the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shars it was. So they've now been on Earth 80 shars, which a shar is how long it takes the Viru to go around the Earth, but the Earth goes around the sun. Or I'm sorry, to go around the sun, but the Earth goes around the sun much quicker than that. So they age a lot faster. Now, this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk. Well, you've seen some of David Hatcher Choker's research. He's got some stuff that evidence, pictures, photographs, where he's taken, a picture of the moon, and it serves close up from telescopes from 1 year, and then shows that same area 2 years later, and you can see tracks, and you can tell where stuff has been mined. Somebody's been up there mining on the moon for a very long time. Who? Well, I've been up to you to guess. But I have a feeling that's where it's going to go here. They're probably looking for gold and all that stuff on the moon. Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki determined the 3 ways of heaven in the constellation. Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibiara, the metal city, be established. From there, let the gold from Earth to Nibiru in the chariots be directly carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tibira the commander, to them the words he was saying. In Lil, the word of Ninurta his son gave heed. He was proud of his son's wisdom. Renu the king in Lil quickly conveyed the plan. He said to Anu, let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from Earth to Nibiru be carried. Directly to Earth from Nibiru, let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan, my brother, Enki was saying to his father Anu. A great disadvantage it is holding in its core. The net pull of Earth, its gravity, is much greater than Mars. To overcome the gravity, we shall exhaust our power. Before there is rush to deciding, let us examine an alternative. Nearby, the Earth companion has, the moon it is. Smaller is its gravity. Ascent and descent thereon will require little effort. Let us use it as a way station. Let me and Marduk their two journey. The two plans I knew the king before the counselors and savants considered presenting. Let the moon first be examined, the king did advise. Let the moon first be examined, I knew the Indian and Lil deemed the decision. Inky was greatly joyed. The moon to him was always alluring. Isn't that interesting when you reading this once and only be reading this night on a full moon? We're talking about Enlil and Inky going to the moon. Obviously, here to, as they're saying, here to set it up as a way station. Maybe that's why, there's been this thing where people have been kind of afraid of the moon. Maybe they're up there using it as a way station still to this day. Who knows?
Yeah, duh.
Whether somewhere it was hiding water and what atmosphere it possesses, he always wondered. Isn't that interesting that Inky was wondering, if it had water? And of course, what do? We, straight out of Mr. Show, we blow up the fucking moon. Oh, we're going to blow it up, find out if there's water there. And India's going, hello, Miss America, we already found the water. Why did my Indian sound like a Mexican?
I'm not
I'm
sure.
terrible. I'm sorry.
That was a pretty shitty accent, bud. Jesus Christ.
It's sleepless nights. It's silvery cool discs.
He must be in a rock band.
Bewitchment, he observed. It's waxing and waning, a game with the sun it played, a wonder of wonders. What secrets from the beginning he wished to uncover of the moon?
What do you mean waxing and waning? Like,
In a rocket ship,
like
Inky and
nightly?
Lorna did journey to the moon. Thrice, they circled the Earth's companion and created
Break
a
time.
deep wound, or they observed a
Mary,
deep
how
wound
you
that was
doing,
created
baby?
by the dragon. By many hollows, the handiwork of smashing demons had marked the face of the moon. In a place of rolling hills, they set the rocket ship down. In its midst, they landed. From the place of the Earth they could observe, in the expanse of the heavens. Eagles helmets they had to don, the atmosphere for breathing.
Eagle Commissioners!
With ease they walked about. In that direction they went. The evil handiwork was dryness and desolation. So maybe this explains, that they were sitting at the way station there. There's that thing called the shard. You guys ever heard of that? The shard, S-H-A-R-D. If you type the shard
I will
on the moon into Google, you can find that. It's this fucking structure. It's like a tower for giants.
tonight.
This thing's like 20 miles big or something like that. It looks like this giant tower that was made for giants. That's what it is.
Woo! As soon as I
And
catch
that's why
my
there's
lung
been so
back,
much,
I lost it.
obfuscation and lies about what's really on the moon. With ease, they walked about any direction they wanted to.
Thank you, butt plugs.
Evil dragons
They glow in the dark.
dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it is for a way station. It is unsuitable. Marduk said to Inky, "Let us
Inky's a
abandon this place and let us return
Anunnaki.
to Earth. Do not be so hasty, my son." And then Inky said to Marduk, "Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing of the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging.
Oh, there's
With our
marijuana in
instruments
here.
we can scan the distant heavens. A handiwork of the creator of all in this solitude we can find. Let us stay and observe the orbits of how the moon circles the earth,
It says so right there. It says
and how
contains
the earth is
marijuana.
making its orbits around the sun.
They cut that girl up teeny.
So Inky was agitated
They juiced
by
Mary.
the science and was saying to his son Marduk. Marduk was persuaded by his father's words.
No wonder she
In
didn't
the
show up
rocket
for
ship,
work.
they made their dwelling, their home. For one orbit of Earth and for 3 orbits on the moon, they remain. Its motions about the Earth they measure.
On
The
top of
duration of
Earth.
a month they calculate.
This.
For 6 orbits of
That
Earth,
lasts
or
me
12
hours.
orbits around the sun, they
I got a little
measured
booger on there,
years.
man. I'm a lightweight. I use
How
it a lot.
the two were entwined,
It helps
causing
keep.
the luminaries to disappear.
I got degenerative discs and a bunch of.
Into the sun's
I got a long list.
the paths of Moon and Lamu, they
Herniated discs,
studied
degeneratives,
and the moon, Lamu, Mars,
collapsed Gaian canal,
constituted
and
its second quarter.
all that nerve damage that
6
goes
were the
along with
celestials of the
sciaticas.
lower one, so it was explained
And
to Florida. 6
what's the
were
other one I
celestials
got?
of the upper ones beyond the bar, they had
Neuropathies.
Anshar and Ishtar, Anu and
Neuropathy.
Gaga and Nibiru.
I have cramps.
These were the
Just
6 other planets.
suddenly
Gaga
sometimes.
was the originate Venus.
As winter comes on, it'll happen more and more. My hip was really bothering me earlier.
Venus, one of those,
Feeling
whichever
better.
one it is. That's Gaga.
Hadn't smoked enough pot today. Moon rocks, yes, moon rocks are good for you.
Point that out. 5,000 text. That's pretty obvious.
I make my own little moon rock. But honestly, here, I mean, look, I've had this about, well, since Seamus and I came home from our trip, it's about 3 months. And I got about that much left. It was an ounce. And it cost me $30 out the door because it's shake. But as you can see, a good half of that's fucking keef. And I get seeds out of these. So I love doing that. And put a little bit of concentrate over it. And you got fucking incredible, like it takes me hours to smoke. It lasted me 3 months of fucking hours. So I spent on average about $10 a month on my marijuanas. I stay high every day.
My question. He's talking about it.
Just you see, I
on the chart and showing
evidence. Motherfucking nutty bar gone.
My question about that is that the thing we've seen in
and essential mood juice in my pimp cup.
There's a Siberian artifact that I've seen that's over 5,000 years old, long before the time to telescope or anything else. And it's exactly that. It shows the planets, in addition to 2 that we allegedly don't know about or talk about right now. And to it, they're all in the right position around the sun. So this could be where this information originally came from. They got it on the moon and then brought it back to Earth and gave it to primitive people later on.
I cook a lot of butter. I make a lot of butter, and I put butter on all my foods. Really good stuff.
The rock carbons, the same one that's used today in the medical one. The medical field is based on the original medical field, which was the technology that the Anunnaki had.
Oh, the Lulus.
Knowledge of DNA and how to extract it and use it for whatever purpose. Manipulation, everything else.
Yes.
By the motions of Nibiru, the son, not a descendant, the fifth of the great band he outlined. The way of Anu, the king, Enki decided to name it. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars
we still got
were observed by the father and son. Other proximities and groupings, Enki was fascinated.
Cain and Abel are coming up soon.
Heavens, from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12 he picked. To each one he designated a station.
No.
By names they were to be called.
No.
Notice how anytime they always
I don't fit very well into that.
But they name to something separates it from being, just an animal.
I haven't since birth, I guess.
Then in the heavens below, the way of Anu, which Nibiru is
I don't know
approaching
why.
the sun. He designed a band-like structure. The way of Enki, he designated. To it, 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted.
So that's what your zodiacs are. Right there.
Lil, he called. 13, therein to the stars and 12 constellations he assembled. 12 constellations, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones in the ephod communication device, 12 extraterrestrial races. Starting to get the idea here. 36 for the stars, constellations, and the 3 ways where they were located. So we will position the Earth position designated as it travels around the sun. The start of the cycle of celestial time will measure. When I on Earth had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named.
Yeah, again. I'll take it over. I'll take getting older over the alternative any day.
Talking about setting up what we know as the time period that an age. Inky says, when I arrived on Earth at the station that was ending, which here that's what we're referring to as an age, is the station.
Of the line, right?
But the age that was ending was named the age of the fishes, or the age of Pisces.
Yes, that's right.
The one that followed after my name title, water, I call him. Inky was saying this with pride and satisfaction to his son Marta.
Yep.
Your wisdom embraces the heaven.
I forgot what order they came in.
Any own extend. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to. I have to try to kind of fucking make this saying. Your teachings, any own understanding.
All right, I gotta go beat up my child. I told him to go to bed.
Teachings extend understanding. But on Earth in the Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated. Marduk said to his father, my son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? To him, Inky was saying. The secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth I have shared with you. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki were toiling in the Abzu on Earth, when that ceased, and you set the primitive worker to fashion, not my mother, Ninma, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you, was summoned. Not I, but Ningizida, the younger you invited to help. With them, not with me, your knowledge of life and death, you did choose. My son, Inky, responded to Marduk. To you, command was given of the Agigi, the workers, and of Mars to be supreme. You were given rulership over Mars.
Severe beating.
And it's
I just browbeat him mostly.
Alas, my father.
What are you doing up?
Of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are his firstborn, yet his little you is the little. You, my father, was smashed down to Endu and establish it, which is Earth. Yet Iridu is in Lil's domain. Yours is in the distant Abzu.
I'm waiting on my kiln, but it's almost midnight.
I am your first.
I'm going to be on the road all day tomorrow, so I want to get to bed early tonight.
Therefrom to sin or to withhold it. Survival of the Viru is in his hands. It's not in my hands.
Yeah, we got some youngins over here.
Now we are returning to Earth. What will be my task? Try to fame and kingship faded, or will I be humiliated? In silence, Inky embraces.
Hey, that's encouraging for this next generations.
Of that which I have been deprived.
Where am I going? Fucking crazy. Don't worry, it's not a very long trip.
A station adjoining mine shall be yours.
Just selling glass. I'm trying to make some money. I've been blowing glass for a couple weeks. I need to go out and sell some. If I can. Before we get all completely locked in and locked down. And it better be a nice weather day, or I am going to make an angry letter to the management. I haven't even checked that yet. That's scary, isn't it? Temperature, La Junta. And of course it is. Fucking freezing your ass off in La Junta today. Fuck off, lady. Give me. At least it's going to be 50 by noon. So I can deal with it. No precipitation. Okay, this is looking better. Let's see what tomorrow is to bring. We're going to hit 55. Then back down to 25. Suck up. Butthole. Okay, not too bad. 60s. 55, 60, going up 70, 76, 78, 300. Oh, maybe. They're going out 10-day forecast here. They don't know what the fuck's going on tomorrow. How you have a 10-day forecast, Mr. Weatherman? I've seen you been wrong in like an hour's time. You want me to believe he got a fucking 10-day? Oh, man. Now look, I don't even know. Help me. I can't shut. Okay. Whew. I got lost in the tabs, man, and I kept touching things and more tabs were opening. It was terrifying. I had to hit that square button over there to reset everything. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I got hypnotized by the IRA. Woo! Caught a cat. I was afraid of the dingly cobra over here having me hit the square button. What the fuck I'm doing over here? My phone's smarter than no, yeah, pretty much 1748 hertz. We're hoping to have everybody on board. Working hard to that end. Because this is for everyone. I mean, everybody was created for this moment. What we're here for. 7 billion magnetospheres. That can stop some juice flowing. It's pretty cool if we could pull it off. Oh, shoot. My killing is coming to a coolness that I love her, leave her alone for a little bit. Yay. Say by midnight. I'm pretty sure this is the one that has Cain and Abel in it too. Kitty. I want to look at I want to look at my shit. What I do.
Hit 160. And all those seem to be pretty close. I don't really know. I'm reading some of this and I feel like I've already read it.
My bad. It was Josh.
but I guess
clicked it off.
we'll just read it again here. For many orbits of the Earth, from the Earth were father and son absent. Oh, wait. Here we go. Now I figured out where we're at. Now this is the account of Sippar, the place of chariots in the Eden. We've established that the Eden, E-D-I-N, is, of course, Eden that we all are familiar with already.
Eden.
For many, this is the account of the Sippar, the place of the chariots in Eden, how the primitive workers were returned to Eden. So the primitive workers that were cast out of Eden were then returned to Eden. So this is where we're picking up tonight. For many circuits of the earth, from the earth, were father and son absent.
We've been done.
No plans were implemented on Earth.
Well, grab
on
ass.
Lamu, Mars, the Agigi workers were in turmoil. Enlil sent Anu secret words about his concern and beamed them from Nibiru to Anu. Enki and Marduk have gone to the moon. For countless orbits now they are staying.
Around stall speed.
What they are doing is a mystery. What they are scheming is not known. Marduk has abandoned the way station on Lamu on Mars. The Agigi are a god. By dust storms, the way station has been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established.
Flat spot. We're gonna have
Therefrom, the gold can be carried directly from Earth to Nibiru.
Probably did 5.
No way station on Mars shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is. Great matters,
4, 5, 5,
great
baby.
understanding in these matters he has.
She's heating.
Let him establish a place of the chariots near the bad Tibiara establishment. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu gave much consideration to the words of Enlil and said to him, Enki and Marduk are returning to the earth. What have they found out about the moon? From the moon, Enki and Marduk departed and returned to Earth.
2, 3, 2, 3, 2.
Of the conditions there, they gave an account. A way station is unfeasible now, they reported.
Yeah.
Let the place of the chariots be built, Anu was saying.
She got a lot of
Let
close
Marduk
field
be
lines
its
up
commander,
front.
Enki was saying to
I mean,
Anu.
like,
The task is
she
set
got
aside for
stacking them
Ninurta,
up
Enlil
front.
was shouting angrily. For the Agigi, the
She's stacking
Anunnaki
field
workers,
lines to the
their
front.
command is no longer needed. Marduk has knowledge of these tasks. Of the gateway to heaven, let Marduk be in charge. So Enki did say to his father. Anu contemplated the matter with much concern. Rivalries have now affected the sons. With wisdom, Anu was endowed. With wisdom were his directions. The place of the chariots for the new ways the gold is to handle is designated. Let us henceforth come in the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk shall be in command. Let the third generation take responsibility. Let Utu be the commander. Let the celestial place of the chariots be built. Let Sippar, the bird city, be its name.
Soon in the next hour.
This was the word of Anu, unalterable. It was the word of a king. In the 81st Shar, or year of Nibiru, was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibiru Ki was in the center. A navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place in distances in the olden cities they were located. Which is another reference to what we discussed earlier here in the book, with the creation of the place on Mars. They like to. The interesting thing about, according to these texts,
I'm expecting
is that the Anunnaki had they had a hard-on for building stuff in similar locations as to how they built it on the Nibiru. It's very premeditated. This is why You had the face on Mars on the 33-degree parallel on the place on Mars known as Cydonia, where pyramids were also found. And then, of course,
I'm late.
in the area of ancient Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq, it was once firstly known as Cydonia as well, also located on the 33-degree parallel.
11/11, something could
So they
happen.
really had a
They,
penchant
what?
for building things where you know,
What?
they liked building things that was familiar to them. They would build things, it seemed, that were very close and similar to how they had it on their own planet, so it would remind them of that. Like an arrow from the lower sea, they were arrayed pointing towards the mountains. A line on the twin peaks of Arata to the skies in the north reaching, he drew.
If
Where the
something's going to
pointing
happen,
arrow, the Arata line intersected. The place for Sipar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out.
I'd expect it to happen at
To
11/11.
it, the arrow directly led
On
from
11/11.
Nibiru Key by an equal circle, precisely
It's not
located.
even 11/11 for me yet.
Ingenious was the plan. By its
So,
precision, all were made to wonder.
I'm going to have to agree with
In the
you,
82nd Shar, the construction of Sipar
though.
was
Something's going to
completed.
happen today.
To the Hiru Utu of Enlil, the grandson, its command was given. An eagle's helmet was fashioned for him,
I would say
and with eagle's wings he was
at
decorated.
least something was going to happen.
It was the first chariot from Nibiru to
I
come
know.
directly from Sipar,
I'm going to eat
and
something.
Anu was traveling
And drink
there as
coffee.
well.
And that's something.
To
happening.
view for himself the installations that he desired and to marvel at what was attained that he wanted. For the occasion, the Agigi by Marduk commanded from Mars to come to Earth. From the landing place from the Abzu, the Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration.
I ain't denying it.
For Anu, Mana,
I wouldn't be surprised if Rob
granddaughter
revealed
singing and
himself on
dancing
any
presented.
day at this point.
with affection, Anu kissed
We're
her.
just asking for it.
Anu-Nitu, Anu's beloved,
We pushing our luck
called her
over here.
before departing,
It's
Anu assembled the heroes and the heroines.
right there. We saw
A
it.
new era has begun, he was saying to them,
It's going to be a
supplying
global
directly
thing.
with the golden salvation. Forthcoming is the
With
end
the
of our
releasing of
toil.
this Cherkov. I think that's going
Once
to be
enough
next.
gold for protecting has been piled in storage on Nibiru, the toil on
It's
earth
the only
can be
thing I can
diminished.
imagine. It's
Heroes
going to
and
happen.
heroines can return to Nibiru.
The big revealing.
Thus did Anu the king promise the assembled and extend a great hope for the future to them. A few more showers of toil and homeward bound they shall be.
Soon.
With much pomp did
That's
Anu
gotta
to
be the
Nibiru
next
soar
event
back. Gold,
before
pure
any of
gold
the
with him was carried.
Others didn't really get going.
His new task, Utu, with Cherish performed, and Urza of Bad Tibara retained command. Marduk did not return to Lamu with his father, of the lands he wished to roam in his skyship to comprehend the earth. So he said, fuck it, I'm not going back. I'm going to fly around Earth and see if I can go set myself up as a god somewhere, you know? Find myself a fucking primitive people, give them technology, give them some little knowledge, have sex with their daughters. Set myself up as a god. Fuck.
Have sex with your daughter. Play like your daddy.
Sounds like that's what these guys did, right? Of the Agigi, some on Mars, some on Earth, Utu was made the commander of. Anu returned. He had great expectations of the leaders on Earth. With renewed vigor, they returned to their labor. Gold
It's
began to
11/11
complete
now.
task.
Woo.
Thereby, the Anunnaki believed they were going to be homeward bound quicker. There's gold. There's
Where's
words
my
in their way,
carriage?
but that's what they're saying.
Shit.
That, alas, was not what came to
Shit.
pass.
Sandia lost a shoe.
In the
Anyone seen the
Abzu,
shoe?
relief, not continued toil was the
Don't break
Anunnaki's
it.
expectation.
Might cut your foot off.
Now that the Earthlings are proliferating, let
Here's
them
glass.
provide the labor. So were
That's
the
dangerous
Anunnaki and
shit.
the Abzu saying. In the Eden, the tasks were greater. More abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers to the Abzu,
Statements.
they were confined.
I'm voting for. Oh dear, wait a minute.
In the Eden,
Oh,
the heroes
dear.
clamored.
Oh
For 40
dear.
shars, only relief the Abzu provided. The heroes in the Eden shouted, "Our toil has
There isn't more
increased
high fuckery
beyond endurance.
coming to light, is
Let
there?
us have the
On the-
workers too." While in Lil and
They're not
Inky
going
were
to play the
debating
trump
matter,
card
Nerva
twice,
took
are
the
they?
decision into his own hands. With 50
Oh, they already
heroes,
played
he
it.
led
That's
an
right. Watch. This is the
expedition to the
trickery.
Abzu.
This is when you
They were
come in
armed
with your Trump.
weapons.
It's like, Trump's
In the
your ass.
force in the steps of the Abzu, they chased the Earthlings.
Oh, we're fucked.
They captured them with nets.
Everybody's just going
Male
to
and
swallow
female,
this shit,
and brought
too.
them to the Eden.
And be like, no, what happened?
They made them do all manner of chores in the orchids in the cities.
No, that's right.
Trained
Trump's
them.
the man. And then the
And
truckers
Lil
and
was
all the.
angered by
I
these
mean,
dudes.
God, I'm
And Lil was
embarrassed.
enraged
I'm fucking embarrassed,
by
Lil.
expelling of Adamu and Tiamat out of Eve. You have overturned.
Damn it.
So in Lil said to Ninurta,
It's
let the
the
mutiny
game.
once in the
It's
Abzu
a
occurring
game.
not in the
It's a
Eden
game
be
to them, of
repeated.
course. He's been in the family for a long time.
With the Earthlings in the Eden, the heroes have been calm. A few more shards, it will no longer matter. And Lil said to Ninurta,
He's been in the family for a long
and
time.
Lil was not appeased with the grumbling. He said, let it so be to his son. Let
That's
the
his
gold pile
bloodline.
up quickly.
He's more
Let us
royal
all
than
soon
Hillary.
return to the Nibiru.
Funny, Obama's more
In
royal
the
than he
Eden, the
is.
Anunnaki and the Earthlings were observed. I'm sorry. In the Eden, the Anunnaki were
See,
observed.
Obama's name should have been Trump
Admiration.
because he's the most royal asshole.
They possessed intelligence
Trump,
and of
he's
commands they
a
had understanding.
lesser royal, but he's
They took
just a big
over
asshole.
all manner of chores,
So
unclothed they were for the task that they
Don't
were
let that
performing.
differentiate.
Males with females among them were constantly mating and quick for their proliferation.
Well, people have been asking me, and I keep saying you just don't play the Trump card twice. I said you're going to probably see the highest fuckery you've ever seen in your life. It goes Supreme Court. Everybody going to be all like, blah, blah, blah. And then it's going to end up Trump still the fucking president. He's the one that signed the peace accord. He's got to go over there and become all this prophesized scripted shit that they scripted. The Crown Vatican DC Corporation makes everything you see happen. From Russia to China to us, we're controlled opposition everywhere. We're already sold out. The troops are here. You're ready for this? It's going to
About
be
these
exciting.
matters, Enlil was saying angry words to Enki.
I hope to stop it.
By your
We can
doings,
stop this,
confusion
right?
was created. You must devise a
Educating
salvation.
the people, I've made videos.
That stops Dicker.
I said that a whole bunch of them only got about
Now,
300 or
this is the account
400
of how
videos
civilized man
showings
was brought
over
about.
there. Ain't a whole lot of people
Well,
looking at this really important shit, contracts and stuff.
How by a secret of Enki, Adapa and Titi in the Eden were brought forth. By the proliferation of the Earthlings, Enki was
We're going to have
He was
these
also
Anunnaki land again.
the lot of the Anunnaki.
Everybody
was
talks
greatly
about
evil.
the
Their discontent was diminished.
mock, fake,
By the proliferation of the Anunnaki,
blue
shunned
beam
the toil.
space invasion.
The workers were becoming serfs.
It's going to be
For 7
fake
shards,
and
the Anunnaki
like
lot was
the
greatly
election's
evil.
fake.
Diminished was their discontent.
They're
By
trying
the
to
proliferation
change
of the
over
Earthlings,
houses. They're going to thin our
and
herd.
how fast they were growing, the food was insufficient. In 3 more shards, fish and fowl, there was a shortage.
I don't know what it's going to look like.
What by itself rose, Anunnaki and Earthlings did not
But
satiate.
this is their bloodline.
In his heart, Enki
It's going, so to speak, the God of Moses to
create a civilized
God
mankind
of,
that he had conceived in his heart.
what's his name? Fuck.
Grains that are sown by
I'm
them
too
be
tired.
cultivated.
Too
Ewes
fucking
that become
tired.
sheep, let them shepherd. In his heart, Enki was scheming a great undertaking and contemplating how to attain it. The
They're
primitive
changing
workers in
zodiac
Abzu,
houses. They're changing,
he observed
and
for
it's
this
got
scheme.
that's their plan.
The Earthlings in the Eden, the cities
But
and
see,
the workers, he
Enki
considered
wrote all these
what
damn
for the task
prophecies of their own destruction because the creator of all has been bothering both brothers to give us back the earth. Get the fuck out of
the
here.
offspring of the
And they
Earthlings
haven't.
he observed.
They keep killing us, making us kill each other, and ruling over us and getting the gold. They haven't fixed their damn planet yet. They lost. They didn't have the knowledge that we got now, and we can fix this shit. But they need to get with the program.
Indeed looked about the marshland.
Because they didn't have this information. They never had this.
It was only him and his vizier.
For a long time they have. Well, before they fucking got here, the first time they lost that information because they was obviously fighting each other and killing each other and usurping and somebody's ruling over the planet. They lost their connection a long time ago. That's exactly why their damn atmosphere ain't healing. We'll listen to this later on through this story. See, you're hearing about how Nebaru's atmosphere is slowly getting better. Well, after one of these passings, they're like, oh man, everything, all the it's gone. Ain't getting no better. They're just fucking putting a band-aid on. All that fucking gold wasted. It's not what's healing. They're going to heal their planet. It's just simple as that. And they need to be made aware of this. Of course. Says mother's aunt over there. She's concerned about her number of shields she has. Not very many. One. As I understand, I don't know. I don't know what it looks like over there. Mom seems concerned. About them, not her. We're here. Yeah, there's millions and millions here. She just wants to bring everybody. I mean, she's concerned about individuals, of course. I mean, she's showing people, some people aren't listening. A lot of people aren't listening. It requires you to shut this down and listen with this. It's a new concept, but it's our human nature. It's the programming that makes it hard. It's human nature. It's our biology, for freaking sake. So I keep saying this is just not the time to be afraid. A lot of people keep mistaking and being afraid. So right now isn't the time. As in, like, it's time for happy. Things are going back to original design, including our energy. I mean, our third eye is shaped like the magnet signature of Ra, right? Look at it. Well, that's because we were created while Mother was created on Ra. That's how Thoth is her brother. See, I mean, that's Ra. That's daddy to her. And us, not creator, just, father, son. As one word. And a you. A you instead of the O. You know what I mean? This is like her father. She was created there. We were created there. Our biology answers to his magnetic signature. That's why nothing works. Right. Until we get on that proper energy flow. Because she's got to get old Ra charging her up and running that energy through us instead of this fucking shithole sun they got us trapped on. And once we start making circuits with that energy, you all of a sudden realize why we got that penile gland in there, and it's It's a UV light. Helps to see highlights. That's why it's connected to your optic. And it's our biology. We were created on evolution. That's why our biology matches all of that. Because the energy coming from mother will be channeling in just like it does from this one at the accretion disk coming out. We're created under whatever energy she's producing as newborns. But we were developed as creatures in general on there. So we'll be responding to it regardless. It's essential for time travel if you're doing it mechanically. None of these things we can't do. Don't ask me how to time travel. I already gave you interstellar travel. I'm not sure about the time travel. I mean, like, I'm sure it has, yes. I'm not sure how it works. It probably works much the same way as interstellar travel. I can only imagine. It would be the same mechanism, black hole, time dilation, all that shit. So Lazarus seat, the between two that come in his name, we can do that too. Human biology screams it. We're a fucking electron magnet with the potential of a planet in parts times 7 billion with no overload. It's just there. It's like that. And you don't know. I mean, you're fucking meek. You ain't using it to better self at all, you know. But fucking all of a sudden, you can put up a shield. You can throw a shield up. We got a problem. We got what? A nova coming in, throwing up them shields. We can heal. Um, we can grow. I suppose we need that kind of energy to grow shit like that. I've seen it on the wall. It makes sense. Then I watched it on a scientific lead movie. I'm pissed off with Lee. So pissed off with Lee. He's all shitty with me too. I went to his channel. I said, Lee, look, man, how much look. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm done talking to him. I don't think I'm sending anybody to him anymore. Well, I'm not. I'm not making any more videos over there. He's got good information. He draws smoke pretty. He's just such a fucking. Look, why would you take down half your fucking content and start acting like a fool? Well, we are like him, Lewis. That's yeah. Google had a what? Telephone box in the logo. Uh-oh. Google telling you that we're fixing to have some high fuckery going on. Get your asses ready. Yeah. We're all those. We're very psychic. We're very. It's a connection to everything on the magnet at all times. It's 1748 hertz. You got a magnet in your chest. That's our old language. We never supposed to speak words. Words can hide. Intent from the heart can't. We should know each other's heart. That's the basis of cooperation. No division, no harm done. One planet, one tribe. Period. No leaders except for mother and father, because we're the children. It's a very simple concept based on magnetical properties from atom to galactic. We got torrid fields on an atom. We've got oxygen and free radicals traveling around all over here, and one of them gets caught, and now we got a free radical. What's he got to roll around to? Number two, so he can catch two, and then you become water. And then all of a sudden, what happens when you add heat to a magnet? Oh, it loses its magnetism. Get steam, baby. That's how it works atomically. And I can prove it. Just did in words because that's all known parameters. Not, none of the things I just said were up for debate, but nobody seems to be able to put two and two together. All atoms are torids. There's no wonder everything's in action at a distance instantaneously because that's the basis of scalar physics, magnetic property. Uh, Nature's actually, like I keep saying, pretty simple. Oh shit. Yeah, well he's an old hat. He's been misdirected just like all of us. They think they have answers, these 33-degree Masons, and they don't have answers. If they did have the answers, fucking Planet Nibiru / Planet Heaven would not be in the fucking condition she's in. And that's the problem with these little bastards. They got this ego. See, with Marduk here, he'll run around and gather followers around and tell people he's Marduk Ra here. He'll tell them where's Komodo over there. And next thing you know, all the other gods get together and they're angry about it. They're like, how dare he? And then they decide to take the weapons of mass destruction and they're ordered not to destroy the cities, but then what's his name? The Narsu or whatever his fucking name is. I can't remember. The Nurtu says, "Oh well, I will destroy the sinning cities of the sinners," and they sin because they're following the wrong God, the wrong one of them. And I'm like, he came over here and browbeat everybody. And we're talking about Marduk here. He's Mr. Fucking Trouble. But it, anyways, then they released the weapons of mass destruction and had the audacity to be like, oops, we better run. Here comes the black cloud of death. And in the end, say, is it destiny or fate? It's a punch in the eye, you fuck. That's what. And that's just my stance on it. These damn Anunnakis. And they tell us what they've done right here in this. But he flowers it up. You know, he makes them sound real good. You know, I alone stood against the weapons of mass destruction that just they shoved right in your ass. Did you see right in your ass? And I'm like, thanks for helping. Hi, son. Uh-oh. We got sparkles. What's happening? You coming in with the coffee. You know, I've already turned off my propane. I'm sitting here waiting on the last little bits of temperature so I can turn off this. And I'm fixing to turn off my oxygen. I'm gonna be on the road all day tomorrow, out and about, heading south, heading west. Heading north, heading east. I got glass with me. We'll be selling shit. I probably sell most of it, all of it, on. I can only imagine. I am doing well though. How are you? I'm a little tired. I don't really tweet much unless NASA shuts down this one. I get on Twitter. I really don't. I don't get Twitter. I've only been there a few times. NASA doesn't shut down this one. You learn. I don't even know how to use Twitter. I have my Twitter account hooked up so it posts everything I post on Facebook. It looks like I'm active. Observing glitches too. Yay! Gotta love glitches. Very good. All right, so let's unplug this thing because it is to the cooling temp. Uh-oh, I still got my coffees down here. All right, let me put you on some audio while I start carrying some of this shit upstairs. I gotta turn off my oxygen. These fucking dogs probably won't leave me alone. But I have it still hooked up to the speaker.
That's some funny shit, dude. I told you guys.
He's up
5,000-year-old alien porn is just great. So he rolls up and sees these chicks with their tits out bathing in the water, and he just nuts himself right there. I mean, that's what it says. Much. He saw him, was like, and just auto rubbed one out just right there, dude. Their sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. I want to hear. I'd like to hear Captain Kirk say that line. The sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. A burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? Enki was asking. I will row the boat for you to kiss the young ones, Ismud said to Enki. Inky stepped onto dry land. The young one, Inky called to him, a tree from the fruit she offered him. Inky bit down to the young one and embraced her and kissed her lips. Lips, sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Inky she was impregnated. The second young one called to him. She offered him berries from the field. Inky bit down and embraced her and kissed her on the lips. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. This guy didn't waste any time, man. Rolls up, sees him, kisses on the lips, and just proceeds to pouring the semen. Not squirting it or spurting it, just straight pouring it, as if Inky's just rolling around with like pitchers full of sperm. Dude, here, I'm going to pour this shit in you, girl. Bend over. I mean, that's fucking dirty. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Inky she was impregnated. Stay with the young ones and ascertain whether or not their pregnancies come about, Inky said to Vizier. Ismud sat down by the young ones. By the fourth count, their bulges appeared. By the 10th count, the 9th having been completed, the first young one squatted and gave birth. By her, a male child was born. The second young one squatted and gave birth. By her, a female child was born. At dawn and dusk, on the same day, the two were born. The one was born at dawn, the other at dusk. The gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd shard, the two that were fathered by Inky were born in the Eden. Word of the births Ismud quickly brought to Inky. By their births, Inky was ecstatic. Whoever has known such a thing? Between Anunnaki and Earthling, conception was attained. Civilized man I have brought into being. That's an important distinction, you know. That's where the whole thing with the Nephilim and stuff comes in. Anunnaki created man. They did genetic manipulation to create a worker race. Then after the worker race had been, basically multiplying itself, Inky steps in, gets two of these pregnant. That's where you had the first real crossbreeding coming. A lot of people forget that. It seems that, according to the Anunnaki, we're a result of not just a genetic creation, but then a crossbreeding between them after the creation took place. A lot of times people leave that out. I think it's a very, very important thing to understand. It's not just that they created us through genetic manipulation. Once they created us, they had sex with us and made a crossbreed. Civilized man I have brought into being. Inky gave instructions to Ismud. A secret my deed must remain. Let the newborns be suckled by their mothers. Therefore, after that, bring them into my household. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets I have found them. Thus to all you will say, by their mothers, the newborns they were suckled and nurtured. To Inky's household in the Ridu, Ismud brought the children. Inky took the families took a liking to the families as her own children and raised them. Adapa, the foundling, the boy she called Titi, one with life, the girl she named. Unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were. Slower to grow up than earthlings they were, much quicker in understanding. They were endowed with intelligence. They were capable of speaking with words. Beautiful and pleasant was the girl, and her hands were greatly dexterous. Ninki, the spouse of Inky, to Titi took a liking. all manner of crafts to her she was teaching. To Adapa, Enki himself gave the teaching. How to keep records he was instructing him in. The achievements with pride Enki to Izimid was showing. A civilized man I have brought forth. A new kind of earthling from my seed has been created in my image and after my likeness.
Cold.
Go.
I had to cook on here.
There you go.
Mm.
From seed, they will grow food. From ewes and sheep, they will shepherd. Anunnaki and earthlings henceforth shall all be satiated. Enki sent
Oh shit, not Cain and Abel.
And from the Nibiru to the Eridu in Lil Cain. In the wilderness, a new kind of earthling has come forth, Enlil, Enki was saying. Quick of learning they are, knowledge and craft work to them can be taught.
A new kind.
Let us bring down seeds to be sown from the Nibiru. Let us bring ewes that sheep can come from the Nibiru to earth and deliver them.
Oh, this motherfucker is making new kinds of earthlings. This mystery showed up. Fuck, there it
Let the
is.
Anunnaki and earthlings together satiated beings. So Enki was saying to Enlil. Akin to us Anunnaki in many ways, indeed they are, Enlil said to his brother. A wonder of wonders it is. In the wilderness, by themselves they have come about. Izimud was summoned. Among the bulrushes and the green baskets I found them, he said. Enlil pondered the matter with great
Think you've been busy.
with amazement.
Think
His
he's
head
busy.
he shook.
Good morning.
Indeed, a wonder of wonders it is. A new breed of earthling on earth has emerged.
I know, it just emerged.
As the earth itself.
There it is.
Farming and shepherding, craft and tool making he can be taught.
That's some funny shit.
Let us send word of the new breed to Anu, it said to Enlil. Of the new breed, word was being from
the new breed,
Anu
just
on
the new mystery breed, just kind of showed up.
Let seed that can be sown and sheep come to earth, he said.
There it is.
And so Enki did make the suggestion, and so Enki and Enlil to Anu make the suggestion. By civilized man,
just great.
Let Anunnaki and earthlings become satiated. Anu heard the words and was amazed by them.
He did.
That my life essence is one kind to another leads is not unheard of. To them he sent word back that on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of.
Yeah. I knew ain't no dumbass.
Numbers are needed.
He's like, what?
Perchance the beings are unable to proliferate.
Fucking Inky.
While the savants on Nibiru contemplated the matter, in Eridu occurrences of import took place.
Maybe.
Adapa, in a mating, Titi knew into her womb before his semen. Or semen pouring going on, or crossbreeding going on. There was conception, there was birth giving.
Boring.
Twins, two brothers, Titi gave birth. The birth to Anu was being to Nibiru.
What two brothers are these?
The twosome for conception are compatible. Proliferation by them can occur.
Never heard such a story.
Let on earth farming and shepherding begin. Let us all be satiated.
Farming and
So
shepherding.
Enki and Enlil
Sounds familiar.
on Nibiru did say to Anu, let Titi in Eridu remain. The newborns are to be suckled and nurtured. Let Adapa the earthling to Nibiru be brought.
Cold.
Anu did declare his decision. So that's the end of the 7th tablet.
I just shushed in there.
Read the synopsis of the 8th tablet. We'll get into that next time on the broadcast. This is the synopsis of the 8th tablet. Adapa's wide understanding amazes Nibiru's savants. On Anu's orders, Adapa is brought to Nibiru, an Earthling's first ever space journey. Enki reveals Adapa's parenting truth to Anu, and Enki justifies his deed by the need for more food. Adapa is sent back to start farming and shepherding. Enlil and Enki create crop seeds and sheep lines.
Don't get excited now.
Ninurta teaches
Making funky
Ka in
noises.
crop cultivation. Marduk teaches Abel shepherding and tool making.
Sorry, I should have given you a warning. I
Fighting
didn't
over water,
hope I didn't
Cain
drop
strikes
anybody.
And kills
To this
Abel,
audio,
Cain,
absolutely.
And Abel, Cain and Abel, Kain and Abel. Yeah. Ha. Cain and Abel, there you go. Cain is tried for murder, sentenced to exile. Adapa and Titi have other offspring who intermarry.
Here's Cain and Abel.
On his deathbed, Adapa blesses his son Sati as his heir. A descendant, Enkimine, is taken from Marduk to Laman. So,
I'll be right
crazy,
back. I gotta get
crazy
some crackers
stuff
and
there.
cheese.
And, wow. Getting more into the genetic manipulation, and apparently, that's where we start to see the problem. The
I'll start
original,
putting a link in the
historians and researchers
the
don't specify
shows.
this. They
I didn't even
created
think
the
about
original workers to mine the gold. That was it. Enki found them beautiful and decided to do some crossbreeding, have a little fun, get his dick wet, and boom. Then you apparently have what we call modern civilized human beings. I don't know what makes it so civilized, but they say. But, and apparently, as the story goes, they ordered man to be wiped out, and it didn't happen. So it seems that we're just here as a result of a bunch of these, aliens from some other civilization just dicking around and are rolling dice, and now we're here. That's just great, isn't it? Well, that's going to do it for the show tonight. Please support our work if you can. Thanks so much to everybody who has supported us.
Picture this. Your team hard at work. At home. A lot's changed, but some things haven't. That's why you need Asana to stay organized and connected. Visit asana.com to try for free. That's ASANA.
Let Adapa the Earthling be brought to Nibiru. Anu declared. Enlil was not pleased by this decision. Who would have ever thought that this would happen? That by a primitive worker fashioning like us, we would become, with knowledge endowed between heaven and earth, to travel. On Nibiru, the waters of long life he will drink. The food of long life he will eat. Let one of us Anunnaki become the one of earth. So was Enlil to Enki and the other lady saying that by the decision of Anu, Enki too was not pleased. Sullen was his face after Anu had spoken. After Enlil had spoken, Enlil agreed with his brother Enki. Indeed, who would have thought of this? The others said to Enki. The brothers sat and contemplated. Ninmah was also deliberating with them. The command of Anu cannot be avoided to them, she said. Let Adapa by our young ones to Nibiru be accompanied. His fright to diminish, to Anu things to explain. So Enki did say to the others, let Ningishzida and Dumuzi his companions be. By the way, Nibiru for the first time, with their eyes they shall also see. By Ninmah was the suggestion favored. Our young ones, born on earth, of Nibiru are forgetting its life cycles by those of earth and are overwhelmed. Let the two sons of Enki, as yet unmarried, also travel to Nibiru. Perchance brides there for themselves they shall find. When the next celestial chamber from Nibiru arrived in Sipar, Elbrat, a vizier of Anu, stepped off from the chamber. I have come to earth to fetch the earthling Adapa, he said to the leaders. The leaders to Labrat presented Adapa. Titi and her sons to them they also showed. Indeed, in our image and after our likeness they are, so did Elbrat say. To Elbrat, Ningishzida, and Dumuzi, sons of Enki, were presented. To accompany Adapa on his journey, they have been selected, he said to Enki. Anu will be very pleased to see his grandchildren. So did Alabras also say. To hear instructions, Enki summoned Adapa to him. To Adapa, he said, Adapa, to Nibiru, the planet which we had come, you will be going. Before Anu, our king, you will come. To his majesty, you will be presented. Before him, you shall bow. Speak only when asked. To questions, give short answers. New clothing will be given to you. Put on these new garments. A bread on earth not found they will give to you. The bread is death. Do not eat it. In a chalice, an elixir to drink they will give to you. This elixir is death. Do not drink it. With you, Ningishzida and Dumuzi, my sons, will journey. Hearken to their words, and you shall live. So did Enki instruct Adapa. This I shall remember, Adapa said. Enki, Ningishzida, and Dumuzi summoned. They summoned the Adapa and gave him a blessing and advice. Before I knew the king, my father, you are coming. To him you shall bow and pay homage. By princes and nobles, do not be cowards. Of them you are equals. To bring Adapa back to earth is your mission. By Nibiru's delights, be not charmed. This we shall remember, Ningishzida and Dumuzi said. His young one, Dumuzi, Enki embraced and kissed him on the forehead. The wise one, Ningishzida, Enki embraced on the forehead, he kissed him. A sealed tablet he placed, unseen, in the hand of Ningishzida. To my father Anu, this tablet in secret you shall give. So Enki did say to Ningishzida. Then the two with Adapa to Sippar departed. To the place of the celestial chariot they went. To Ilbrat, Anu's vizier, the three of them themselves presented. To Ningishzida and Dumuzi, the garb of a Gigi was given. Like celestial eagles, they were dressed.
Eagle
As for
commanders.
Adapa, his unkept hair was shaven. A helmet as that of an eagle he was given. Instead of a
No
loincloth,
shep this week still, huh?
vestment he was made to wear. Between Ningishzida and Dumuzi, inside that which ascends, he was placed. When the signal was given, the celestial chariot roared and shuddered. In fright did Adapa cower and cry out, the eagle without wings is soaring.
What's up with Shep?
This guy's flying in a fucking UFO and freaking out. Holy shit, they're flying off the ground. Oh my God, you know.
Is he still working on the film, I take it? Haven't seen it released yet. I imagine he's on probably a hard timeline for it. I'm probably not going to be on here at all tomorrow myself.
Somebody with no reference for technology, it's unbelievable. Upon his sides, Ningishzida and Dumuzi placed their arms. And with soothing words, they
I don't
calmed
have a
him.
GoPro yet.
In one league aloft they were born. Upon the earth they glanced out. Its lands they saw, by seas and oceans, into parts separated. When 2 leagues aloft they were, the ocean to a tub grew smaller. The land was the size of a basket. When 3 leagues aloft they were again, they cast a glance whence they had departed. The earth was now the size of a ball. And by a sea of darkness in the vastness it was swallowed.
Now the size of a ball.
Once again, Adapa was agitated. He cowered and cried out, "Take me back," he shouted. Ningishzida put his hand on the neck of Adapa. In an instant, Adapa was quiet.
Put the Spock hold on him.
Open grip of death on him.
He did.
Take me back, Zip. Just knocked his ass out.
Like, damn.
Captain, this Adapter was not logical. When they landed on Nibiru, there was much curiosity.
Yeah, I told you
Children of
no.
Enki, born on Earth,
You need to go lay down. These are my crackers.
they wanted to see even more so to encounter an Earthling.
Nope.
A being from
I'm not
another
laughing
world
at you.
has arrived on Nibiru. The crowds were shouting. With love rat, the
Almost
palace,
snatched
they
my
were taken to
crackers.
be washed and perfumed with oils and anointed. Fresh, befitting garments they were
Damn
given.
dog.
Heeding Enki's words, Adapa put on the new clothing. In the palace, nobles and heroes milled about. In the throne room, princes and counselors gathered. The throne room by Illibrat they were led. Adapa behind him, then the two sons of Enki. In the throne room before Anu, the king, they bowed. From his throne,
Absolutely.
Anu stepped forward.
They're better than
My
saltine. They're
grandsons, my grandsons,
vegetable
he cried
wheat
out.
crackers.
He
They
hugged
go good
Anu
with my
as he hugged
cheese.
Zingishzida. With tears in his eyes, he embraced them.
My
He
son
kissed them.
loves saltines. We
With
just
his
got a
right
new
to
pack of
Muzi,
them
he made
tonight
to be
too.
seated on his left. Ingazida sat. Then Illibrat to Anu, the Earthling.
Oh,
Adapa
I was like,
presented,
get my cracker.
does he understand our
I
speech?
get all that. Look at that.
Anu inquired.
Dollar.
Indeed he does. By the Lord
Big dollar.
Enki he was taught. Illibrat so answered. Come hither.
Dollar Tree.
Anu to Adapa said. What is your name
I eat
and your
fancy for
occupation?
dollar.
Adapa stepped forward.
Paid dollar
Then
for the
bowed.
cheese.
Adapa is
I had
my
to cut it
name.
myself,
Of the
but
Lord
it's pound
Enki,
of
I am a
fucking
servant.
cheese for a buck. Sharp cheddar.
So did Adapa speak in words. His speaking
I
is
don't
causing
know.
great
I love a
amazement.
Dollar Tree.
A wonder
I'll
of
go
wonders
shopping
on
there
earth
first
has been attained. Anu
before I go
declared.
grocery shopping anywhere
A
else.
wonder of wonders on earth has been attained. All the assembled
They just
shouted,
got freezers.
let there be a
Fuck, we
celebration.
got like friendly popsicles,
Let
8
us,
packs
our
for a
guests,
buck.
thus welcome, Anu was saying. To the banquet room, Anu, all
Fruit
who
Loop
were assembled
popsicles,
left
all
to
that
the
shit.
laden tablets that he happily gestured.
Hey,
I'm
Jack.
just going to say this. Stop right here.
How you doing?
I'm just going through my head as I'm reading this. You know, if there's nothing to all of this,
Hey, I'm
stuff,
full custody
John,
dad. I find a
there's
way to make
absolutely
it dollar
nothing to
stretch.
hogwash.
Got that boy's 16 now. He don't eat like he used
The
to.
fact that our planet is called planet Earth,
Oh shit, go through some food.
which has the root beyond Enki in it, the realm of Enki, the realm of beyond. That if it's all bullshit, man, that's kind of coincidental, don't you think?
I'm doing pretty good. Hanging out.
At the laden table bread of Nibiru, Adapa was offered. He
Got
did
some
not
stuff
eat it.
done tonight.
At the laden tables, elixir of Nibiru, Adapa was offered. He did not drink it.
Go up Denver and hang out tomorrow.
Anu was puzzled by this and was offended. Why has Enki sent this
See if I
ill-mannered
can't sell
earthling
some
to Earth
glass. Anna
to
sells
reveal
to
the
some folks
celestial
in Boulder.
ways to him?
They
Come
want
now,
some
Adapa,
things.
Anu said. Why did you neither eat nor drink and reject our hospitality? My master, the Lord Enki, commanded me, the bread do not eat, the elixir do not drink. So Adapa did say to Anu, how odd is this thing? Anu was saying. For
I was
what
going
has
to order.
Enki from an earthling our food and
I was going to
elixir
order
prevented?
glass from D&L today.
He asked Illibrat, he asked
Art
Muzi.
Supply in
Illibrat
Denver.
did not know the answer to music.
And they ain't letting nobody in.
Yes,
You got to make an appointment if you got an appointment time available. And I'm all like, so
to give to Anu the king. Anu was puzzled.
I just called you,
He went to
and
his
you can't
private
tell
chamber
me
with the tablet to
if
attempt
you
to
have an
decipher.
appointment time tomorrow.
Now, this
I
is
got
the
to do
account
that
of
online.
Adapa, of civilized mankind,
I was like, you know,
progenitor.
from what I'm hearing, you don't want
And
any
by his
customers,
sons,
and
Cain
you can
and
suck a
Abel,
bag of dicks.
Cain and Abel.
So I hung up on them.
And Abel, satiation on
Literally
earth.
said that to the lady.
In his private chamber,
And
Anu broke
called
the
up my
tablet
boys
seal
at Mountain Glass in North Carolina, who
into
never
the
failed
scanner
me, and he
tablet
made me
he
laugh.
inserted
Good time.
and began to decipher
Got
the
hold of my
message
boy
from
Miller.
Enki.
Them cats always make you so
Adapa on
happy
my
when you
seed
call,
to an
man.
earthly woman
They're
was
always
born.
personable.
So did the message
They
from
know
Enki
so
say.
much about the glass.
Likewise was TT by another
That
earthly woman
damn
of my seed.
answer right now, right now. If they got a problem with
With
your order,
wisdom and
they're
speech
calling
they are
you.
endowed. With Nibiru's
Letting you
long
know.
lifetime, they
They
are
pack
not.
their shit. I've
The
seen
bread
the
of long
UPS
life
truck
giving you
drive
should
over
not
that
eat.
shit.
The elixir
Glass
of
of
long
fine
life you
inside.
should not drink. To live and die on earth, Adapa
I
must
got it for
return.
$20 in shipping.
Mortality
I'm like, you
his
know,
lot must be. But the sowing and
that's
shepherding
cheaper than gas
of
getting
his
up back to
offspring on
Denver.
earth,
Fuck you,
satiated and
DNL.
sick shall be known. So Enki
That's
did
just my
reveal
opinion
the secret
on the
of
whole
Adapa to
subject.
his father. In fact, everybody was under the impression that it just came about as the result of their original genetic tinkering to create a worker race. And in reality, this came as a result not of the tinkering, but of Enki sticking his penis in multiple genetic offspring and creating a whole new species, which was bred from the Anunnaki and created slavery. That's supposedly now the
Yeah, yeah. These cats, they'll have
But a
my
secret
order in the
message
mail
from
tomorrow
Enki,
morning.
Anu was astounded.
No
He
problems.
didn't know whether to be angry, to laugh.
And,
He didn't know what to
yeah.
do.
I used to go shopping there
He'll address
physically
his
when I was in
vizier
North
to his
Carolina.
private
Of course,
chamber.
they're
He summoned
just
and
out
said to him,
like in
that son of mine, Ea,
Asheville area.
even as Enki, his free ways with females has not mended. Ea is like his bitch name. That's what they call him back on the Nibiru. Enki's like his formal, soldier.
It took me a
god
second to
name.
think.
Ea is like a
Where the hell are
Bubba. He has not mended his free ways.
I
with
shopped out
the
there for
females.
years. And cats are
Deliver
all
on his
aware who
vizier,
I
the
am.
message of the
So
tablet was shown.
I love them all.
What are the
They're
rules?
good
What is
people
the
out
king
there.
to do? Anu inquired.
They're subject to
Concubines by
shitty
our rules are
politics like the
permitted.
rest of us.
Of interplanetary cohabitation, no rules exist. So he's like, hey, he's like, well, this may be a problem, but we've never encountered this situation before. So
And those cats will take care of you if you want any supplies.
a law that says you can't go stick your penis
They'll
in
get
something
it
that
to
came
you
from another
and tell you
planet.
about it.
So really can't
They
get mad
won't
about
force
it.
you on any sales on you or anything like that. I mean, they're really
So
knowledgeable on shit.
he'll respond to the
They'll
king
help you out.
if there's damage done, then let it be restricted, and if there isn't, then fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, I've tried
Let
to deal with DNL.
return to the earth, and let Nigazita and Demuzi stay longer.
Even without
Anu then
COVID,
summoned Nigazita
I've
to
walked
his
out
private
of there
chamber.
pissed off.
Do you
without
know what your
glass.
father's message said of Nigazita he acquired? Nigazita lowered his head with a whispering voice. He said, I know not,
I think today
but I can
ended it.
guess.
Kind of
The
done
life
with it.
essence of Adapa I have tested, of Enki seed he is.
Not gonna go there again.
That indeed is the message. Anu said to him, Adapa to earth forthwith shall return. To be of civilized man a progenitor, his destiny shall be. As for you, Nigazita, to earth with Adapa you shall return. Of civilized mankind at your father's side.
That's not a bad
you will
idea.
become the teacher. Anu, the king, made the decision for the destiny of Adapa
You know.
and Nigazita he determined.
You might be onto
He
something there.
assembled savants, nobles, princes, and counselors. Anu and
I
the
don't
other
think
two
it's
returned
coming in all that fast
to the
or all
assembled
that
lords
high.
of
We'll
decision.
see.
Anu announced,
The
the welcome to the earthling must not be overextended.
I think it's mainly
On our
Hollywood
planet,
shit.
he cannot eat or drink. Of his outstanding abilities, we have all
It's
seen.
gonna get crazy.
Let him now
It's gonna,
return to earth.
it's.
Let his offspring there on earth till and feel.
I think it's
the
going to be more of a
meadows and
slow
shepherd the
inundation,
meadow.
not like
To ensure
slow
his
over
safety
time,
and
but I
avoid
mean
his
like
agitation, Ningishzita will be back with him
over a few
to travel
hours.
with him back to earth. With him, the seeds of the Biru grains, which multiply on earth, will be sent. Demuzi, the youngest, for Ashar, will stay with us. Then to earth with ewes and the essence of sheep he shall return. This was the decision of Anu. The king's words, all in agreement, bowed their heads. At the appointed time, Ningazina and Adapa returned to the celestial chariot and were taken to earth. Anu and Dumuzi, Illibrat, and counselors, nobles, and heroes all bade them farewell.
Well, if you're looking to
There was
move,
roaring and shuddering, and the chariot was lofted. The
because you're
planet
getting,
Nibiru grew smaller as they saw it from horizon to zenith,
I'd listen to
and
the
they saw
lady.
the heavens as well.
It's going to
On
tell
their
you
journey,
where to go.
Ningazida explained the planet gods to adapt. So right there, they confirm what we talked about earlier in the book, the idea that the planet
Better
is
not.
God.
I would
So
start
explain
looking
the
at
planet,
cretons.
Explain to Adapa the planet being God. What was that one person that says that email?
Like
Oh,
the
look at
center,
planet they're
top
saying.
center of the country.
Of sun and earth. and
From
the
what
year
I
of moon,
can
he gave lessons.
imagine, the peaks are not
How
really
the
the
months
place you want to be.
chase one another, and how Earth's years
They
when he
interchange
talked to him.
the energy a lot.
When they returned to Earth, Ningazida
probably
explained to his
not the
father
safest
Enki
place to
all
be.
that had happened. Enki laughed and struck his loins. And all went as I expected with me, he said. Except the detention of Dumuzi. That is a puzzle, so Enki did say. By the prompt return of Ningazida and Adapa, Enlil was greatly puzzled. What is the matter?
As long as you're not next to a volcano, I
imagine.
We got gas masks and respirators.
Let Ninma too be
You ready?
Let me hear from her also what transpired. Enki said to him. So we're going to stop right there. And we're going to pick up next time on the show, page 180. Remember that chat room, Genzians, because
yeah, just think about your surroundings and apply magnetic braking,
page 180,
pole flipping, induction
180,
heating.
180. We will pick up there on the broadcast tomorrow. Man, good stuff.
And who the fuck knows what else to your surroundings?
Yeah.
I'm prepared for that.
Get interesting. And again, the reason I've decided to read this is for this exact reason.
Bottle of water, get some food together,
and separating for ourselves.
Get a little shelter, protect you from some of the rocks.
What is in the experience of
You're right in your
I
heart.
always have been a firm believer in putting stuff out there.
Understand who you are. Staying strong. When you see inequities, heal it.
All crap. This is all horse shit.
Don't just sit and watch this happen.
Maybe there's a reason why they've been
It's
telling
not
us
our
that.
job.
Obviously, I think the CMP police class information we can now confirm that pretty well. What is the matter? What transpired on the Biru? Ningazida was inquiring of Enki. Let Ninma too be summoned.
9
What
a.m.
transpired from her. Enki
Well,
said
good morning, Sparkles.
After Ninma arrived,
It is also morning here on 11/11/20.
She also
at 1 a.m.
females.
I need to go to bed.
No rules.
By me eating crackers.
Our satiation I have ensured. So Enki said to them, no rules did you break. The fates of Anunnaki and Earthlings by
I'm not sure how long we have left on this one.
So did Enlil in anger say, now the lot is cast. Destiny by fate is overtaken. With fury, Enlil was seized. With anger, he turned and left them standing. To Eridu, Marduk came, and his mother, Demkia, was summoned.
Enlil just found out that he made a die.
The odd goings on to verify his father and brother, he demanded.
By pouring in that seed.
He
the hairy monkey girl.
The hidden secret from Marduk, and anew by the civilized man was very enthralled. He commanded all at Earth on once to be satiated. So they only revealed part of the truth to Marduk. By Adapa and Tidi, Marduk was impressed. He took a liking to the boy. While Ningazida was instructing Adapa,
2020.
He said, let me be the boy's teacher. So Marduk did say to his father Enki and to Enlil, let Marduk teach one and let Ninurta teach the other. To them Enlil responded. In Eridu, Ningazida with Adapa and Titi stayed. Numbers and writing Adapa he taught. The twin who was first born in Ninurta to Bad Tibiara.
Well, again, yeah, it's the
Cain.
It's mentioned as the herb that brings you closer to God.
Grows food, he is called. To dig waters for canals, we taught him. Sowing and reaping, he was taught.
Absolutely, Sparkle.
This is the explanation as to why the Sumerians had literally overnight a perfect functioning society with agriculture and water, sewage, and an economy and a government that were made of priests. They had it in one fell swoop. They had it overnight and disappeared overnight. A plow from the wood of trees.
I like eating it.
Nerta made for Cain.
I like smoking it too. But they got me like.
Made it to be a tiller of the land.
I packed that.
The other brother, son of Adapha, was taken to the meadows by Marduk.
I'm a lightweight. I like crackers
Abel,
too much.
he of the watered meadows.
Crackers and ho-hos.
Was his name after that.
Break time.
How to build stalls, Marduk taught him for shepherding to start. The return of Dumuzi they awaited. When the Shar was completed, the Nibiru year, Dumuzi returned to earth. The essence seed of sheep for the growing of with him he brought.
Mm-hmm.
He also brought
we start Cain and Abel. Here,
Nibiru
let me get this.
To another
I'm
planet to
going
the
to
earth.
put this
He conveyed his return with essence seed was
into the link. For the video. Because this is the beginning of Cain and Abel. What he's getting into. See if it'll let me share the link. If not, it'll let me put it in the announcement part. YouTube. He almost kicked me off of here. Something went wrong. Fuckers. They don't even let me share a link in my own chat. Every time I try, you got to get the URL or some shit. I'll leave the link in the chat. Mm-hmm. Told you. I told you. Everybody asked us, said, look, they can come to high fuckery all you want, but that's about all I know about this election. You don't play trump card twice. The motherfucker been laid down. Like, hey, he ain't being taken off the table. Yeah, he's in the deck of cards. He's got a role to play still. He's got the peace accord down. Talking peace, acting like war. All of a sudden, Pennsylvania turns around and starts talking about, I think maybe we fraudulated. Electoral college has never been held to the voters' vote. They tell you that all the way up to these votes. And then there's this, like voter fraud. What does it matter? Not how the president's selected. See? That's not how it works. The fuck does it matter who voted what? It doesn't by law. But they throw enough grassy knolls at us, we can't see what's going on. We all were running out, looking at the tall grass for the shooter. The shooter was in the car with him. Furman Supreme. I know I got a couple votes this year too. I didn't vote for myself this year though. I am not presidential material. Most people would fucking shit themselves inside out. First time I opened my mouth on the podium. Tell me they would. I mean, oh fuck. We're in trouble now. I'm going fishing too. Y'all have a good night. I got a date tomorrow with a hot chick in Denver. Honest Mary. To a hot chick. Y'all have a good night.